timing in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
It's a new chapter in Valorant Esports. The Asia-Pacific tide continues to rise, and after Masters 1, the spotlight is now on us. The world now knows our power, and the Southeast Asia wave continues to build momentum. This is our moment to gather strength. This is our time to prove that we do not fear the competition. The competition fears us. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. Day 1 of a new chapter in Southeast Asia Valorant. As we mentioned, this is the first day of VCT 2 Stage 2 Challengers Philippines, and this is the updraft. Welcome everybody to the updraft. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Dax and Fluffy. And you know what? I feel like you guys should be welcoming me to VCT in a way. I feel like I shouldn't be doing the welcoming here. It should be probably like you, Dax.
Mika, welcome back. And
thank you. Welcome back.
This amazing panel. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be checking out again these amazing PH games. But I have to say, man, look, Mika, we're with someone amazing on the panel right now. The single guy looking to mingle 5'11", ASUS second-tier Esports caster, competitive gamer, variety streamer, miniature painter, songer, honest, caring, loving, and now panelist. I wonder who he is.
Oh, I wonder who he is. Ladies, I'm gonna emphasize the ladies over here. Please meet Fluffy on the panel. Fluffy, it's good to have you here on this side of the broadcast.
Thank you so much for that intro, for what it was. Thank you again. Anyway, guys, my name is Vic, also known as Fluffy02. I'm an esports analyst and creator. Previously, I was the head coach for Oasis Gaming up until Stage 1. And I'm extremely excited and honored to share my insights with you guys. This time around, more on the front end of things. And hopefully, you guys will not only see me, but the other new faces we have here on the panel for this stage.
Wow, so formal. That's so diplomatic. I feel like I should give you a round of applause at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Fluffy. But yes, indeed, it is so great to be here, especially since things are heating up in the Southeast Asia region. But of course, we wouldn't be here without all of our wonderful sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with our mothership, Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. And we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. We would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players with a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches. Every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022. I know it's a bit of a mouthful. It seems like a little complicated, but once you break it down, it actually isn't really. It's really easy to remember. For more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard, you can also head on over to our other streams listed somewhere around here. I'm sure the links are somewhere up. There you go. It's right here. For the Filipino broadcast, we have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. While the English broadcast, we have Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports. So I hope you guys all tune into that. We all know, of course, that our Philippine broadcast is very, very entertaining. If you want a bit of a change of pace and maybe lots of laughs indeed, do check them over. Shout out to them as well. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a really exciting time to be a part of Stage 2 because previously in Masters 1, thanks to Paper Rex, thanks to Sersha, who did incredibly well on the international stage, did incredible justice, by the way, to our chaotic SEA meta Dax. All eyes are on Southeast Asia right now.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever works for Southeast Asia, different flavors, different styles. But we're really seeing for them that there's more of that understanding to use those utilities, to be more tactical right now. But then Paper X just shows up and decides to win double duelist. Let's go, Jing, Forsaken. Just win it all anyway. And it really just goes to show it's not about having that one specific style in SEA that absolutely works. It's about being the best at it. And I really expect that right now because the PH scene, microcosm of these many different types. You look at the 8 teams, you know, some of them are going to be duel-centric, some of them going to be more tactical, some of them looking to go back to their roots instead. And it will just be, as Asher likes to say, a smorgasbord, a buffet of different things and different ideas.
Oh my gosh, what a perfect metaphor because it is lunchtime and we are getting hungry indeed. And I'm now thinking of a buffet, but before my mind wanders off to food, Fluffy, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well, especially since, of course, you coming from a competitive background. I mean, watching, of course, Masters 1 and how well Southeast Asia performed. I mean, how did you feel with all of that when everybody suddenly started screaming SEA?
I think it's great recognition in general for the C region because I think it's a region that really has always had that potential to be on the world stage. But now, in this stage of VCT, especially that we're playing on the 4.08 patch, if I'm not mistaken, means that there are a lot of agents that we've previously seen in VCT that is a lot more in line with other agents, meaning that there's more options for a team to choose from. And as we saw also in the earlier stage this year, there's teams like Naos that pick up something like the KO and do something very interesting and really master that play style, which surprised a lot of teams here because we're not used to that kind of meta where it is locally compared to abroad. So my big question for this stage is what teams have adapted to the current live patch and who can take that into Champions?
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. And of course, that's what makes Valorant exciting too. We have a very, very dynamic game. And right now we have a new agent in the mix as well. I'm actually interested with the qualifiers for our region. And Dax, can you give us sort of like an overview of how the qualifiers went? Any big surprises with the teams that maybe didn't make it through?
I mean, the thing is, kind of heartbreaking because they had so many amazing teams, especially last weekend. Top 8 didn't get to stream it though. But the thing is, we already know that there are these kind of faces that might have had a bit more of a namesake to them. Teams like Enigma Galaxy, I have to say, maybe the new Talon Esports roster, they were so close at making it, but so far, unfortunately, dropping down with only 4 slots on the line. And in contrast, really here, Mika, I think some of the more expected faces to show on up are back. You look at Team Secret, they're back. You look at Friend Esports, they're back. You look at RRQ and just like, what is this team? Who is there? And I think once you look at the roster, you're going to understand that these are veterans who had that playoff experience. And same case for Alpha Esports, which is having that return, having that extra bit of firepower. So instead of looking at some of the teams right now that haven't really gone to this top 8 stage, the group stage, I do want to point out the fact that some of the expected front runners from the open qualifiers, they're here right now to get back to where they belong.
Well, we're gonna see if they can indeed reclaim, possibly reclaim the throne that they want. I mean, looking, of course, at our front runners for this tournament. But speaking of the tournament, we do have our tournament format ready, and this will be a single round robin with all matches being a best of 3, with the top 6 teams advancing into the playoffs and taking home the lion's share of just about $30,000 US. Fluffy, I'm actually eager to get your thoughts on this. Is there a certain advantage or disadvantage for certain teams to be playing each other just once? Can they figure out what they've been doing wrong with just once?
So, in my opinion, it depends on the structure of the team and their strengths. If it's mostly one of those really practiced teams like Naos that I mentioned, or a disciplined team like SBE, it might be a disadvantageous in a bit because you're playing so many teams and you're not limited to just what's in your pool, which last stage was just 4 teams. It means that there's a high chance that some team might find a chink in your composition or your strategy since you're playing so many teams. And that being able to be exposed to other teams might affect your future matches. Whereas in the previous system that we had for groups, you were only concerned with 3 other teams, so it's a lot easier to build strategies, anti-strat against them, and just generally learn more about that team. So it's also a challenge not only for the players, but a lot of their support staff to figure out how much information that they can take and how much they can actually remember and apply to every team.
Yeah, it's a roulette that changes around quite a lot. And the best part is, it'll keep you on your toes. I'm looking at teams like Alpha Esports Pro and Action PH to be those some kind of gatekeeping heat check teams. If you're off the day, you get one chance at them. And if you can't outfrag them or outshoot them, then you're going to be losing out in that matchup. So it really does become more of having that consistency, that you know your own style rather than competing directly against the opposition, because your opponent, it changes every single day for the next 2 weeks. You can save the anti-strats for the playoffs if you make it to that top 6, and coming into this one, you have to be absolutely ready every single day you're playing. It's a long week, guys. We started, today's like a Wednesday, right? We're going to be ending this week on a Sunday, and it's the same case for next week and beyond.
Yes, sir.
That's right. I mean, like, it actually does feel like the weekend, because just we don't, esports weeks usually start like by around Friday and everything, but no, we are starting on a Wednesday because we have a lot of matches to go through. The first of which, as we bring up our match schedule, will, I believe, be Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. I actually wanted to ask you as well, Fluffy. I mean, like, knowing that these teams will be facing each other just once, I mean, if, for example, you proceed throughout our stage 2 and, you're coming across all of these teams, you can't gain enough momentum. I mean, that's going to be a disadvantage, right? I mean, if you can't gain enough momentum, even though you come across different opponents, I mean, people are going to see what you're doing. They're going to see that, they're going to use that morale as well, that low morale, to their advantage, right?
For sure. I think for a lot of teams, the easiest thing for them to do on a pro and coaching standpoint is just to focus on playing your own game rather than playing into the hands of your opponent. So for a match like APH versus Oasis, we've actually seen this before in stage 1. It was also the opening game for VCT. And aside from that, I feel like the challenge for APH here is figuring out how Oasis is going to be moving on for this stage, as they haven't actually been playing a tournament since the end of the playoffs on the first stage of VCT. But for Oasis, they have a bit more information on the APH side, as they did play recent tournaments.
Well, we're gonna get discussing that in just a bit, but I know you guys are your eyes kind of wander over to that last match, because Dax, it is a banger indeed between Naos Esports and Southville Esports.
Oh, come on. There's so many implications of this matchup. First things first, it's a rematch of that amazing Grand Finals. And Naos had the number of Southpool Esports many times. And really, Southpool Esports, that's a squad that isn't known to start strong. Many expect, oh, Southpool's facing off against Naos today. Naos is going to have something a little spicy. Southpool is going to be waking up on the wrong side of the bed. So it's really interesting how maybe that script will flip coming into the following weeks. But just to maybe get a bit more of that momentum there for Naos to get that rematch for Southfield Esports to prove that they're a squad that can contend from day one. And everyone wants to see a Grand Finals rematch to kick off the next stage just to show how much progress these teams have had.
And I want to address the sort of like the elephant in the room, I would say, for this for stage 2. Dax, which of these teams do you think will be bringing out Fade first? How is she going to come into the picture?
This is interesting because I know there's a Fade expert here on my side, right here, right now. Amazing videos, by the way.
Yeah,
right
shaking
here,
his
right
head.
here, right? Shaking his head indeed. But I do want to point this out. It will be very interesting how Fade will be integrated because there's still a bit of those kinks to work with here for Fade. Sometimes you have that propensity to utilize your utilities way too much early on that Fade. It's just trying to see what kind of pocket strats we've been looking to figure out. And I really feel like from the start of this group stage, many of these teams will be looking to play unique aspects of the game. There might be role swaps, there might be different compositions, and it's not just about being tried and tested because you have so much room to work with. If you've suddenly figured out something amazing like Fade in your room, maybe that will work, right? With the blinds, with the teleportations, that's something you can try out here on this big stage, given the fact that this format allows us a lot of space to work with.
What about you, Fluffy?
I think that out of all the teams, TS is probably the team that's going to bring out Fade because we saw them when Neon got released that they brought out that Neon early on. I think they brought it out on Fracture. And I think that Fade fills a similar role as an initiator, but like Dax mentioned, it's very complicated to fit her in a team, mainly because every team has one duelist, which generally is the one with mobility, meaning you don't have a flash. And since Fade also doesn't have a flash, it's very hard to take angles unless you really consider your composition and map.
Fluffy, come on. Just because Team Secret's coach is named Fade doesn't mean they're gonna play Fade from day one, man.
It's Secret Fade for a reason, you know?
They were already there. They actually, that's why they brought him on board, right? They were preparing for this moment. We're gonna see if that indeed happens. I'm really excited to see who manages to put her up on the stage first. But before that, we are gonna go to a quick break. When we return, we are kicking off stage 2 with Action PH and Oasis Gaming. VCTPH will be right back.
Don't make me lose my mind, 'cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. It's our first day. It's my first day as well. Mika Fabs here with Dax and Fluffy on the panel in our very watery world. I'm not sure where we are. I was joking earlier that this is Icebox.
Meltbox.
Yeah,
Meltbox.
this is a very different side of Icebox. Could be the same area anyway. But yes, we have our first matchup of the day, and we've got Action PH and Oasis Gaming kicking things off for us. I'm very fortunate actually that we have these two panelists here for this particular series because, of course, I am pretty sure you guys know these gentlemen have a bit of history with Oasis Gaming in particular. But first up, we do have Action PH, and we are in for a lot of action indeed. You guys have given me a little bit of a primer for Action PH. They're kind of like, a little bit of I guess superstars coming together for this one team. And Dax, we have to ask, of course, there's a new roster. You have players like Georgie and Emin on board. They managed to bring the Doctor in as well. This is a lot of chemistry that they have to work through for stage 2.
Yeah, the thing about Action PH, this is one of the best heat check teams in the scene. If you give them an inch, they will take the mile, they will take the half, and you will see 9-3, 10-2 score lines in their favor. But the bigger news about this squad is the amount of changes they've had here. A Batman coming in during the APAC run, subbing in for Modsky, and he was just kept around, and we know how potent his killjoy can be from his Alpha Esports history. But I do want to mention that this is one of the squads that has an actual import coming into this one. The Doctor from Kingspan fame, from Todak fame, one of the best Malaysian players you can have right now, probably like second or third only to the likes of the Vi from Paper Rex, right? It really goes to show that APH is willing to look outward to kind of round up their roster, because it does feel like here for Action PH, when we looked at them in stage number 1, they were very aggressive, they were very dominant, but they would run out of steam to try and end the games, and if they couldn't dominate at the starts and couldn't dominate at the second half, then they were just not in the competition. So players like a Batman and the Doctor might be those grounding forces right now to keep the team in check.
So a team, it's on paper, it looks like they can pack quite the punch, but they're going to be put to the test right now. Let's take a closer look at Action PH. many great players on one team. Fluffy, we were actually wondering how they're all going to come together. Dax mentioned that, they can start off really, really strong. They have some trouble closing out the games. Do you think that's going to change this time around?
I think from experience, changing 2 players already makes a big impact on your team. So the real question is their old playstyle still sustainable, or are they going to adapt to a lot of the changes? Because aside from just having new players, the players that they did add, such as the Doctor, are the type of players that are very cerebral, especially from his experience like from Kingsman. So maybe the addition of that will make them evolve their strategies and show more of a disciplined playstyle instead of the APH that we all know.
And it just feels like there have been those identity crises here for the side of APH. We expect Georgie to be the tip of the spear, one of the best jets in APAC, basically. But when you look at someone like Eman FPS, Eman has always been that Batman to the Robin to Georgie's Batman, right? Has always just been there for that helping hand. But it does feel like sometimes he still wants to go for that more duelist-centric role when he's playing more of the utility agents instead. So he's still trying to find that perfect balance right now. And I do feel like he is a big sign of how APH can either succeed or fail in a given game. If you see Georgie and Eman pop off together, then it's a good sign there for Action PH.
So would you say that this dynamic duo of Action PH, would you say that that's their like secret sauce for Stage 2?
Has always been, even like last year, remember those Dreamfire days back when they were in GXR, just an absolute dynamic duo. And then you capitalize on with the clutch factor of their shot caller, of one of the leaders. Are you there? He is just able to keep everything in balance. And I think Fluffy, you were able to see it also in some of the games last time, right?
Right.
That for Action PH, they were all the way on one side, but now they have more pieces to balance out on the other.
Yeah, but they will be up against Oasis Gaming, a name all too familiar to these two guys over here on my... I'm not sure if it's my left or my right, but either way, let's take a closer look at Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming, a team very close to these two panelists. Dax, I mean, I think everybody heard me say that you had something to say, so go ahead, take the floor.
Look, I used to be seen as the Oasis guy. The guy who knew the Chimera, the CTNX, the TFOs, and, well, the Oasis Gaming roster. But now, I kind of have to give my hat away, because I know someone here has directly worked with this amazing bunch. We can talk about how, Ripper has been one of the hallmarks of the Oasis brand, how Envy Wild Warrior have been absolutely amazing additions, Coco Marky so reliable. But really, Fluffy, what's the juice about Oasis Gaming?
Well, they have enough time already by now from when they adopted the 2 players last December. So from the past stage and the last time we actually, or anyone has actually seen them, I think that they have evolved a lot as a team cohesively. And they've also gotten a new analyst to help out with the back end things. So aside from that, I feel like what you mentioned is right. This team is really built very strong on the foundation of 4 players, which have all won VCT at one point. So they made it, they are APAC teams, which is what other teams are kind of striving for, at least in this tournament. And with the 2 players, Envy and Wild Oreo, added more recently, I wouldn't say very recently, but more recently in the Initiator and Duelist roles, both of which who at some point have been touted as the best young players for those roles. I think that they have a strong showing. My question for Oasis Gaming is how they're going to apply all the time that they've had into the current games that we're going into now, because they do know who they're playing against. They do know APH very well. They've played them multiple times throughout group stages, because they were in the same Group A, I believe, for Stage 1, as well as into playoffs. And APH is actually the team that brought them down from playoffs into the lower bracket, which ultimately got them knocked out after a couple games.
With that, actually, Fluffy, how are you feeling now about this version that of Oasis Gaming that's been able to regroup a little bit, going up against Action PH that now has players like the Doctor on their side?
I feel like though they have that familiarity from playing them, and like I mentioned, I think earlier, this is also the opening match that they had previously, that there's still that mystery factor, right? Because you're still adding 2 players. They have played against people like a Batman in other teams, maybe back when he was still in his former team, but an import like the Doctor might change that dynamic, because I don't think that 2 players can change a team's overall playstyle, but for sure there's going to be some form of adaptation. So it's up to Oasis to be able to react properly to these situations, and I think that's something that they're hopefully prepared for.
The fun thing about this mystery is, on one side, Action PH, they changed their roster, right? But they have been playing in community tournaments. We have seen how they've adjusted to one another in the local scene. But on the off chance, Oasis Gaming, we haven't heard from them ever since their heartbreaking loss on that Icebox map against SBE. So these guys have just decided to hunker down, do some Karate Kid montages right there, and get on ready. And I know they're going to be missing Fluffy, that's for sure. But we're not going to be missing a beat with this Oasis squad. I really feel like Oasis is either going to be, one, the biggest surprise we're going to have here in terms of what they're willing to whip out, because these guys are very ambitious in the composition. Or 2, they're going to be able to hunker down, basically, figure out what were some of the growing pains they had last stage, and especially now they have even more chemistry together.
Yeah, I think that's basically sums it up. They have all the tools that they need, but the real question is if they're going to be able to apply it, not just right now, but throughout the tournament. And if they can do it quickly too, would be great.
Fluffy, I actually have a personal question for you. I mean, now you're just going to be watching your former teammates playing. I mean, how does that make you feel? Now that, because I know that we're going to be switching panelists a little bit later, so I might not get to talk to you about this. So I want to know how it feels like for you.
I hope at the end of it, I'll be pleasantly surprised, because this team obviously is very close to my heart. But APH is also a very great team, so I think it won't be a straight shot. It'll be a challenge for both teams. I think it's fairly equal, but because I also haven't seen Oasis play in quite a while, I hope that the strategies that they do pull out are what matches their strengths, and hopefully they can pull it off this series.
You know, look, what's gonna be funny, Mika, is if Oasis wins, Fluffy will be happy, but then he's gonna be like, but they did this wrong, and it's like, the strict parent that just wants you to do even better. And on the other side, if Oasis loses, well, yeah, I'm not gonna continue that just because.
No, I believe that Oasis, as long as they keep OODA looping and communicating, everything will be good.
Well, there's so much back and forth between these guys. It seems like we're going to be picking on Fluffy a lot more on this panel, so don't worry, that's not the last of this banter that you've seen. But we have to go into our map vetoes. I think they're ready right now. And as you guys mentioned, Dax, I think Icebox is going to be quite a controversial map for these 2 particular teams. We're going to see if it comes up.
No, the thing is, we've heard a lot about, we get the draft straight up, and it's Haven, Breeze, and Icebox. So controversy aside, or history aside, we have some absolute must-picks here for both Action PH and Oasis Gaming. Haven has always been one of their best battlegrounds. We could see it back in Stage 1. But I'm really surprised that Oasis Gaming has let Breeze by. I'm looking at the bans. They ban Ascent and Fracture, when really Oasis Gaming is one of their most ambitious squads. So from day one, well, you have to believe if you're on the Oasis side, because Breeze historically has not been a good place for them.
True. I'm also very surprised that they banned out Ascent and Fracture on the Oasis side, because that's normally maps that I think they pull their strengths from. But with a Decider map, I think generally it'll be fine, if I'm being honest.
If they make it, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. If you see APH and Oasis Gaming, Haven has to be one of the best places to face off right now. I'm looking forward to perhaps what Georgie and Marky are going to be doing against each other, how perhaps we get some of the skies, some of the chambers, and whatever kind of pocket picks. And it really feels like here that it's just a blast from the past. We're getting back some groove from Stage 1, and APH and Oasis, they are not missing a beat whatsoever in the waltz that they've had since the start of the year.
True. I think that the game 1 being Haven also is just such a battleground for both teams, because I think that one will set the pace or the tone for the entire series, because the momentum that you can carry off that, if you get that first win of the tournament, is such a big deal, especially for the mental of a lot of the players, So aside from getting that win, another thing I hopefully might be surprised by if any team picks Fade. Maybe I would like to see it.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, Fluffy. You guys mentioned about Breeze being quite a controversial pick, maybe for Oasis Gaming. I'm wondering, are these guys up to something? Give us a little preview here of what they might be thinking going into these maps.
Well, all I know about Breeze and Oasis Gaming is the last time that we saw them on that map, unfortunately, it took them out of the playoffs. So because we also haven't seen them since that game, they must be very confident if they're going to pick it for their first game, especially because we mentioned the new format is that round robin, and this is their only shot against APH. So hopefully, if they do pick that, there's a very good reason for why they chose it.
I think I do wanna. I think I saw, guys, that it was APH picking it, but more of the fact is Oasis letting it through. I think that's what we really hammered on to that point. But Breeze, it's such a heat check again. Action PH are gonna be looking to find those duels, find that aggression, and for Oasis to let it happen, it'll either make or break this series against Action PH.
I don't know if I need to ask you guys about your predictions right now. I actually think you have something special planned. So, you know what? I think you guys can do it at the same time at this point. Predictions. Which way is this match gonna go? Is it gonna go in favor of Action PH or Oasis Gaming? Which team are you guys favoring? Do we even really
no
need to
surprise. I think it's already seen right here. Very close to heart indeed. I think Oasis Gaming is my pick for sure.
Oh, come on. It's day one, and you have to believe since day one. I got the other version, man. Oasis Gaming for me. But it has to go 3 maps. If Action PH takes the first map, I am very scared for the Oasis Fam Bam because Breeze is that relationship that you know is toxic, that you know you just get hurt, but you still keep on trying to love it, to enjoy it. And I have seen this happen to Oasis last year, this year. We're gonna try Breeze. We're gonna look to make it happen. APH with such a good pick there for that second map.
True. Objectively speaking, since APH did pick the second map and they're pretty good on Haven 2, the overall map draft, at least from the last time we saw Oasis, seems like it's gonna be a challenge if they do lose that Haven map.
Well, it looks like Action PH looks pretty comfortable over here, especially with that Breeze pick. But these panelists are very confident indeed with Oasis Gaming. Let's get right into it. We are kicking off Stage 2 with Action PH and Oasis Gaming. Casters, over to you guys.
We are back! Stage 2 has returned! And wasn't I battling a while ago, but we're here on the casting side. Welcome to the Eagles Broadcast. My name is Dax here with the great Black and Blue. And look at the start here, Mr. Nico. 4 amazing teams out of 8 will be playing today. And these 4, from this first series, the second series, they're all the invites. They're all the ones that made it to the top spot last stage.
Yeah, it's almost like we're starting the opening 8 with the top 4 that we saw from last stage. But the question does remain, will these teams still stay on top? Will they still dominate the same way we saw them do last stage? We have a small kind of difference in the format nowadays here in the group stages. Last stage, it was kind of like it was a group A, group B. You split that 8 into 4. This time, no way, Jose. We are going to have every single team play every single other team at least once here in the entire group stage. We're going round robin, and this is going to be the first opening map. I think it's very appropriate we're getting Oasis versus Action PH because they were the 2 teams kind of vying for that third slot. Which team is going to be able to make it into at least the play-ins for APAC? And it was Action kind of getting there first and being able to make it on through, but now it's Oasis's time to at least make some change.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, they need to get back at Action PH because they formed that pseudo rivalry, right, in that group A, just taking 2-1s against each other. Then Action PH says, no, upper bracket is our baby. Take that third slot and kick Oasis Gaming off one of those guarantees. And in the end, it cost them a slot into APAC in general. So for Oasis Gaming right now, it's still a bit of an uphill battle because even though me and Fluffy, we rep the Oasis jerseys. I just went along with it. He's like, okay, this former coach, no way, he's not gonna be voting for Oasis. I'm just gonna go with him since I'm looking that way also. But Breeze, I talked about it in the panel. We talked about it in the panel for quite a lot. But I'm so concerned that there is Breeze right now, and Oasis Gaming is playing on it.
Yeah, it's never really been, I guess, one of the more favored maps, and it is a map that, as we like to say a lot of times, as wide open maps do generally kind of favor teams that like to go onga bunga, you know? You have a little more space to move around, individual kind of, I guess, discrepancies are going to be used more, and those are things that does benefit teams who might not have as maybe deep of a playbook, but does have more firepower on their end potentially. So Breeze is a map that I'm pretty sure isn't really going to be one that Oasis are going to want to let, you know, come to easily by. They really have to extend this to a third map. I think when they go to Icebox, that's when they can close it out. And we didn't really I think you predicted Oasis a while ago, right? To go 3 maps at the very least. I think Fluffy share the same sentiments, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I have to share the same sentiments here as well. I do think it's going to go a third map. Haven, that is the thing though. Oasis have to take Haven. We know Action are a great team on Haven, one of the best aside from maybe Naos at winning on Haven last stage around. They do have a bit of changes here and there though, so I'm looking to see if that is still going to continue, if that is still going to be true for the Action side. But man, we're a new stage, it's a new time, and I'm hoping to see new things for both of these teams.
You know, I'm just happy that we're back here, and I'm happy to be back here with you, my friend.
Oh,
come on.
Almost like we don't see each other almost
Yeah, it's
every day
like we
anyway.
didn't see each other, like, how many hours was that ago? Like 12? Yeah, we saw each other a while ago.
At the very least, the fight that's going to happen today. It's probably going to be cleaner than the one we witnessed.
Yeah,
last
the pay-per-view we watched yesterday or a while ago. Well, you guys don't need to pay for anything, but you are just gonna be able to view some amazing action right now. And speaking of action PH, my big concern about this roster is not really on the integration side. It does feel like that the Doctor and the Batman has slotted on in a good manner to the APH roster. But I'm looking on to see how deep their playbook really is. You know that Aryu has such a great mind for this roster, and he can just play that amazing clutch. But how will players like, you know, a Batman or Eman perhaps really figure out their role? Because when I look at the Batman, he does usually just stay on Killjoy duty, Sentinel duty, and the meta is kind of shifting away from those hard Sentinels a little bit. And I mentioned a while ago, Eman, still that identity crisis. We know he can be amazing on duelist. We know he can be amazing on initiator like Sky, like that KO, but how consistent will that be? And will Action PH be able to say that this is our style, not just the Onga Bunga, but they'll also know how to support players like Georgie as much as possible?
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping that for their sake, right? You know, a player like a Batman is going to help kind of round things out for them just a bit, but he has one of the most, I guess, peculiar entries into any team here, because last time we saw him around, he was in a very different team, right? And then he comes onto this roster almost as like a fill-in for them going into APAC play-ins, and he plays well with them. They keep him on here, and now he's in here. So it's almost like he kind of got this, I'm not going to say ticket, but it is what it is, and he did get himself a very fortunate pass into that play-in to get that experience. And with that experience, they realize, hey, we play better with this guy. Let's keep him on here. And I think they're right with it. Batman is a really good player. He's a really good addition to this team. And I'm hoping that that's going to kind of all add a bit more, I guess, cerebral intent into their game, because that's really what he brings to almost every single team we've seen him on. So that's where I'm kind of looking at Action PH here and being like, what exactly could be new with them. But you look on the other side, you look at Oasis, no real change ups aside from, well, having new, I guess, coaching staff on their side. And Haven, well, that remains to be seen if they can really turn things up from stage 1.
You know, personally, I actually knew about a Batman sub-in because we were at the coffee shop and he's just like, oh, I'm gonna be part of APH. It's like, cool, that's amazing. And it just feels like he's also
other avenues
from Chica here and there, from some special Marites, the gossip girls and boys of the esports scene. But we are going to be getting into the game, and really just to wrap up the Action PH points here, I think a Batman, the Doctor, these guys are not just going to present some calm coming into the game itself, but also on the outside when there might be a bit of that tilt, a bit of those emotions coming high from the front line. well, you have a very cool backline there to help on out. And you can see here for APH, we got that Sky into play. Really expected already as we've had that transition to that initiator role for Emma. No surprise whatsoever that Killjoy is into play alongside the Sova. Lots of comfort picks right now here for Action PH. But on the flip side here for Oasis Gaming, the Breach is back, baby, and we know what Oasis can do with a Breach setup.
I really do like this Breach composition. I think Breach has kind of found more favor recently, especially on Haven, but they're going for a non-Sova composition, something we also have been seeing, kind of gain, I guess, more notoriety recently here. A lot of teams do like playing this double initiator kind of comp with a Sky and a Breach. We're seeing a bit more archaic stuff from the side of Action PH, but hey, I think it still works, and so they're really going to be, what we're actually watching from them is almost like a stage 3 comp, right? But from at least last year, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. Hell, sometimes we even have, like, look, stage 1 comp, so we're looking at things here, and I don't think there's necessarily going to be too big of a difference on what they bring from their composition. I mean, you can tell, right? There's an Omen on one side, an Astra on the other. That means obviously aggression is going to be more of the game plan of Oasis, as well as having some information, but not maybe as much hard info as Action might bring to the table, which is not something we always see. If anything, I would have expected the compositions to go the other way around, with Oasis kind of playing with that Sova plus Sky, and it going to be Action with the other end of things, with a bit more aggression in their composition. So it's very curious to me, and I'm wondering if this is maybe them trying something new, or maybe them just, I guess, trying something specific against Action PH.
And well, I'm excited, man. This is the first game we are opening up this amazing day with this amazing set of weeks with 2 incredible series. Right now, EPH Oasis, later on, SPE versus Naos. And here we go, Haven to start things off. The funny thing, though, here, Nico, is this has just been the staple pick, right, of Stage 1. We would always see Haven in the draft, whether it was the first format or the second format. But right now, we see that Georgie will get the first frag of VCTPH Stage 2. Now looking after Envy with a quick trade. And does feel like Oasis right now, again, trying to size up APH, see how hot they can be at the starts.
I think that's a good idea. You know, Action PH are one of the teams that can start the hottest, really, and start as quick as they can be, and Oasis not going to let that come too idly. They've pulled the rotation of Action PH's defensive side here towards the B side after their opening picks, off the opening trade rather, and that gives them free control of the A side. Little do they know, Stun to come out here, make sure nobody's too close, and well, for this comp, they should have no problem initiating the fight. The question is, can they hold on to it in the post plant when utility could be key? Stuns, shock darts would be nice, but they delay the plant for the meantime. Still though, more than enough time to finally get that spike down.
And to get things started now, Oasis Gaming, they are on site, just fighting really to hold that default. Coco already with the kill onto the Doctor, and Envy playing peekaboo versus Eman from up top. Ari though with the find onto Coco in response, and APH is looking to seize in such a simple manner all the way from the links. It's Envy watching out through the smoking board, but the Batman not paying attention. Envy already gonna get 3, and he's just invincible there with Wild Oreo. We talk about how these newer additions last stage were able to pick up the pieces, but had some growing pains this time. Oasis in sync and with the first pistol.
Okay, very nicely done from Oasis. Question was, a while ago I proposed, right, yeah, they can initiate good, but can they hold on to it in the post? Well, it seems to be the case, and importantly, Envy has 4 orbs already after pistol. This means it's very, very possible going into round 3, going into round 4, they're going to have Rolling Thunder available, which is arguably one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, especially in this specific matchup with the compositions that we do see. Aggressive control, Vandal already picked up here by Marky. I like that pick. Make sure nothing is given up to chance. It's been an old testament, you know, to have in these kind of anti-ego rounds, have one rifle. Don't all gamble on a Spectre. Secure the round, especially in pro, especially when you're up against a team like Action PH. So good respect being shown, but still Georgie with a frenzy still steals a kill away.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. You're gonna have to protect Marky right now, and since Wild Oreo just has that single duel against Georgie, surprise, surprise, it's APH with the first kill. But I do like the fact that you mentioned having those early rifle investments. It just gives that bit of firepower, and a map like Haven, you can play the long distance game. But APH, oh no, they're gambling to go for that C site all together in a Congo line. Oasis is a site for free for them here.
once again, Alpha site just given for free. I mean, it's fine. It's an eco round, right? You take these gambles specifically for the reason that they're kind of like a 50-50. Well, I guess it's 3 maps, so it's more like a
33%.
33%, right? 0.33 infinite. But, well, odds ever low as they might be, it seems like Oasis should have this site, rather this round once again. So, not expecting too much here. Maybe if Action PH can make it more expensive. Get a kill. Literally a single kill or two, and that could be okay. Any more might be a bit ambitious, but Georgie's going to get caught out. The Smarty shuts him down. There's a rifle coming into play. They're all shredded down, coming into the meat grinder, and well, they come out like chum. Both of them very low, and Dax, this round is done.
Yeah, the chum bucket asking for more donations. And oh, hey, a Batman's there on the right. Didn't guess right there, Coco. Are you next? And that's gone for the round. Oasis Gaming get a pretty quick 2-0. No real surprise there with the gun advantage. But I do want to point out the fact that Action PH right now still has to be careful of walking into those kind of funnels there. It's a pistol round, but you can see Oasis has a lot of things to get in the way of Action PH in terms of the retake. You look at the breach, you look at the killjoy, and those are the biggest factors right now for the Oasis hold, basically.
Plus, I mean, there are some timing things there. Like, Georgie, he wanted to go for that drop kill, but typically you kind of want to wait for your main push from CT to initiate that, from the defender side spawn, to initiate that contact before you do that jumping down stuff, because you have a lot better time and a lot more fortunate to try and do that if, I guess the attention is pulled away from you. So, good nano swarms here to deny any sort of plant hopes or deny even control that, and forces Oasis back. So they thought kind of like, let's go towards the B side, close quarters, but well, actually PH are one step ahead.
Yeah, I kind of have to ask you right now. We've seen how APH does play in terms of the dominant playstyle, but lately we've been watching a few of those VODs, right? This squad has kind of found their settling point, if I want to put a label on it, that these guys now, they could be a lot more calm, a lot more collected. And do you think they're black and blue, that style right now, that bit of balance can help them out in the long run? But before we talk about that, let's talk about the action. The Batman there with the kill onto Marky. Envy just rolls on in to get that takedown, and I like the fact Oasis is going for the B side, force out some closer engagement since they have the Spectres, but Georgie just does not miss a bit on his first kill for the round. Wild Oreo gonna get on board Georgie yet again, but Coco Wild Oreo get the distance close. Oreo will fight one back, but low HP, the stun was real, and the reload unfortunately will lead to his demise. 3-0, it's bonus time for Oasis.
Didn't I say it's crucial that they were getting that Rolling Thunder very early in the half, that Envy got 4 orbs in pistol round only? I mean, this alone, you see that. Without that Rolling Thunder, who knows how this fight could have went. Maybe Action PH would have won that. Maybe Eman would have won that fight, but because of that utility, so much value bought. To your question a while ago, Dax, where, will this help them out in the long run? This kind of calmer playstyle we see from Action PH. I do think so, but the problem is, the time is now. There's gonna be so many changes next year. It might take too long, and I think they might just be losing some of their edge with this kind of play of theirs from now. But hey, Eman and Georgie going big, and Aryu does the same. Immediately a 5v2.
You called them out, said they were dull, and they show how sharp they can be. Nico round for Action PH. The blades are sharp here for Georgie, and let's see if the steel can cut some more throats along the way. Coco and Ripper, the only ones left. Stable points, foundations for the Oasis squad. But APH has such a good A-long control. 3 of them, the Paranoid, though, might be perfect. APH able to dodge by hugging the wall. And now Georgie, ambitious as he is, will peek one out. Evan right behind him. Coco now gets the trade. 10 HP left for RU. But this is such a dicey round right now for Oasis. Coco, he needs to either defend these guns or just kill them all. The Doctor and the Batman can look to scrounge once they reinforce.
Hey, it's doable. The only player with a rifle here in Action PH side is actually quite low on his health. He does give it over to a Batman, but still, he does have only half armor. Doesn't matter, though. Vandal in hand of Coco. He's one of the most calm players you're going to see from this Oasis side. So there definitely is that point of like, well, he can certainly do it, and you know it. 2 sheriffs is all they got to work with here, Action PH, but they do have the man advantage. At this point, Coco, does he step on the gas or does he just run for it? Dude, you're about to get run out of time. You have to go for the plant immediately here, and that he does. Goes for the fake. Has just enough time to commit to the plant here with that turret overlooking his position, giving him cover, and places the lockdown as well. This is a big gamble for him to try and take, but one that isn't exactly too ill-advised. He has to go for this clutch. It's not like they're 2 down in rounds, but hey, he's feeling it. Let's give it to him.
Yeah, might as well go for the lockdown. But APH again, wrong area code on the guess. But Coco with a good rotation now, looking to duel against RU first, but he flicks on the way. Almost gets taken down, but Coco realizes the situation, gets that kill. 2 in front of him, and Coco will catch the Doctor. But the Batman is the hero that APH needs there at the end. Should get the defuse, and finally around for APH. A big window on the eco. And when Georgie and Emma decide to step on the gas, it's APH hitting that nitro for the Thrifty.
Very nicely done, although that still kind of made things quite expensive here for the Action PH side, but still, I mean, he won the eco round. How can you hate that? Looking at things, I mean,
Look.
Yeah.
Man, if it's expensive for APH, it's expensiver. More expensive for Oasis. We're making words up. But look at this. This is now a way for Oasis Gaming to, or Action PH rather, to reset the economy. And look at the big investment Oasis has just to keep everyone with the rifles.
Yeah, does seem to be the case. Problem at hand comes out the stun from Envy. Not really connecting too much, but hey, they didn't really need it. Just simply for that control. Marky down here, pinged already. So you know the information has been gathered. What will they do with it is the question. RU has his, well, he's just fronting this short sight, isn't he? Just letting them walk into his sights, but he has his Hunter's Fury, so he can play off of that. That gives him good plant denial. It also gives him good possible retake potential, especially against the ultimate less Oasis, who could probably get one either in Marky or Wild Oreo if they get a free plant here, but seems like they're trying to spread things out. Spike still waiting in the lobby in towards grass and really biding their time, but the question is, where do they commit and when? They are slowly being drained of it.
This is Oasis really discipline checking APH right now, and with RU a bit too antsy, it's Marky there who does get the kill. The thing is, though, APH did have a bit of that role swap, as you can see. The Doctor mostly on the Astra right now, RU on the Sova, where we get usually RU on that controller role from last stage. And then community experience aside, now then, Wild Oreo with a kill onto him, and Envy gonna get on the board, and Oasis just rolling on in. As soon as they find a semblance of weakness here on the APH side, Oasis takes advantage of it.
I don't know why the insistence for Emon to fight there towards short was. Like, he had some backup, yes. He had some support, yes. But he's a Sky who normally would fight for the site. But you look at the opposing side, the composition, they have a Sky in a breach. That's very difficult to try and hold, especially coupled with a paranoia. So that's potentially 5 flashes coming your way. Maybe even 6 if they get the reset from Wild Oreo over time. And I don't know, things are really looking to be difficult here, especially when they lose their primary info gatherer there in RU. Why is Sova pushing towards that position? Why is he the one checking towards sewers? And this is the problem we've seen from Action multiple times over. They struggle against these slow teams because when teams can't take it slow, they sometimes almost lack the inherent thing telling you, I guess, to stop yourself from just going for the peak. They lack the discipline, for lack of a better word, to just hold, let them push. It's not your job on the defense to push forward. It's theirs on the attack.
Look, you want the answer some whys, but I'm gonna ask you a question right now. Why is RU on the Sova and the Doctor on the Astra? The thing is, the Doctor has that history back in the NYSG scene of playing control, yes, but it was a long time coming, and RU, he has been one of those clutch controller players really for APH. So having such a distinct role swap right now, we talked about it that, sure, the format allows you to experiment, but you can see right now that APH, they don't look as comfortable and as potent compared to before right now.
Albeit they are on the defensive side, and Haven can be an attacker-sided map, although I do think if you are a very proficient team, you can play very well on Haven still. Just, you know, how much the sites are connected to each other can lend itself to a good, I guess, system of defense. But Action PH, they by far are one of the teams that heavily do much better on the attacker side than they do on the defender side. So that's what I'm kind of wondering here about. As I was saying a while ago, did they lose their edge? The Doctor finds a kill, one of the only players with a rifle in his hands, with Marky quick on the trade. Not a direct one, but a trade nonetheless. Dashed in by Marky, he spots out where Eman is. Flash not being thrown out here, guiding light, not really going to show them the way. And Marky's going to say, hey, we're going to get the plant here, there's nothing you guys can do. And ApAC once again on the retake.
Yeah, but this might be better for APAC. They catch out already the classic Oasis lurk. And it's 2 rifles to try and make the retake happen. Cloudburst not gonna get thrown on now. Georgie with the dash on in! And you can always rely on the Brackeye Jet to bring in the heat. The sun is cooking off the storm. And Georgie is there with the winds of APAC. Able to blow back the Oasis onslaught. Gonna be 4-2 right now. And really, when Georgie just gets that impactful first frag for himself, for the squad in these retakes, and perhaps those pre-plants, APAC can really take advantage of the space and momentum that he makes for the squad.
Man, oh man. Very nice round here coming on in, and see if that can continue on. They do have Lockdown and Hunter's Fury on ApAC. Argu's had that for like 2 rounds now. Let's see if this is the time for him to use it. See post-plant hold here, keeping themselves in check, and just what a retake coming in from the side of ApAC. As I said, that Lockdown and Hunter's Fury has to come in crucial. Only ultimate on the opposing side of Oasis is Blade Storm, which isn't really going to be too impactful of this round, but Envy could get his Rolling Thunder as well, try and counteract things. Actually, he's so good, Coco and Ripper, so that could be huge moving forward. Trying to take garage control, being held initially by ApAC, but they're conceding it right now. Good actually thing there. You see that they know one can be on the right. The Doctor waiting for his teammate, waiting for rather a Batman to go into window before he goes for that swing for the potential trade.
Yeah, you can hear the heartbeats already, and the Doctor will flatline one of them. The Batman, though, comes in clutch again and gets to make that 3! The King Crusader, no, the Dark Knights of APAC just strolls on in, jumps on out. It reminds me of those Arkham games, because out of nowhere, it's just a Batman cleaning up house. Ripper, though, will fight to the last. The damage has been done, and really goes to show that APAC, they have that cool, calm collectedness with them, with the Doctor and the Batman. Here comes the Flash, and the Doctor with a double pipe pass there at the end. 3-4. APAC getting back on board. 1 away now from tying things up.
And the Doctor, really good hold, and then the rest of APAC just collapsed on the push here from Oasis. Doesn't seem like Garage is going to be their calling for the meantime. Might be dissuaded for continuing on there. Utility being placed. I mean, it wasn't even like perfectly placed, but it was just enough by ApAC to really capitalize off of an Oasis. They've found much more success going here towards the A site, and once again, Alpha is going to be their calling. Georgie. Oh, he has an operator. The ping has come out in Wild Oreo. Could he get the kill? But no! Marky gets it! Very, very important frag for him to find. And now they're just steaming ahead. Another kill from Marky is completely taking over the site. And nothing ApAC can do to stop him. You, by the way, have to call out Ripper has made his way all the way up here into heaven with his ultimate. But he bails out at the last moment.
Yeah, the flash has come though. Wild Oreo Envy setting things up for Marky to knock down. And the house of cards here that APAC has built, looking to topple bit by bit. Still a chance though with the lockdown perhaps, or that cosmic divide, just to change up the pace of this game, of this round. It goes to show though, but Coco and Marky to be ready for the crossfire. Wild Oreo there as well, and it doesn't matter. APAC, if they're not gonna manipulate their retake, their battleground, it's Oasis already in position. The setup so pointed for Oasis Gaming.
Man, that was looking so good for ApAC at the start of it. Like, I almost certainly thought that Georgia was going to find a kill there at the very least before dashing on out. But Marky, oh my goodness, just keeping things turned up to 11. And was really, really good coming in from Oasis. Bit of a gamble for Ripper to go up there into heaven, yes. But he knew that because of the fact that there is a jet on Georgie, trying to peek there towards a long with an operator means the likelihood of someone being on heaven in that exact timing and position would be very low. Oh, good kill here by the Doctor, finding Marky, not gonna let him go for his charades this time around, and Coco gets a trade. A Batman quick on his, and Envy will do the same. 3v3, they have site control, lockdown for lockdown, and another retake's gonna come in, this time on the Charlie side, but 2 of them are in the back of the site. Lockdown destroyed though on the defending side of ApAC, and they go 1 for 1. 2v2 now.
All the trades in the world will allow Oasis Gaming to establish a foothold with both the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, but no chase whatsoever. Oasis instead using that space to set up a bit of a trap, and Coco now ready at the helm. Wants to go for RU. Emmons right there too! An APH double stack from CT from the defending spawn. It'd be helpful enough to watch out for that B site itself. But time ticking, and since Oasis is rotating, APH can take advantage of the push, but Emma not paying attention. Invi right there on the offside. Are you now versus the world? Can he clutch it out as he does? Goes for the shots, but Invi again, Mr. Invincible for Oasis. Q the heroics, and Q again to hold Oasis. They make another play to get that space there, Nico. And then suddenly, they're able to establish such a good foothold on the site they're going for.
Yeah, that was a bit risky there in the post plan, but hey, they get the job done, and sometimes, man, it takes these type of players to just make things happen. Envy, we have said many times over that he is one of the best flex players we have seen here in the Valorant PH scene ever since the inception of this whole circuit, so for him to pull off a clutch like that is very fitting for such a young player. Once again, A-long control though. This is something Action PH like to do. Take control of that A-long from the get-go. Leave Georgie once he's established a position where he can hold both the short and long control, and then have the rest of them rotate around. So, thing is though, Georgie has to be careful with what he's doing. He does have a Guardian at the very least, but he's been found out, and that's exactly it. Kind of dipping your hands into it. You destroy the Trailblazer, you get the hell out of there.
Yeah, you're supposed to pet dog, man, not hurt it, and that's what happens. You'll get punished immediately by the peak there. The Guardian not enough firepower even. APH back again to trying to hold some of these ankles and look to play things out. But Oasis has effectively shown that they're not going to get swept up in the tide that is APH. From round number 1, they kept their cool, they kept their collectiveness, and we can see it here that they're so ready to prime things up as much as possible before going for that commitment of an entry. Marky dashing on into the offside all the way at the back of the B site itself. Hunter's Fury now the call here from APH. They're just not getting really much of it, the impact. Oasis is so prepared for APH on this site. It needs to be some impactful kills here for APH. Emma doing a Batman finding the openings, but Oasis still the foothold. The defense on this site absolutely potent, and with the Doctor having a judge only, seems like Oasis will be getting this round again.
Another round for Oasis. Attacking side of theirs at the very least has secured more rounds in this first half than Action PH would. So things looking pretty good for the Oasis side. They get one more round. This could be a lot more difficult for Action to come back into. They have some economy to try and fight back with on the next round. The judge couldn't be held here by the Doctor. So is the angle. No, switch to the judge, bro. There it goes.
Oh!
No!
How do you lose? How do you lose with the shotty? How do you lose with the judge that close? Oh man, the Doctor. Someone check his license, because it does feel like it got revoked in that round, man.
Well,
come on.
Definitely.
The judge. How do you lose that?
A hand not steady enough for a surgeon.
Hey, I haven't watched the recent Doctor Strange yet. Don't be like that.
I actually haven't seen it yet.
Oh, Tara, you want to go?
We can see it together.
After this, you want to?
Oh, yeah. Just the two of us.
Oh. I think some commanders might not be happy about that. But hey.
Some lovely ladies.
Oh, you know it, but that's not gonna be lovely from Georgie instead. It's a beautiful swing. You mentioned it from Marky. It's a cha-cha now over to A side, and here we go. Oasis has decided to step up on their own gas pedal. The turret being a bother. Wild Orga doesn't care.
Wow.
He pushes forward, tanks the bullets from the turret, catches out Aryu and Emin, and this round is effectively over unless the Doctor can show us why he can perform some surgery here on the Oasis side. 7-3 right now, looking to 8-3. But really, Oasis, this has just been absolutely dominant by them, not just because of them able to scrap out in a flawless manner like this, but you can see that they're the ones dictating the terms of engagement.
Dude, this round just means that, utility is a matter of mindset, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter if there's a nano swarm, it doesn't matter if there's a turret, like, if you have to push the darn thing, and, well, that's exactly what he did. You see Wild, or you see Ripper just follow on suit. You're like, okay, Marky's that deep, let's go into the helm as well.
Bro, utility doesn't exist. It's just a state of mind. Yeah, you know, you're not feeling pain. It's no problem. Don't worry. If you're still alive, you're fine. Just put a band-aid on the bullet hole. But yeah, he just tacked it. He just didn't care. And now Oasis know they have the advantage. Know that they can play the APH game. And they're doing it pretty well right now with the Rolling Thunder setup. But the Batman can't peek just because he's just been hit. No push whatsoever to take advantage of Oasis right now. Yet again on the side, but here comes Georgie! Marky able to avoid the shots, and the up back to be on top of the matchup allows Oasis again to get the advantage. 4v3 right now as the Batman catches out Wild Oreo. Finally, we get the Cosmic Divide. But why here? Why now? Maybe APH can make something of that Great Wall. But no, Marky is just as stalwart as he comes. The border has been controlled by Oasis. Marky comes on in for the third, and there's just no stopping. Marky the Machine, are you the only one left? But are you kidding me, he says, as these odds are absolutely stacked against him. Bulldog in hand, pushing forward, and we're for Oasis. The coup de grace with a triple swing there at the end. The peak comes, and Oasis will peak out the round with a 9-3 scoreline.
Desolation, devastation, and what a mess was made when it all went wrong here for Action PH. Complete and utter chaos on the site. And well, it seems like Oasis were the maestros of it. Look at this, concussed, bitten by the Trailblazer. Still comes out of the fight with the updraft. Georgie and the rest of, you see here, Action PH, Georgie peaks alone. Emon peaks alone, comes in a Batman as well, but then to the credit of Oasis, they're really good at isolating that. Once one comes out, well, utility pops and isolates the rest of the two, or the rest of the defense trying to retake. And they all just came from CT. No one dropping from window, no other push towards any flank. Not a single time, Dax, did we see a retake coming from a flank in that round, aside from that 1v3 coming on the C side when Coco was playing and they lost. But you see the idea here. You come through more than just one funnel, you're probably gonna come out with light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so straightforward for APH, and there are moments where it works. When Georgie swoops in, makes all the space for APH to come and reinforce. But the problem is, it's twofold. One, you mentioned it's more predictable right now for Oasis because they know APH is coming in full blast from one side of the map. And the other, you have to give recognition to the amazing utility usage of Oasis Gaming. This is a very comfortable lineup right now for Oasis. They have that double flash. They have these players that are accustomed to those agents. And you can see it already, especially the assist chart in the Wild Oreo with amazing flashes. And Ripper, as per usual, Paranoia is perfect, able to tag out the opposition and help Oasis in those fights as much as possible. It's such a stark contrast of, I'd say, value that Oasis is getting right now over Action PH. And I still have to beg that question. Does Action PH still have that moxie in them? We get it in bursts, but there's some interesting segments right now that haven't really worked out with the Doctor on the controller, with RU on the Sova. History says yes, they can play it, but the recent history is much more important, and they haven't really been playing that kind of setup in their tournament runs for a while.
To say they've been struggling on this defense would be a bit of an understatement. Like 3-9, but who knows, man?
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, APH, if they screw up on the first half, they usually get back the same kind of streak they're looking for the second. But if they don't get it, then they lose in a very commanding fashion. It's a 1-step, 2-step, and then you're goodbye. But Georgie again. Oh, the perfect timing from Georgie! He's just pushing, doesn't care about the Paranoia, gets the kill anyway! Ripper finally, though, with a frag onto the Doctor, but Action PH get back on track, and now are in a 3v1 situation. Marky all alone with that Ghost. He's over to the left-hand side, and APH right now trying... Oh, Emman, you have been seen, you have been spotted, but he wins it anyway! Just run away with the kill, don't you, Emman? 4-9, it's Action PH winning the pistol and giving them a hope into this game.
You see how he just got right-clicked while...
Yeah, he lost. Like free gun, by the way. Best gun, man.
I mean, it's pistol, but yeah, nice. Nice one. No, I mean, seriously, Georgie just completely freight train, just out of control, but everything he's hits just being run on over. So even while Paranoia, even while hit, I mean, to be fair, Coco kind of standing in a very obvious spot that one would normally spam, and so he kind of ate all of that. But, well, let's see if they come back now. We have said, by far, Action PH have looked much more impressive from the many times over we've seen them last stage, and even on the community side, on the attacking side of things. So on the attacking half here, this is where we do expect Action PH to step things up. Oasis, they've usually had good defensive setups, but we're seeing Action PH with a bit more luster, I guess, with them, with a Batman joining this roster, and so did the Doctor.
I mean, a Batman has been stepping up, that's for sure, but Argue now with a step up for himself, and this should be APH having some good command of this round. They're already on site, and it does feel like they're trying to cover each other now with these utilities. Stay away from the sidelines, stay away from the flashes. Nice guess there from Georgie, who has a Phantom in hand even. But this is what we're seeing now, a better improvement for APH, and I do feel like that's what you've been talking about on the attacking side. They're able to figure things out, but Ripper, he's making magic happen! It's 3 already, a hat-trick for the Omen! Marky now puts himself in the 1v1 versus a Batman! Marky! How have you done this, Oasis Gaming? Ripper tears apart the opposition, and Marky marks the rest. 10th of 4, we were talking that APH has got this. APH has set up the control they needed, but a 1 and a 2 and a 3 with a Sheriff. It's Oasis again, 10-4 over and out.
And this has been a symptom here that we've seen over and over from Action PH. They are very good at taking control, but they are also can be very wayward when actually holding that control that they've gained. And once again, they lose here this time around, at least to, what was it, a 2v5? That was like the Ripper and the Marquee show at the very least. Deagles, rather, sorry, Sheriffs.
What's... I don't know what that is, man. I don't come from that. Well, is it a cast? Is it a cast? Or maybe you don't know that too? Okay, but let's go now with Georgie as he pushes on in. Action PH is going full steam ahead and looking to make sure that Oasis is still having that heat check on the other side. Georgie though, pressure is on. There we have Violent Order with a Trailblazer, and Georgie takes advantage of the situation. Marky too late to protect his teammate and makes do with trade instead. 3v3 right now, but Oasis comes back in full force, and you can never count out the Oasis trio here. Marky, Ripper, Coco, so stable right now. Are you all the way on the other side? Doesn't have the bolts anymore, no darts to utilize, and he's trying to play the drone, give advantage to a Batman, but they cannot use this whatsoever. The cover has been blown. Marky with the takedown, and the defuse is already there. Oasis, they steal the spike, they take the lives, and they're 2 away from taking Haven.
We were looking at this and wondering, hey, Action PH, this is a good map for them, and Oasis, this is an okay map for them, but will things be the same as it was for Stage 1? Doesn't seem to be the case. We have said, you know, Action PH, they're really good on this Haven map, but this time around, it's Oasis just dictating the fight. I'm not sure if this is just simply a cold start from Action PH in the tournament, but we've always known Oasis to be one of the more consistent teams, at least as of recent, on what we can expect from them. They almost always show up. They have no real flaws, very well-rounded, and we're seeing why that is so important here in Stage 2, especially in this matchup between Action PH and them. So, unless Action PH pulls a hat-trick here, or some sort of bunny from whichever suit they may wear, then don't know that. This is probably match point.
You just have like a little rabbit come out there peeking with that tail, but right now we're peeking with Georgie. Makes that Blaze Storm count. He's able to avoid even the setup there from Indy. Tries to knock it down, but Ripper, of course, he is just an absolute machine here. 1, 2, and 3. APH cannot stop this Omen. And now the Doctor, he just needs an emergency situation. He's calling the nurses. He's calling everyone to the alarm bells that APH are hearing right now. But he's still not out of this fight. He has been the king's man, and right now he's trying to keep the crown, but Ripper will tear him apart bit by bit. Head popped, 4 kills for the Omen, and the true nightmare of APH has to be Ripperoo.
Controller diff? Question mark?
Ripper is scaring me, bro. Spoopy.
Spooky boy. He was aim-labsing that single file that they funneled themselves into. There's a reason why they call doorways the fatal funnel. I guess Action PH, they found out firsthand, but it was an eco round still, though. Made expensive for Oasis here. They have economy to buy up into this one, and actually not the round after this. So if he loses, it's most likely an eco. But even if they win this round and a few rounds more, they're still going to have to win a few rounds more after that just to come back to it. So, I don't know, is this a GG go next, or do we actually take this to its limits?
No, but we've had some of the best matchups between APH and Oasis on Haven, but really APH right now, they're showing that they have a lot of struggles in terms of what they want to play as, what kind of force they want to bring to the matchup. And we're getting shades of the amazingness when especially Georgie and the Batman are able to step on up. But some of the other moments that APH has shown us from stage 1, we're getting that too few and far between. In Oasis, they kept their cards checked for such a long time. They haven't been playing out on the community scene, but you can see that they've really just doubled down on some of their more comfortable compositions. They have really refined what they do, and I have to say Oasis has to be one of the better teams, one of the best teams really on Haven. That's why APH and Oasis does not disappoint on a match like this. But here we go again. APH right now trying to get to that seaside. Coco now all the way in behind. Eman will get the trade though, and a Batman is there yet again. Throws a bat around and throws in to the next round. Eman! Seems like the bird is like a boomerang. Wanted to come back at him, wanted to stay on that bird. Second bird though gets the confirmation, and a Batman is there again. Toolkit in hand, ready for the kill. APH still alive on map 1.
We've seen this many times over decks, right? Where, you know, a team heavily losing, wins a few rounds at match point, but the reason why you don't really see comebacks like that is because you have no margin for error. You lose one round, you don't play perfectly for like, what, a good 20 minutes, which is very difficult to do, then you pretty much, there's no way for you to come back into it. So I'm not saying there's no way for Action PH, but based on what we've seen today, I haven't really seen any round super clear, I guess, fought that looked like maybe flawless or almost flawless, that they really need something to, I guess, get them back in the game. And as I was about to say before this break, they've yet to call a timeout. They finally call one now after they take the win. But, I mean, if there's one time to use it, it might be this for the moment. This tactical rest, to be clear.
Look, first timeout. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. That's pretty much it. You know the PH side. You know what VCTPH is all about. Amazing games, some stellar colleagues in my side. It's an amazing audience, and technical bosses. That's the last part. And, well, does feel like we're looking to get into the game as soon as possible. I do want to point out the fact here for Action PH that we're getting some great moments and some great space from Georgie. But I do feel like APH could do so much more right now, especially with the ultimates they have. It might be time to let it rip because they don't have that room for error. Marky though, Bladestorm in hand. Oasis on Nico round, so willing to throw caution to the wind. And it's APH right now, playing it slow and steady, feeling that Oasis is coming at them. Now the dash on in. Georgie wants a brawl, wants a fight. It's so much hesitation for both sides. It's peekaboo. Hey, are you peeking? Am I peeking? Are you fighting now? Later? Okay, sure. We'll call recess.
Jiggle Peak City seems like a ceasefire has been called. Trying to chill out for a moment. Ripper taking the back of that site and waiting if they come.
They don't want to fight yet? How about now? How about now?
Later.
And it's funny because it's one of those kind of conversations when you're trying to talk to someone and they end up replying late. And then you end up replying late. And then they end up replying late. It was like that. It's like, maybe I'm going to chase him now. Marky was going at it. Georgie was going at it. And eventually...
You ever, like, someone replies late to you, right? Like a friend or something. You're like, I'm going to reply back just out of spite. I mean, late.
Trail.
I always reply when I can read it, honestly. I'm that kind of person. Just immediately happy to say hello. But this is now hello to that A side. I'm very easy to message there, Mr. Nico. It's
very
just that,
easy to send messages as well.
Yeah, very. It's just like...
study sessions.
Yes, video messages. Let's not forget that. That's the fun part. Especially if it's like a GC. Just tag me, but like, oh, I'm gonna reply immediately. If you don't, well, don't really care what's going on. Are you though? Will not care about the flank there from Marky. APH should have some life in them still. Envy though, nice tap. Maybe some more. Not gonna happen for once. Not gonna happen for twice, and not gonna happen at all for the round. 6-12, APH getting the run that they need. But we've seen these false hope situations before, and you mentioned it. APH cannot afford to make a single mistake by this point.
Yeah, it's very difficult for any team in the world to do that. To come back from this, we've seen amazing comebacks on the APAC side. We've seen amazing comebacks last stage, and hell, even the year before that here in the Philippine local side. But I'm not sure if this is going to be one of those just yet. I'm not super convinced. If it is, I'd love to see it. But hey man, Action PH have a lot to prove here, especially with, I guess, their whole new roster we see are them playing with. We did see Batman last year, but that was on APAC, not here in PH. Though, speaking of, Georgie and Batman just find them even more bits of hope.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because Batman didn't really get that chance to play the locals there on stage 1 as much. And now, here in stage 2, he is ready. He is primed. And he has been performing for the squad of APH at the very least. Great entries though, and great impact by Georgie. No matter what, Georgie has this level of consistency, I have to say. I don't really feel like Georgie has many bad games, as that's an APH flawless. It's just if his team can support him or not. And we saw that in the first half, right? That Georgie comes in, makes the impact happen, gets that amazing first frag. But the rest of the team is hit by the Oasis utility. So if APH can keep up this pace, keep the control on, since they only need to hit one side anyway together, then it does bode well for a possible future overtime here.
Does look like such a possible, maybe a bit hopeful, but possible outcome.
Why not? You know, let's throw some hope. Let's sprinkle in. These have been interesting days, to say the least, and I will speak no further about that. But I also want to enjoy, the matchup. I'm enjoying it right now that APH is making this run, and I really like the fact, dude, that APH right now is willing to also play what Oasis was doing. Where maybe now we'll hold back. They're not overheating. They're not doing too many crazy things. But you were saying something.
I'm just enjoying the fact that we have VCT back again.
Oh yeah,
so it's been a while.
That's true.
It's been a hot minute, and we have some new faces on the talent roster this time. We have a 5'11" guy from
LaSalle, Sagittarius, caster, former
not one,
coach,
but 2 amazing hosts.
Wait! Isn't our panel really tall, basically?
Yeah,
between G10 and Fluffy. But wait a minute. Action real quick.
Height of like 6 foot, but yes.
Oh really? That's crazy. I am just like a little boy here compared to them. But not now. We're looking to see the impact and Ripper again. Says Peekaboo. This is still winnable for Oasis. 2v2. The guns are scattered around the map, and now the scroungers here are able to pick up these bits of cheese and looking now to make a fondue out of it. But bam goes the dynamite. Waldor, you're out of nowhere. Catches on the Batman. Looking mortal there. The kryptonite perhaps. Georgie's right in position, but Ripper again has haunted Action PH all throughout this map. And Oasis with a thrifty win there at the end. 13-7. Victory for Oasis. That one slip up into the round costing APH.
Isn't it so apt that after winning all those very decisive gun rounds on the comeback that they lose to the Eco? Story as old as time. We've seen told many times over, but the job isn't done. They need one more map. Hey, look at that. You coach is back. But yeah,
analyst, I think.
Oh, analyst. Yes, exactly. To be very, very correct. Way because they lost their coach. But hey, he's on other pastures. For the meantime, though, very nicely done from Oasis. This is a win condition that we did say that they should be taking. Look at my hair flip right there as of the moment. And for them to take map number 1 was very crucial because I think we're both kind of feeling that Action PH are starting to get momentum, and that's really going to benefit them going on the breeze.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've heard some news actually. Ripper had an incredible game there. So potent in those thrifty rounds. And apparently, Mr. Nico, especially you loving your basketball, that was a bit of a fluke game for him. I've heard that Ripper's a little sick, a little under the weather right now, but his game has been over the top and more so. And it does feel like Oasis just had so much more control compared to Action PH, where APH was taking those rides like, oh, we were having fun, the Oasis Express. But there were those rounds where just Oasis able to outmaneuver and honestly outplay Action PH. In terms of firepower, there is that parity. There are those moments from a Batman, from Georgie especially, that can suddenly set the tide for Action PH. But when Oasis Gaming just gets the plan in action, there has been nary an answer there from Action PH whatsoever.
Well, we're going to go look at the stats after that one. I'm sure it's going to be a lot more interesting once we actually do pull them up here. See Oasis's side, the frag wins, very heavily favored towards their side. There are a lot more, I guess, frag wins that we do see in general from both of these teams, especially on Action PH's side. The objective, though, doesn't really matter too much. I think where the real key point here is, and we should look back in that map, is how well-rounded Oasis were in general on both the attacking and the defensive side. When it comes to the defense, that's where we do typically see Action PH struggle, and it doesn't help that they were playing on kind of an attacker-sided map for the most part, although that's no excuse. The thing is, though, for them to get that streak, trying to come back in the second half, get all those rounds in a row, and them going to Breeze now, which is a map we've already kind of touted to be favoring Action PH from the get-go. We all expect this to go to a 3-map series. This is looking like it's going to stay in the script. This is looking like it's going to go the way we expect, at least for these opening 2 maps. When we go into Icebox, yes, we might say we favor Oasis, but at that point, when the team has won 1 map each, anything could go.
Look, Oasis need to win this, bar none, because they are headed into absolutely uncharted territory for themselves in map number 2. And they lost this, it would have been likely that APH could have taken that series by storm. But for Action PH right now, there's still some of those questions. What is up with these role swaps? Are they ready right now to have that kind of heat that they brought last time? And some of the highlights here you can see for the Oasis Gaming squad, that they just had the site they wanted immediately, and they just had such a great answer against the retake. They keep enough utilities to have at least an answer for the immediate push of Action PH, and they're not getting baited out early. They're not being forced to use their flashes as much, their stuns as much, instead of just, you know, for clearing out these angles. Oasis has had such good control all throughout the game, and it has taken heroics from Action PH. Moments like a Batman leaping out the garage, seeing the fault line being initiated, Georgie dashing on in, moments there from like the doctor from like Emin, and maybe are you giving some decent intel for the squad. But on the flip side, Ripper, you give him a pistol, you give him a Sheriff Frenzy, he just makes it work. So overall, Oasis Gaming, they had the more well-rounded game, and they had a bit more of those absolute clutch moments in them, able to edge out Action PH, man.
Yeah, I mean, the saying goes, fear the man who has practiced, I guess, 1 punch over the one who has practiced a million punches once. And in this case, I think it's kind of the opposite, because Oasis, you see, they're very good at so many things, very good at slowing things down on the attacking side, but also very good on their explosiveness when they actually do get on the side. Not great at anything necessarily, but they're good at so many things that it really makes them well-rounded, and so you expect so much from this team, and that they do deliver. They kind of slow things down on the attacking side, but when they attack the side, it's so hard hitting, so chaotic, that the defense is just in a scramble and doesn't know what to do. Comms break down, plays break down, setups dissolve. And in that case, well, Oasis, they take map number 1. We're looking to see if map number 2 will continue to be as fortunate for them, although us on the table here and the panel, the desk as well, you guys were kind of predicting something on else, but we're going to see if, I guess, we're going to be shaken up and thrown for a loop here. I think for the most part, though, we have to give the respect to Action PH. We see that there were some hopeful glimpses, some hopeful moments going in, rather moving forward from that second half to that second half. And I think this is really the case where will be made by Action PH. So, with that said, I think we should be ready to go into a break very, very soon. And when we do come back, it should be Breeze for map number 2.
Yeah, I think, guys, it's time for us to go on a break, and when we return, it's that second map, that's your Black and Blue, and you're tuning on in to VCTPH. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just
And here we are, guys, backed with VCTPH. First series, second game now. And it's Oasis Gaming versus Action PH. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue yet again. And Oasis Gaming taking that well-needed win on Haven, as we're going to be getting into Braze instead. And we talk like this about Oasis Gaming, Nico, because it's pretty simple. There's a lot of memes about Oasis Gaming where, they're great at the following maps: Bind, Split, Haven, Ascent, Icebox, Fracture. Seems like something's missing, and that missing piece has always been that Breeze. And Action PH, they've done their homework, they saw the opening, and they're looking to go into a map that really suits how explosive Georgie, Emin, and players like Ryu can be.
Yeah, and we have many times on Overdax talked about how Breeze is a map individually. That's where you can kind of pop off. If you're that type of team that does really, maybe not necessarily rely, but it's a big factor when you have big players kind of do big things, big plays, and just pop off. Certainly, Oasis has that. They have players like Mark, you can do that, Wild Oreo, you can do that, but not to the same extent that maybe a team like Action PH might rely on Georgie and Emon to do the exact same thing. You look at other teams like maybe Alpha Esports, and there's a reason why Breeze is looking and has always looked like one of their best maps, because for some of these teams who are a lot more aggressive, who have so much firepower, a map like Breeze does benefit them heavily. And this is the reason why we were saying if Oasis don't take map number 1, we're not going to be too hopeful for them to win map number 2 as well. And I still think even with that win on Haven, I'm still going to, stay true to my sentiments and say that this should be a 3rd map series. It should be a 3-map series, and we should be going to Icebox where anything is a toss-up. But for Breeze, I think Action PH are going to come back into this. I think they're going to bring the heat. Now, if I'm proven wrong, I'd love to see it for the most part, but I'd love to see as well a 3-map series. So Action PH, they got some steam rolling for them near the end of that map number 1. I think they're going to be able to continue this in map number 2, but let's see for ourselves.
If you want to talk about trends real quick, The funny thing is, there was 2-2-1s in their matchup last stage, and then 2-0 there for PH over Oasis. It'll be an amazing sight to behold if Oasis can actually show that they've made their improvements coming into a map like this. But I can concur with some of the more hopeful aspects of Action PH, because really, come on, it's already written there. Georgie, what is his title? Boracay Jit. What does Breeze look like? Boracay. He is at home, quite literally, with the sightlines, with the theme of the map. And I really like the fact that here for the side of Action PH, they still always have that extra bit of potency. I do wonder though if they're gonna still continue with Aryu on the initiator role and things like the Sova. Will we still see the Doctor on the controller? Because that kind of has been a contention point from that last game. And on the other side, for Oasis Gaming, they've hidden themselves from the PH scene. They're making their debut, basically the return here in stage number 2, and we're seeing some of the same old stuff we saw last time, but more refined. What's next for Oasis Gaming?
That remains to be seen, right? Oasis Gaming, we were kind of talking about this, right, in our story meetup decks. We're like, they're so well-rounded. They've broken through once to make it into APAC. They weren't able to do that last stage, but they were very darn near close. Super close to the fact that they could have potentially even, taken things over and eliminated the team that eventually did kind of win the whole thing. And so that's how close Oasis were. And they've always kind of been so close to making that edge finally sharp. They're usually making it past that, I guess, barrier that's always been in front of them. Now, Breeze, composition-wise, hasn't been the most, I guess, diverse in terms of what the compositions that we could expect from teams, but I'm looking to see if something new is going to come on here. Both teams like to employ that KO. Emma unlocks that in first. Goku, the Chamber on the other side. Of course, pretty much darn near everybody plays Chamber on this map nowadays. Some teams do play KO, some not, but I think more kind of defer to it than otherwise. And so we see pretty much a mirror matchup from both of these sides, and this is the prevalent composition we have been seeing from teams over and over and over here on Breeze. So not much two deviations from that so far. So where I really think this is going to come down to is a matter of play styles, especially these two teams, Oasis and Action, could not be, for the most part, further in terms of playstyles from each other than almost any other team we have here in VCTPH. Oasis, they are a lot more, I'm not going to say slower paced, but they do have that more discipline in terms of how they play both on the attacking and defensive side, setups and all, where in Action they play to their strengths, which is really enabling those two front-facing spears to do their play and allowing the rest of the supporting cast to help the others out individually. So this is where things are really going to come down to a big contrast, not in composition, but in confidence and, I guess, just the way they compose themselves in the match.
I mean, come on, it's a mirror matchup here, and the only thing that got highlighted again is, are you going back to that Sova, because the Doctor is really in that controller role. For Oasis Gaming, it's a big testament of how much they've really improved coming into Breeze in general, that they can face off against Action PH in the same manner, in the same composition. But you look at the contrast here, there are these similarities, but Oasis, they really value more and more of that control to allow themselves these opportunities. Action PH, in the meantime, a lot more imposing, a lot more of a bully, really, when they can do so. And when you have this kind of composition from Action PH, when they do play out that chamber, expect a Batman to even find more ways to be aggressive compared to his already ambitious Killjoy, to say the least. Now, I kind of want to talk to you about the KOs here on Breeze. It's okay for me. It's pretty potent, especially against some of the setups we have right now, and it's perfect against the chamber for basically shut down some of the more ambitious early peaks from them. But at the same time, it's still a wide open map, and the KO can get caught out in awkward scenarios from time to time.
We're gonna see if those awkward scenarios are something they can kind of surf through, or if it's really gonna get them caught in the waves of things. We do know that, at least in the scramble, in those awkward moments, at least on Haven, it has been Oasis coming out of it on top, and seeming like a no awkward moment is one they're gonna shy away from. But this is Action's map by all means. We have seen some okay performances from Oasis here in the past, but nothing necessarily...
That's a nice take, man. That's a way too nice of a take to say they have okay performances. They are that kind of squad that will give you this time, guys, we got praise. We have prepared for it, and yeah, it's not really a too okay from them, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. While we are not going to be doubting APH wants to play the aggressive perfect way, though, to play the slow game, play the lurking game from a Batman. Georgie also will get on the board. So A site already taken quickly by Action PH. A quick commit there from Eman, and you can see just by the presence really of these KOs on these rosters, as Ripper will effectively die there. Spoiler alert, by the way. And Waldor gets a trade. That it's just all about imposing, right? It's just saying that, hey, we're here. Oh, and Oasis getting the frags back. Envy, Wild Oreo on the board. Everything left now to the Doctor. Has to shy away from the Recon Dart, but Envy again sets it up, knocks things down. And for Oasis, they were surprised at the start, but no surprise that they get this pistol.
You want a bit of fun fact here?
Yo, give me some fun facts.
The last time Oasis won a map on Braze officially, in any official circuit and anything really recorded, was 10 months ago.
Yeah.
Versus an Action PH team. But not the same roster. That Action PH team actually had Wild Oreo in it. It had Brain Freeze on it. It had Flippy on it. It had RU in it as well. In 9.
So it was the old
Yes, it had
roster,
Courtesy,
basically.
Marky, Ripper, Gadors, and Coco playing for Oasis at that time. Coco, he was playing, and then he wasn't, and then he's back now.
Yeah, very much. And at least funny that that's the name of the team on the other side. But APH, we mentioned it especially back in Stage 1, right? It was a rebuild around RU, of all people, actually, just to get some of these amazing pieces from everywhere and anywhere. It's the same case right now for Action PH. Another quick take, though, towards these sites. And Oasis now settling down by the arches, by McDonald's there, and looking to make some happy meals happen and flatten the hopes of APH yet again. Wild already with a push. We do get the toxic screen in the way, and the Doctor providing some good control here so far. APH, though, looking to force things out as much as possible with some firepower. Oasis is scrambling back. APH now falling on apart. Marky and Envy to wrap up the round. And whatever APH wants to try, Oasis will deny. It's 2-0 now.
Very nicely done from Oasis. A bit expensive though, so I'm still keeping an eyebrow raised.
It was a force buy though for APH.
Yeah, you are right. You are right actually, but well, at least they get that going for them. Confidence, I think. 1.8.
It's okay. You know what? You're right. I'm just saying something else. Is like, you know, they
stop disagreeing with me, Dax.
No, I will say no. I refuse.
Well,
oh man, hey.
Aren't we lively in the early afternoon?
Yeah, dude. It's like, I'm just happy to be back, and I'm happy to be here with you. A little sad though that you're not going to be casting the most amazing team in your heart today. Oh, well, of course, I'll give you.
Truly believe.
So. Of course, I mean for you, that's your heart telling you that. But I guess the game's telling us real quick that APH does have the site right now. Yeah, Shock Dart. I'm a little concerned though because APH is really forcing these Spectres. And this is a map where you kind of need a bit more of that range. Marky already there with the operator. But if they do walk into the APH trap, never mind. It just falls apart as Wild Oreo and Marky get those takedowns. Ari though fights back. Makes it 2v3. Great sprays there, but Wild Oreo with the reach. A Batman though, Headhunter already. Even gets the leg shot. Oh, to Wild Oreo. All left now to Coco. Low HP on the Batman, but he only needs a single bullet. 2 in the Headhunter right now for the chamber. Ring around the Rosie. Coco will make a Batman wilt near the end. But does he have the time?
No time.
No time?
No time.
Just time.
No time.
No time.
No time.
Okay. You win the disagreement this time. And APH, they will win the round. I doubted the Spectres, but it bought enough time and enough control for that B-side take.
He was so fortunate that, like, all he needed was to shoot him and stub him in the toe to get that second kill. I thought that almost assuredly the Spectre would have won out in that close range, but hey, they make it work on out. Action PH actually winning the eco there. Smart shock darts we saw there actually coming from Envy. He fires the first one short there towards like the back of the site, and then the second one a bit deeper because he knows that whoever's playing there is going to fall back just a bit deeper because of those shock darts. So Smart doesn't do as much damage as it used to do though, because Max is only 75 nowadays, but he gets the free damage at the very least. So gun round here coming in from Action PH. finally, Bulldog is just the only thing they got for Georgie, but it doesn't matter because he's going to completely shut up Coco. It's a bit too long to get the kill on Ripper, but Ripper can't do much about it. Envy, okay, nice shot. Even though Georgie was jumping in midair, let's see if he can find even more.
Yeah, Oasis on that lesser by
Easy scope.
absolute eco state. Nah, no need. Marshall's still accurate. But then again, it's accurate to say that APH should have this round unless Marquis just gets the amazing hat trick of taps, and a Batman, of course, will deny that crime. 2-2 and APH. It was such a gamble, in all honesty, for the past few rounds. The force buy into another force buy. But APH decided, if we're gonna be losing out in an eco round, we don't want to take that. We want to try to go for those fast plans, and I do feel like Oasis is letting APH do that enough that gives him the confidence to still run Spectres. This is such a wide open map, really long sight lines, but if you do get the objective here on the attacking side, then you can make do with those lesser buys, as proven there by Action PH. 2-2 right now. We are back with the rifles here. The Blade Storm is there and mid control is vied for, but wow, the Oreo already gets Georgie. The scan is real. Marquis able to get on point, dashes out before engages against Eman, and just Oasis surprising APH coming out of the sand here.
Well, Ripperoo gets that double kill, just enough to end the round, and Oasis come back quick and clean off of that. Action PH trying to, spread themselves maybe a bit too thin and a bit too aggressive, and Oasis are the perfect net to try and catch that storming ball of theirs. So maybe that's going to be a hint to Action PH, or maybe let's try something different now. Try something new. They know our usual game plan. Maybe this time you can see they're pinging mid. They're positioned for mid. They're going to try and take that control. The KO here on Ripper is once again going to be one of the potential stalwarts of that. Maybe try and hamper them, but he is kind of alone. There will be some support from the top of mid, from Elbow, but the counter knife here at 0 point is going to keep him at bay.
Yeah, this is where it gets fun for a map like Breeze. Both Oasis and Action PH, they do have those tendencies to effectively play an aggressive defense to push on forward toward the force, though. Here for a Batman, and a little dicey to play onto the elbow. You're not looking the right way to Batman. Turn around, Bright Eyes, and oh man, Dead Eyes instead. As a Batman gets caught out by Marquis. Too long on that Chambers barrel. Steam with the glow of gold. But Georgie fighting in the middle. Marquis will get the takedown. Doctor with the trade. But on top of the nest, Envy's right there, and Eman just caught absolutely unaware. Awkward moments for the KO. It can happen in the middle if they vie for it. And Lord Coco, he knows there's a chance to peek out from double doors. Are you watching a while ago? Now looking towards the nest as APH crawls their way to the middle of the map. This is Oasis, though. Ready again. Ripper this time is the next checkpoint. Goodbye, the doctor. You have been absolutely rejected from this hospital. Next one, are you? And Ripper again. The nightmare of game 1 continues on into game 2. No night happy times for APH.
Even on the map here, as attackers sided, as Breeze could be, Action PH still struggling to get the ball going, aren't they? Able to win some rounds that maybe they weren't expected to win, like that eco on round number 3 actually. But still, they got the sheriffs here, they got that marshal, some pistols to work with, and of course, Headhunter on the Batman. Ultimates, yes, abundance of that, but not really something we're going to expect for them to pull out in this eco round unless they get a few picks going their way, unless they get that man advantage heavily in their favor. Oasis, okay, they burned Hunter's Fury. Not necessarily needed, but not really a bad idea either. Just completely shutting down Georgie there. I realize he thought he had an opportunity, but, well,
bro,
unfortunately it doesn't work.
That was a hardcore ankle breaker. Did you see that from Envy? Stows away the Hunter's Fury. Crouch just to get into cover. He has just been played like a damn fiddle, and the crossover control by Oasis, man. I'm just impressed, I'm just impressed by the movement there from Envy. Knowing the dash was coming is like, I ain't having that, and peekaboo, he sees you.
Very nicely done on that Oasis shutdown. They need the Hunter's Fury, as I said, but hey, you secure the round. Who cares, right? You can build it up again. It's early in the half. You have a few more rounds to get that ultimate back up, and they have other ultimates to use potentially for the retake. So Nothing really too problematic. 3 ults up online on either side, but hey, this is a game of shooty bang bang, not necessarily ultimate, so we'll away from that. Marky not landing his shot as we would like to have seen, but Georgie, even better, does help Action PH get control of Pulse, but they rescind it as easily as they took it.
Hey, look, if you want shooty bang bang, you just stick by the KO. That's all you can really do when you're absolutely suppressed. So, does feel like Ripper though, a little jumping the gun, but at the same time, it also forces Action PH away from A to B. And Oasis should be more prepared for that, as you can already see Marky and Coco are in there. Are you giving advice to APH suddenly?
Yeah, like straight up.
Just go.
Now, because they walked. Now the intent there, I guess, was Dax like to fake and pull the defense towards that A side, but
where's the fake?
Yeah,
there's no fake.
Now they're back.
And that's commit, and oh, the tag onto the legs there of Georgie. Doesn't let the kill. And Oasis, they have to be careful, but Coco doesn't care. How do you even find them and pass the toxic screen? Do you just use the pulses to get that sonar on? An echolocation, apparently the chamber can hear them coming. APH now putting the Viper's Pit on site. But Oasis is just absolutely prepared on the other side. Ripper is doing everything and anything for his team. Coco on the board. And well, the doctor right now, he might need a little bit of medicine, but he's showing some treatment. He's got it too. The shorty surprise, though, from the Viper's Pit will deny his existence. And Oasis make it 6-2. Are my eyes deceiving me, my friend? How is Oasis winning Breeze?
You know what I'm wondering? Are my eyes deceiving me? Because Dax, out of all the utility on Action PH's side, right? You look, they have a Jet, they have a Chamber, they have a Viper, they have the KO, and they have the Sova. What do you think would be the first utility you would throw out on an execute? The very first one from the initiators. Here, hint.
Probably like the dart or the knife, man.
Yes, the recon dart, right? But Aryu still had it when he was still trying to res Emon, which meant that he didn't even throw it out in the first place, which meant that he still could have used it to try and help Emon get back up when he was taken down, but he went down with it. Why is that recon bolt still in your inventory? Why has it not been chucked out there? That is what I want to see, unless I miss it, unless I'm wrong. But even in that, if you had it, then maybe you could have thrown it out, helped Emon get up, and things could have gone better. But that's not on me. That's what I'm wondering, though, here from Action PH. These small moments, Dax, that really do set them apart, do have big implications in the end.
Yeah, just one small misstep can be a giant leap of a mistake. And APH now with a timeout, but I'm just glad I passed your quiz. So I was like, the analyst is asking me questions. Wait a minute.
I know you'd pass with flying colors.
Yes, I will take it. It still goes to show, though, that
you were right. Either the dart or the knife.
Yeah, look, the thing is, Oasis is also proving that their adjustment is a lot more effective. Wild Oreo on that Viper, flexible player, he can pretty much play whatever he wants, and alongside, Envy, and then Ripper on the KO. These are some of the implications Oasis has had in hiding their strats, hiding their playtime, that they can make some of these swaps absolutely work. And I really have to say, so far, Ripper has been the absolute MVP of the series. Map 1, impressive on the Omen. Map 2 on the KO. And his tenure on the Oasis brand has been, I believe, the longest amongst all these players so far. But Wild Ori right now, wildly swinging, catching out the Doctor. Batman, though, makes a Headhunter work. And over at the window, he's trying to peer into a better tomorrow here for Action PH. But Oasis Gaming, this has become, again, their chance to take this land back. They say that they're good at 6 out of 7 maps. They want to make it 7 out of 7. And they do want to get that magic 7 right now as time is ticking on away. But are you with the defense right now? Wild Oreo will fall down. Time ticking 2v1. Envy's right there to get rid of Aryu. But they should have time. Yes, they do. 3 seconds. And Oasis do get the lucky 7s on the board.
Barely enough time for a half defuse, but hey, Action PH, they make at least the plan to happen, but can't hold on to the post. That's one of the best things you can hope for. So nothing necessarily too out of hand here for Action PH just yet, but that score is starting to pile on them, and that's not something you want going into the second half here, especially that you're only in round 10. It's 7-2 already, and you're on the favorite side here typically. So Georgie, we have to see his Boracay Jet come sometime. We're in the beach, we're in Breeze. This is one of his best maps by far. We've seen that throughout the entirety of year 1. Still, we haven't seen that same fortune come here, at least in this specific matchup. So, will the archaic kind of ways still push through for them? Seems to be seen, at least. Georgie in the op, let's get an opening pick, so it's a good thing here going for Action PH.
Yeah, it's looking hot right now. Get your frozen iced teas. As Georgie is ready. Marky, though, on the other side, same thing. And the battle of the operators, perhaps, might come here. The clash, though, missing wildly. Envy instead finds RU all the way on the other side. And look how Envy's already infiltrated. He is playing pretend to be APH, but he has been exposed here. Alert, alert! The Doctor's so dangerous with the snake fight. Luckily, he doesn't fall there. But the problem is the spike is in such an awkward scenario, and Oasis, in the chaos that they have controlled, they will chime in and get takedown after takedown. The APH formation collapses, and Oasis rises ahead.
8-2. Oh, this is looking like an ADU here from Action PH if they can't start to get things going. And the former results, Oasis did win against Action PH once again in a very heavy fashion. It was like 13-4 in the favor of the old Oasis squad, and the old Action squad kind of faltering under that. But the reason why I seem so critical of Action PH is because these are players that we have seen so many great things from so many different teams, and they were one of the better parts of those teams that they were in. And so Marky, great pick here, able to use that off angle just enough for him to find the pick on Eman. No res for him, and Georgie gets at least a trade here for Marky, so he goes 1 for 1. I think Georgie might be good for another one here. It's a good position to try and catch Coco off guard, and the Doctor and Georgie both find what they're supposed to, as advertised. Georgie going big for a triple in the round. He's very low though, so is RU, so this is winnable by Ripperoo, who's one of the best clutchers from the side of Oasis, and my goodness, every time he's the last one left alive, he has so much potential. But the Batman comes in, swoops in like the darkness, vengeance in the night, and somehow, finally, Action PH get the round on the board.
I mean, vengeance is just one way to put at it. That pinch was perfect from Action PH. And we finally get some map control for them, but here we go again. APH able to pick up some of these rounds, play some of the ways they want to do so. But it's, again, few and far between, man. It's just APH, they will get it right eventually. And then they will make some mistakes again. And then we'll get it right eventually. Problem is, Oasis is the one pouncing on those kind of errors. And the scoreline absolutely balloons from there. And one more thing to say about APH right now is we just haven't seen that kind of dominance that we expect from them. That those hot streaks, those absolutely all or nothing approaches. It does feel like while APH has rounded themselves up, there is still a lesser potency right now that is sorely missed in these kind of scenarios. But then again, still the first series, it's still the first half of the second map. And for Action PH, if they want to prove that they still have the action in them, it might be time to get through the lights and the cameras and to go for more of these rounds. Anyway, though, all the conjuncture aside there, black and blue, APH not playing it slow because they have that tour de force ready for Mr. Batman here.
Let's see if this is gonna at least go their way. Final round of the half decks. 35 seconds left and ticking. Sands of time hollowing very, very quickly here for Action PH in the round. They do get at least within the site, given control here for free by Oasis. Looking to play retake instead. They still do have a Batman lurking towards this hall position, and you can hear them out coming, but as soon as he peeks out of this doorway, that might actually get caught out. Yes, I think the trap should have sprung, and so they know of his position now. Ripper, Marky, they all find the kills going to Ripper. The Doctor, the only one to be able to even answer back from the Action PH's side, cannot find another. Marky gets that trade. It's all onto RU, playing for the post plant. He has his Hunter's Fury. To deny this, he gets one and tags the other as well. Hides it. Why did he do so? He had one more shot of that. Could have delayed just a bit more time. Here they go. Oh, they get the round still, Oasis, with more than enough time. I don't know why he put the Hunter's Fury back. He's got one more arrow to shoot out, but a bit of a crucial misplay. I think he thought he was getting pushed, but the gamble for him to take one gambit, he loses.
Yeah, and Oasis again, 9-3. We're getting it here. Shades of that Haven map, and while Action PH could have made the round happen, they got that site and they got the tags. Oasis able to scare off RU enough and just defuse basically in front of him.
Yeah. Oasis, man, it seems like they're in their heads right now. I mean, in Action's heads.
Look at Envy. He has just been a silent killer. 14 kills, 3 deaths. This Sova has just been unbeatable, and we have seen Oasis Gaming really step up to the plate. They were a few rounds away from making it to APAC, making it to that top 3, and they know it. They just kept themselves secretive. They kept themselves in private manners. And now, they're back in the public space. They're back at VCT, and you can see the improvements here for the Oasis Gaming squad. They are hungry to break past the boundaries that have stifled their careers over and over again. They have made it to APAC, sure. They have won out on a VCTPH stage, yes. But they know they can do better, and this might be the first series to that proof. APH, time is now to step on up. Look again at the likes of Georgie, like a Batman, to get more and more of those kills. But I am really concerned about Eman and his performance right now. Yeah. He has struggled to really find his groove in a more balanced state here for APH. There are amazing games where he's fragging out, even beating the likes of Georgie and Abat. But then there are these other games where he does show that the struggles can get to him, and the KO kind of outclassed by the setup that Ripper has done so far.
Well, maybe now this second half would bear more fortune, bear more fruit to what they've sowed here at Action PH. They stuck to this composition, they stuck to this lineup for the most part. Had some few changes, yes, but they have the key components of it in RU, Eman, and Georgie. But I'm wondering to see if, well, at least this second half of theirs will be at least more beneficial specifically to Eman, because as he said, he has been struggling here, Dax, which question remains, is consistency really the key, or do you want someone who can go the highs of highs, higher than anybody else, but also the lows of lows? Unfortunately for Action PH, we're kind of seeing a bit more of the latter here.
Yeah, then we talk about Oasis being that roller coaster ride back then.
Yeah.
How the rides have changed, and well, we are absolutely amused here. It's a kingdom that enchants us, but we're now enchanted by the next round. And the Doctor, well, catches out Marky Indy with the response, and here we go again. Mr. Invincible himself. Just a hero for the Oasis side. Coco, though, hopping on the round.
Wow.
Will he not care about the snake bite? Yes, he braves the poison, goes after the opposition, but that's way too ambitious. Not just because of damage, but that times through that vulnerable state. And it's left all alone, and now he is caught out. 9-4, APH with the pistol. They need to show up here, Black and Blue. They need to show us the APH of old. That is the pistol. I want to see the 6-round, 7-round streak from Action PH to get back into this.
I want to see that as well, Dax. I want to see the comeback come really hard, fast, decisive, the way we know Action PH is supposed to be. You know, Action, I have to assume, just based on the logo and based on the name, that it has something to do with the Action comics of old, the Supermen of the time. And this certainly could be the case if they can make such a heroic comeback as this. I mean, they have Georgie, they have Eman, two of the most, I guess, hot-handed players we see here in the VCTPH. Players that can pop off and get absolutely astronomical numbers over almost any other player you'll see here. But that has yet to be seen, at least in this matchup, and that's the reason why we're all kind of holding our breath for what Action PH can do, because we know what they can do. We know how, and we all witnessed what they brought during Stage 1, Stage 2, maybe just starting a bit slower for map number 1, but as we said, Breeze should be where their home is made, should be their playground. It's them who's been currently, I guess, been used and played of.
Yeah, a Batman already with a frag, a Ripper right there for the trade, and Georgie. That's good here for Action PH. Some confidence building kills, but suddenly it's shattered! Here, Black and Blue, Coco again makes the frenzy count, it's 2v2! And I've seen this before, and I don't like it for Action PH. A-site now being taken by Oasis Gaming. Coco, Wild Oreo looking to go for more. Are though still keeping calm, and okay, we're good. Action PH, we're fine. Nothing bad happened. Don't worry, the frenzy didn't happen. We're okay for now, and it's 9-5.
Dust off the shoulders. No reason to panic. I've been expensive. kind of got the first half there, not gonna lie.
I was like, where? Again? Yes? Oh.
Well,
But hey, you want some
they get the
stats
dub
real
done.
quick?
Yeah, go. Hit me.
Oasis actually struggles a lot more on the tapping side on Breeze than the defense. So there is a big chance for Action PH to figure things out here on this side. So really the ball, even though Oasis is in the lead, the ball is technically on their court. Because Action PH has gotten the 1, gotten the 2, and like we said back then, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 6, the 8, and then they're done. So APH, let's see if he can keep this momentum up.
Well, we like to joke about it sometimes, especially when you're playing your ranked games. But sometimes it's not necessarily about attacker-sided, defender-sided map, but more like attacker-sided team, defender-sided team, right? on the specific map.
Yeah,
and,
where you're
as
comfy,
you said,
man.
Yeah,
You, just
yeah.
you need your blankie, you need your nice pillow, that kind of thing. You need the monkey you built when you were a kid and you made him a biker and you didn't realize that the leather and the chains weren't soft.
Are you a foot out of the blanket or inside the blanket?
Depends. If the aircon is really strong, 2 feet in. If it's okay, then 1 foot out.
I see. Yes. Keep
If
that
it's electric
temperament.
fan, throw away the blanket
Throw
because
away the
it is hot
blanket.
in the Philippines.
I know
It's
people
like,
who
no.
still use a blanket at the same time. I
Ooh.
know people with AC full blast. They're like, I'm gonna use no blanket and be shirtless. So
I sleep on the floor. What's a bed?
what's a bed? What's a pillow
but
even? Oh, good
That's
catch.
a bed of nails there, man. For Wild Oreo Coco, though, the infiltration is clear here for Oasis, and here we go again. The pinch perfected by Oasis Gaming. Ripper just able to punch a Batman in the face with that Vandal, and it's all left now to Georgie and the Doctor to figure something out. But they're playing the juggling game. They're going to B site. Oasis has
Save.
taken the 3rd round turnaround for the 2nd half.
Going for the save. I mean,
Yep.
even though they don't have necessarily the cushion that Oasis might have, the rounds to give up that Oasis do, I still think it's a smart thing. Economy, man disadvantage, much more, and the way they're playing, kind of in that same vein. I'm not going to say it the 3rd time.
Coco's
yeah.
Coco's kind of cracked right now. He is opening up a lot for Oasis Gaming. And in all honesty, it does feel like APH isn't really punishing that enough. If you compare it to perhaps the last half, you would see how Ripper's presence would basically impose Action PH from some of the ambitious plays, and then a Batman decides to just play the lurk instead, so he stays away from the KO. Right now, Coco's just going in, and if he is spotted by someone like Eman, he can shut down that escape plan, and Oasis can lose a member really quickly, but it's not happening.
You know what's surprising, Dax? Coco is supposed to be the team captain, I think, IGL.
Yeah,
but
he is.
He's playing the chamber, which is something very uncommon. And the former coach of Oasis, Mr. Fluffy O2 Gaming, 5'11 guy from LaSalle, he said that he is one of the most important factors of the Oasis team, especially outside of the game. And for him to be a chamber, that's very uncharacteristic, but it looks like it works.
I mean, he's a Sentinel player, and he's just happy to play that chamber. I do feel like for Oasis, it's because they also want to keep players like Marky and Envy on their more frontline roles, as Envy finds Eman. And just basically Oasis overall has absolutely stepped on up coming into stage number 2, that they want to play more and more of these different compositions with different roles, and everyone, I feel, learning from each other, especially in the Oasis bootcamp that they live together, how to play the agent in the style that they need to play in. So looking good right now for Oasis. It is 3v3 though, so Action PH has found a few kills here and there, but they're still on the lesser buy. And well, are you? Maybe a Batman can find a gun along the way. A-site though has been anticipated by Action PH, so at least a good read. But what was that, Envy?
My goodness.
Just the clock are you immediately. The Doctor don't want to decide. Envy again, just absolutely on point.
30 seconds left.
And it's not just invincibility anymore, it's just invulnerability and imposition. Envy making the impossible possible. A Batman right now, ready yet again. But Gotham, do they need this hero? Does Breeze need this hero for Action PH decide? The Aldron though scouting, that is a big tell, as the Court of Owls will find a Batman here. And finally, the age-old adage of Envy wins again. 11-5, Oasis 2 away from taking the series.
Hush, hush, keep it down, because the riddle goes, Which team can bring us into that third map? Oasis? Well, it certainly has to be the Action side, because there isn't really too much going for them in this case here, Dax. I mean, they tried to have a Batman do heroic things. Maybe if the Doctor found another more, but we can't fault him. He did his job. He got 1 for 1 before being traded, and it really is. I mean, it's never really the fault of one player. But Action PH needs Eman to step up right here, right now. Otherwise, this series could be done. It is group stages, so no eliminations yet, but losing a series 2-0 is a very painful thing to take.
Yeah. What's more painful, losing a 2-0 series or heartbreak?
This reminds me of the questions you were asked for that.
This reminds me of a certain caster on the Filipino side who has many subtle clan traits along the way. But right now, well, the traits of this series has been when Oasis and APH scrap, it does get absolutely dicey. Thing is though, I do feel like APH there, you can feel that the pressure's getting to them. Ambitious peaks, a Batman though with the hold, and here comes Georgie and a Batman. Most potential fraggers for the side of Action PH, but the potential has been snuffed. A Batman now, the only one left, and it does feel like the toxins and the pushes of Oasis Gaming will be able to shut down the Dark Knight yet again. 12-5, match point for Oasis Gaming.
Man, I'm not too sure what exactly Action can specifically do here to try and shake things up, because there's a multitude of factors of why Oasis are winning this. So much better control, so much better in the scramble, and just almost better at everything in general. And we saw Action PH, and to that extent, other teams like Naos also play in other tournaments, other community tournaments, local tournaments during the off season, and a lot of people were wondering how they were necessarily doing. Now, I wasn't, I guess, super, intimidated for other teams going up against them in the community side, but here in the VCT, I was expecting a bit more. But at least they get things going in this round. It's not said and done yet until it says 13 for a scoreline, but this is another long way to go. Another 7-round comeback they're going to have to do flawlessly, perfectly, without any mishaps. Can be very difficult. Marky's good for 1. Can you find even more blades to come on out? For information, everything cleared.
Look at this map! APH is supposed to be defending.
Yeah.
Oasis is supposed to be attacking. What are these positions?
We're throwing for a loop here.
Yeah, for a Freaky Friday on a Wednesday, man. And, well, for Action PH, they're going back. They have B site. They can just go. Yeah. Why are they...
Just run, bro.
Just go. The fact that you guys are walking, will let them chase you. Just and Ripper's just watching the back like, I got you, man. Don't worry. We're gonna go together. We're gonna get to the promise. Oh my, Emman, Marky finally decides to break the silence. And Evan, he has just been shown the blue screen of death yet again. Viper Spit now able to play. Oasis finally decided to hit that site properly. Georgie, though, catches a Ripper, and it's all up to the Brackeye Jet to defend the homeland. 2v2 situation. Are you looking to reinforce from the Archers as well? The Aldron has been spotted, has been broken, and now Action PH moving around, but they don't know that Georgie's right here. Missed it wildly, and this is crucial for APH. Georgie finally with the kill, 1v1, but time is ticking. And Wild, are you ready to go hog wild versus the opposition? The K is real, the damage has been done, and in the blinding green lights, it's the Oasis who comes up top. They have beaten the curses, they have beaten APH on Breeze, and they will take the 2-0 in vengeance for their loss last stage. Oasis Gaming is back, and they have made the noise that they wanted.
Full steam ahead. Oasis, from day number 1 here of the VCTPH Stage 2, looking in primed, pristine fashion. Once again, the type of quality and class we expect from this team. Now, Action PH simply outgunned and just outmaneuvered at every single turn for this entire series. A painful thing to say for one of the representatives of the PH White game into the APAC play-ins, but the reality of things here, Oasis just looked so much more in control. Not a single moment did they look any bit shaken or stirred this entire series. And I mean, you look at things there near the end, I'm not sure if the team as a whole is not feeling it. Obviously, some players on Action PH's side having their own mishaps, but it really was a big stark difference between these two teams coming into it, and especially within the series itself. So I'm looking at action here. They have to turn things around. Going down 0-2 to start off your tournament run is not a good sign.
Yeah, it just feels like for Action PH, this is not the APH we know. This is not the APH we expect, and this is not the APH that showed dominant streak after dominant streak at the start of the year. And for Oasis Gaming, this is the Oasis we expect. This is the Oasis Gaming that we know to love to play that control. And they got it even better. The chemistry has been built. And maybe some of the jitters for players like Wild Oreo, some of the uncomfortabilities for players like Coco and Ripper, they're gone now. And Oasis Gaming, absolutely in prime form and as motivated as can be to know that they can make that APAC run happen.
Very nicely done here from the Oasis side. 13-5. Mind you, this is the first time once again they've won a map on Breeze in the past like 9-10 months, and once again they do it against Action PH. There seems to be some sort of kryptonite maybe here, some sort of I guess hidden specific weakness that Oasis has got, but every stat leaning heavily towards the favor of Oasis. There simply was no scenario that Action PH just looked simply completely better than the Oasis side. And for Oasis, well, they have a huge fan base, huge things going for them. One of the most, I guess, refined teams we have here in the VCTPH. And it's just a really, really good showing to start things off, Dax. A lot of us were looking at Oasis and thinking they're going to be one of the best teams still once again going into this top 8. And with their opening map, it seems to just prove the theory potentially correct. Look at that
here we go.
stat.
Look at that, 4.3. He doesn't die! Envy does not die. And with 23 kills, Sova on board has to be one of the best players, best flex players, especially in the PH scene that Oasis Gaming has right now. And on the other side, yet again, I do feel like Georgie is just such a consistent duelist. He'll be getting those frags. But the APH angle here is we're just not getting that kind of luster from the rest of the roster here. It's been some good changes. It's been interesting to see a more well-balanced Action PH. I still miss the punch though. I still miss the incredible streaks that scared so many in the community scene.
Yeah, those kind of runs we've seen from Action PH especially have certainly looked a bit nullified. A team that we know is one of the best at starting off strong, and if that's a characteristic that isn't true to them anymore, a lot of their edge could potentially have been nullified, could be dulled, and that's not a good thing for Action PH. Not gonna say that they only have that, one trick up their sleeve, or they might have only a single dimension, but they were never the most diverse nor the most intricate of teams when it comes to their play style, and they were really good at doing, a handful of things, and it just doesn't seem to be them in proper shape right now. It's only day 1, it's only series 1. They have like 6 more matches for them to play, 6 more series, best of 3s for them to play in this entirety of the group stage. And so there's definitely some time for them to come back, but time is of the essence. We know just how quick the times can change and how quick metas and even teams can start playing. And so if you're Action PH right now, you have to sit back, you have to look at this VOD, rethink things. How do we get the job done? There's many answers to that, but which one is the correct one? We're gonna have to find out. But man, what a series to open up the day. What a series to open up stage 2 of the VCTPH. Dominant win from one of our APAC hopeful teams in Oasis. But for the meantime, on the casting desk, I am Black and Blue. With me was Dax. We are going to see you guys after this when the break comes back. So don't go anywhere. VCTPH will be back.
I just wanna back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them playing.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, where we just witnessed Oasis Gaming get the first W of Stage 2 against Action PH. Even Dax on one of their worst maps, Breeze.
Feels like this is an Oasis Gaming roster that has just absolutely been reforging themselves. They threw the fires of VCTPH Stage 1, the misdeeds, the mistakes, and just all the training in the world. It's just crazy to think how much they've really stepped on up. You've seen Wild Warrior going on the Viper role that he has played before, feeling more confident. Coco on that chamber, being more aggressive. Ripper, just an absolute beast map after map. Marky, of course, supported in the Invincible Envy. I just listed them all down because for Oasis Gaming, it's all about these parts working together to make the plays happen. And you could see that every single one of them had the impact that they needed to do.
Fluffy, I bet you're beaming with pride right now. I can see you guys, decide to take off the coats and just go full on with the jerseys to represent. But yeah, you I bet you're proud of these guys right now, especially after, after that Breeze map and getting, again, that 2-0 versus Action PH.
Yeah, for sure. It feels good, not only for the team that is close to my heart that won their first series of the entire tournament, but also to do it in a convincing way. I like that the Oasis Gaming that we're seeing right now is more proactive than reactive. It shows, I think, in a lot of their plays that they are not only more decisive for what their plans are, but they also work together. During the first map, we can see in Haven that when Marky entries, it really helps that the team's utility also falls with him and it crashes onto the enemy together. And on Breeze, which is not a map that a lot of people think would have predicted to be very heavily in Oasis's favor, but I think Oasis have enough reps on that map to have a solid understanding, because I don't think that they would have left it open if they weren't confident, at least in the pick.
Jumping into our series highlights and jumping off of that point, are you saying that, Oasis has finally broken through the curse, or do you think it was also like a little bit more of Action PH needing maybe a little more time to adjust?
Too early to say. I think it's the first series, Mika. We have so many more to go, but this is a good sign for Oasis Gaming. Now, the Oasis connoisseur in me for a long time knows that it can already change in a heartbeat. It can change in the next day. It can change once they come into the playoffs. But it's a really good show of force that they have been absolutely on point with the teamwork, on point with the control. And Fluffy mentioned it a while ago. There are these times where Marky just comes on in. The flashes are coming. The paranoia is there. And that the flank can be secured by players like Coco. And in contrast for Action PH, there's that expectation we have for APH to find those dominant runs. But they were just answered by Oasis Gaming. I do feel like it's a factor that Oasis is familiar right now with the APH playstyle, is seeing the potential weaknesses that they can take advantage of. But what concerns me about Action PH is even in those scrappy rounds, or when Oasis decides to dismantle the initial push of Action PH, they just can't really stand a chance on it. And for one thing that Action PH has always been able to rely on is their raw firepower, is as potent as can be. Case in point, Georgie. But we're not getting it from the full squad right now, and it does feel like these roster swaps and some of these role swaps right now are really affecting the potential pace they have for the game here.
That's true. Aside from that, I would also like to add that I think APH still is in that stage where they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with the new mix that they have in the bag. It's one thing to compare teams that are normally strong, like household names like APH and Oasis, but because Oasis has also been a team that between the two has been together longer, they have that familiarity that I think APH can still bring later on into groups and maybe into playoffs. I think APH is still a great team, but on the side of Oasis, I think that it's really a confident start for them, and hopefully the question is just, will they keep going, or is this just a one-off thing? Because we've seen in the past on the other side for Stage 1 where APH was very dominant for the first week, but they started to fall off during the second.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be really interesting to see how APH is going to be adjusting from here on out. But we have our MVP of the series. We have Envy. Dax, you mentioned that he was pretty much immortal, unkillable in throughout this matchup, and I think you were right. He definitely, was. I mean, look at those stats, look at those numbers. This guy was definitely a beast, and sometimes you didn't even know where he was coming from, and he would just get those first frags just inexplicably.
It's like, what was his KD back in that second game? Around 4 point
high,
something.
Yeah, I think it's 5 deaths or something like that.
Yeah, it was 23, 7, and 7, so it's like a 30-7 ratio. It's just crazy to think. And he even had a KAST of 100%. So every single time that he needed to put the impact on, he was there for the team. And Envy, just one of the best players that you can rely on your roster. He can do anything for your squad, all the way from the Hasher days here to the Oasis games right now. And I really feel like many times he will be the benchmark of the Oasis performance.
Well, we're actually going to be hearing from Envy himself and the rest of Oasis Gaming as we welcome them over here onto our desk for a quick interview, a quick post-match interview. So welcome, Oasis Gaming. I believe we do have the whole squad on standby. I think everybody is here and ready and excited to be back on the desk. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Welcome.
Are you guys excited?
Welcome. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I wasn't prepared for this kind of layout. I was like, whoa, okay. You can see my door there in the back. Whoops. But yes, Oasis Gaming, congratulations to you guys. So first question. Starting out stage 2 very, very strong with that win against Action PH. Looking also very strong on Breeze, to even the surprise of our casters and our panelists. Can you let us know what some of the adjustments you guys made coming into stage 2?
We just prepare for the maps that were not that good. So that include Breeze. So we keep practicing those maps and actually all the map. And we just play our game. Our past scrims like 2 weeks ago is not going well, but I think when we're all here in the bootcamp, it's just the bootcamp buff that really shows, and we play our game. That's really good.
Yeah, the energy definitely shows, and just really curious because we have been putting Fluffy on the spot. I'm curious to know from you guys, how does Fluffy on the other side of the broadcast?
We're sad, but we really love him. He's like our giant teddy bear, and really love that guy. But sometimes naiiwan talaga tayo ng mga mahal natin, gano'n. Kaya.
Wow. I feel I'm sad now. Thanks for that. We have a question coming in from Black and Blue. I sound like a radio DJ. We have a question coming in from Black and Blue. For Coco, so how good was the OODA looping?
The OODA looping, we practiced that since Waki came. Actually, shout out to Waki, our analyst. He's the one that replaced Fluffy. He helped us throughout this last 2 weeks, and it comes to show on our game.
Awesome. And finally, are there any teams that you are looking forward to going up against the most here on stage 2? Any rivalries that you want to put to rest the most?
We want to play against SB because they're the team that beat us last VCT, but I know when we face them, it's going to be a great match and great series.
Some unfinished business there, so we're gonna look out for that. Lastly, do you guys have any shout outs that you'd like to give? Maybe some messages to all of the fans of Oasis Gaming?
Shout out to all the fans of Oasis Gaming. Thank you for supporting us since day one. And to our families, to our friends. Shout out to Fluffy, to our ex-coach. Now, he left us. Shout out to Waki, our analyst. And Oasis squad. Shout out to Ate, to everyone in the core. And to the casters, analysts that voted for us to win. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys, and once again, congratulations on your win. We're looking forward to seeing the rest of your matches here at Stage 2.
Thank you so much.
Aww, they miss you, Fluffy.
Oh, man.
You're a big teddy bear.
Gusto ba yung move on, you know?
Fluffy, the heartbreaker, man.
Nah.
You could feel the emotions. Just like, we miss you, buddy. Why have you left us?
I'm very happy that they won. That's for sure.
Aw,
I
well,
don't think
sometimes we have to let those we love go so that they can,
Yes.
they can
And
be
if they come
better.
back, then they truly love you. So,
Yeah.
Oasis
Wow.
Fluffy return? Already.
Wow, I wasn't expecting this. I heard rumors about this side of VCT. I wasn't expecting this on my first day, but hey, what a welcome to
Welcome
me,
back.
right? Before we throw it into a break, I do want to ask, of course, on the side of Action PH, what do you guys think? What do you guys think they need to work on from what we've seen from those two maps? Dax, you first.
I think Action PH right now just needs to find a bit more of the whole team's consistency. It's just they need to find that kind of agreement of how they really want to separate themselves from the rest of the competition, because it just hasn't been as magical even before stage 2. It hasn't been as magical right now, and it does feel like there's a lot more balance, but too much balance might lose what makes you unique. You become vanilla rather than cookies and cream, rather than cookie dough. It's just whatever made APH special, they either need to reclaim it or they need to look for something a little bit different. But I do like some of the states that still have consistency from Georgie, discipline from the Doctor. Aryu, I'm just still concerned about that role swap. But for APH, they need to figure out who they are as soon as possible. That separates themselves from the other 7 teams we have in the group stage right now.
True. Coming into something like this, especially on your first match on stage as a team together, I feel like it's one of those things where you really have to build that familiarity that I mentioned before. But like what Dax mentioned, as much as it's great that they are evolving their playstyle, they're bringing out the Astra and Haven. They usually play Cypher, but with the Batman coming in, they're playing that Killjoy role instead, what he's kind of known for. So they are doing the adjustments. The problem is, do they have the time to adjust? Can they adjust faster, or have they really figured out what roles they want everyone to play to get that formula going? Because it's not like, the results of this game does show that they did lose the game, but there's a lot of flashes of brilliance from the team itself. Like you see a Batman hold a lot of these nasty off angles, going for the clutches. They have really good players. It's just that they need to figure out that structure so that they can be more proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, and I think, of course, with all of the other teams stepping it up as well, Action PH probably, has to pick up the pace a little bit and, make 2 steps forward while everybody's taking, small steps forward. They really need to close in that gap. We are headed into another quick break, but when we return, we've got Naos Esports and South Built Esports coming right up.
Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You are watching VCTPH Stage 2. We are on our second series of the day with Naos Esports and South Built Esports. My name is Mika Fabs, and joining me on the panel this time around are Azurai and G10. Welcome, gentlemen. I feel weird welcoming people over since it's my first day. It's your first day too as well, G10. How are you feeling? Aww, that's so nice. You don't need to reveal too much. Yeah. Azurai, I noticed Azurai giggled a little bit what G10 said when G10 mentioned that we've taken a lot of time bonding and everything, and I said, hey, be careful what you reveal over there.
No, they don't know the inner workings or the machinations of the VCT talents behind the scenes. Not yet.
Why am I a little worried? Why am I a little scared? But you know what? I don't think there's anything to fear because, of course, we have wonderful sponsors backing us up, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And we also want to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. We also want to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players. With a 65% form factor and up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, the new ROG NX switches, every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. So, gentlemen, we have quite a series ahead of us. We have Naos Esports and South Built Esports, two teams that made it to the SEA playoffs in Stage 1. Azurai, this is a little bit of a throwback to that history, with this match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they've already went up against each other 4 times in the past. Some of those were during Stage 1. Another one was, I believe, during the Open Qualifiers. That Open Qualifiers was the only time that SBE actually got a win off of Naos. And when Naos started to become that dark horse team that nobody really anticipated that they were going to become, they actually won 3 series in a row against Southfield Esports, with all of those series being 2-0s. So there really is this set rivalry already between these two top teams, the kings of PH, Naos, and the perennial kings of the entire Philippines, with SBE being able to go into APAC Challengers. How well has both teams kind of evolved or adapted to each other moving forward into Stage 2?
Your little man bun is so cute, by the way. I'm a little distracted.
It's
so
I
cute.
know it's very small.
Yeah, so cute. I love it. G10.
I was just about to say. That's why I do be looking mad cute. You do. You have to.
It's so cute. G10, though, after I mentioned that Naos was quite a dark horse, do we still believe that? Do we still believe that after what happened at stage 1? Can they surprise us again? Are they still that dark horse?
They're not a dark horse in terms of, if they do win now, it's not surprising. They would be, a little bit, what's it called? They'd be a little bit more favored now to be a dark horse. So they would have to kind of play up there with the, with the top half of the field, at least in the, at least in first week, because I would say they kind of have a lot of expectations on them from, the first stage, and they kind of have to keep that, Kings of PH mantle that they earned themselves in this in VCT.
What's kind of good about that as well, right, is there's kind of these two different paths that both Naos and SPE kind of undertook after stage 1 actually hit, wherein Naos went to a lot of these third-party tournaments and never really stopped to kind of take a breather and always just kept competing. Whether it was for good or worse, it kind of showed that Naos still wanted to see how far they can reach, and it kind of had this lukewarm reception wherein at the start, when they were joining these third-party tournaments, they would actually lose against not super known teams, maybe even other known teams, but then came in with that title that they got, the Kings of PH. That's when they actually got the champion. That's when they maybe came back to that Naos form already. And maybe this is a team that didn't want to take a break because they really wanted to make sure that everything was just up to where they wanted to be. On the other hand, Southfield Esports, I think, has been a team that just went the opposite direction and never really joined the tournament right afterwards. I think Black and Blue might just correct me if I'm mistaken on that, but it felt like they just focused more on the back end of things, watching the VODs that they had previously, played games, or rather played scrims, just to make sure that they can kind of just practice without being in the eyes of the public. So there's so much things that both of these teams have done, but very different on how they want to just reach that next step of the evolution, I say, at least coming into stage 2.
Yeah, I want to dig into that a little bit later on, but first, let's take a closer look at our teams, beginning with Naos Esports. A team that no doubt surprised everybody at VCT Stage 1, and we have been talking about how much they could possibly improve, but what can we expect from this team, especially with this first series of the day against one of their biggest rivals, G10? It's going to be a spicy one for sure, and we're really interested to see how much this team has improved.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Naos Esports, they have such a cracked and stacked roster at the moment. Blast, Blur, Delicious, Kakarot, Kev Zimov is the new face here. But they do have, a lot of experience back in their other teams, other esports. So I have very good confidence in them. But the question is, their first match is going to be against SBE. This is the squad that did win the Kings of PH tournament. So a lot of expectations are levied on their shoulders at the moment. It's going to be a tough match for them against SBE, but I definitely think they have at least a 50-50 for this one.
Azrai, what about you? I mean, we are continuing again this, bit of a rivalry between Southfield Esports and Naos. And, because you mentioned how Naos just continuously grinds, has not taken a sort of like bit of a breather as other teams might from the competitive scene. I mean, do you think that might be a little bit more to a disadvantage, whereas other teams might have been a little bit more quiet, especially after such an important tournament?
I guess it depends on like what they wanted to achieve as a team. Previously, when you watch Naos, when they came in during stage 1, this was a team that I think, at least from how I perceive them, really focused on the micro engagements when they fought, when they competed against the other teams. Like if you saw how they played, it's so free flowing, but at the same time, just very intuitive with how they just manage all of these micro engagements. And it really did show. The problem to that was that it felt like it just fell a little bit short of what they wanted it to reach, especially when they got in to the playoffs, to the, you know, the real nitty and gritties of the tournament, when they needed to beat SBE, when SBE came into that playoffs mode. We'll probably talk about that later. So I think one of the things that they definitely need to have here is just the micro engagements, plus I think the more strategies that we're kind of hoping for. Maybe, you know, their coach Backstab has kind of drilled that into them during the off season before we reached into stage 2, but there's just so many things that I think Naos has more to offer for us, and it is just the beginning for them.
Yeah, and it's the beginning of stage 2 after all. That's why it's extra exciting to see all of our teams, including, of course, the opponent for Naos Esports for this series. It's going to be South Built Esports. Let's take a closer look at this team. The team that shows the kids how it's done. They did proceed to the SEA playoffs. But G10, is it safe to say that this team will be dominant in stage 2?
Oh, for sure. 100%
Wow.
definitely. These are the titos of Philippine FPS. They've made their way into Valorant absolutely commandingly. So these guys, if you guys aren't familiar, are South Built Esports. This is a roster of some of the older pros in the FPS scene, dating as far back as old CS. And now they are really teaching these young guns, these really talented kid aimers, how you're supposed to behave, how you're supposed to be as a pro team. And really, it's worked so well for them. They are undoubtedly one of the best, and they were the best team in VCTPH for quite a while.
Okay, I like how you've worded the description of South Built Esports here. It feels like this team is considered now the best in the Philippines, but it feels like I'm gonna be the kind of villain to how I describe SBE,
devil's
because
advocate
they're kind of devil's advocate, exactly, because it feels like SBE, when they won against the matches, with the other teams here in the Philippines, with Naos and everybody else, fighting for that APAC Challengers spot, it felt like everyone else kind of just lost steam. We talked about, again, this Naos matchup where Naos kind of fell short. It felt like they didn't have the strategies to match up against SBE. That being said, I don't want to undermine how Ja and the rest of the team were able to just, persevere through this arduous process of competing in the tournament. But it feels like South Built Esports have really yet to show, like what I said with Naos, what they really have to offer as well. Because I think right now, and you mentioned it perfectly there, G10, is that South Built Esports is a team that has so much experience already, from their CSGO roots and everything. It's always what we kind of bring up every single time that we talk about this team, because this is where they're most known for, that ability to last longer in tournaments. And another thing that I think also is going to be a very big metric here for South Built Esports is that thing where we talked about how South Built Esports group stage is not a good team. South Built Esports playoffs is a very good team. So can they kind of connect the two and make that playoffs team into the group stage so they can actually start being that super team that we know that they can be coming into stage 2?
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say, to tack on to Azurai's point, is that, they do kind of rev up when it comes to playoffs and games that matter, and it's kind of because they're old men. They have to take the group stages a little bit easier. They have to reserve that energy. They gotta reserve their energy because they can only perform. They can only go plus ultra so much, and they can only do it when it really matters. But that could be different now. That could be actually very different now, and it's gonna be a good test of their strength. Actually, this first match versus Naos.
G10, Asura, I'm gonna have to take you aside afterwards, after this panel. We're gonna have a little chat. Thankfully, though, we're headed into our map veto, so we can take the camera away from this panel as I scold these guys. You have said old way too much, G10.
Oh no.
You have said old way too much. But entering our map vetoes over here, Asura, any surprises? Anything that made your jaw drop over here? Probably not. Made you think.
Yeah, I guess I'll just point out that Ascent and Haven are starting to get banned a lot more on Stage 2. I think a lot of teams just know that if you're up against an opponent that is just, let's call it like still a basic team, they will always default to these particular maps right now. And Naos feels like a team that isn't basic anymore. They're advanced, they're intermediate, they're maybe at the expert level already. They want to go for other maps that teams might not be as comfortable with, and that's probably why we're looking at Split and Fracture. Icebox is still the go-to, but I mean, it's one of the things that you can't just put out of there. But going back, Split and Fracture, definitely something that I think SBE might not be as good at. So now it's definitely bringing out the hurt immediately in this map ban.
So you're saying like teams are kind of like favoring pushing each other into more, out of their comfort zones a little bit, because we have, sort of like the quote unquote basic maps slowly, being banned a lot more. And now we're seeing a lot more of the more experimental ones, maybe a little bit more Fracture, maybe a little bit more Icebox. G10, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not Breeze, really. For some reason, Raf is absolutely confused as to why so many people hate playing Breeze or hate watching Breeze. I just personally dislike it a little bit. But the rest of these maps, I do agree. Experimental maps, Fracture, definitely something we need to see more of. Icebox has been kind of, it had been read to death for most PH teams, but they are starting to get a better handle on it, than before. Icebox now actually a really great competitive map after all the changes. I do believe that, it's good that we're getting these maps here in the group stage to see exactly how teams deal with some weird situations, I think.
I'll have to add a little bit more here. With the ones you talk about Fracture, I also want to point out that, and again, I haven't seen much of the Naos players on Fracture, and that's because just a part of me, but I am expecting maybe to see the Neon come out for Blurred, possibly. I know that on the Filipino side, Riri has said that she disagrees with me, that she prefers Blurred being on the Jet more. I prefer Blurred being on like the Raze or something, but now we can probably find that middle ground where we might see him go and pick up another duelist that actually works quite well, even though that we have seen some nerfs actually hit the Filipino agent with everything else. But I think if it's going to be Fracture, a lot of quick map control is what's needed, and being able to get that Neon is going to be incredibly crucial here, whether it's SBE or Naos picking it up. And again, talking about the micro engagements, Naos really loves that, and it just kind of fits well into their playstyle. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, at least specifically for Fracture.
So with our map vetoes, gentlemen, which team will you be favoring for this series? Azurai, we'll start with you. I think you were favoring Naos a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I started talking about Naos, the dark horse team that I had before, especially when I saw Kev's name there, and I'm still going to stick with it. Yeah, Naos for me.
G10?
All right. I did cast Naos when they were doing the Kings of PH tournament. They were looking extremely solid. SBE, they have been consistent though, so I do think Naos has it in them. I'm personally a 50-50, but I would go with Naos as well.
No love, G10, after you threw all of that.
Look,
They're old,
I'm saying,
they're old.
they are old, but they are so good. They are so good. They're like fine wine. The fine wine
I'm gonna
of
throw in the love for
esports.
South Built Esports. I'm gonna represent from
It's
Atita
not that
of Manila to the
it's not
Titas
that I
of Manila.
have hate
Okay?
for SBE. I love SBE. I think that they are the best team at the moment. I just think that for this match, Naos has it in them. All right.
You know what? We're gonna talk backstage.
You're not
In the
even that
meantime,
old,
we're gonna head
Chico. You're
straight
not
into
even that
the series.
old.
Naos Esports versus the not that old South Built Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, on this fine, well, beautiful afternoon in this lovely, funky set. Now, I just kind of want to throw it back to G10. He did take a pot shot at me. It's your first day, and you're already taking shots at me. The reason why you don't like Breeze is you're old. That was your favorite word. You kept saying South Built was old, but the secret is you're old, G10. And, you know, I'm just so excited to be on the casting desk again. Mika did talk about your little bun Asar that you seem so happy about, but when you become a big boy like me, you get a full bun, not just a mini one.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't have like, you know, long, flowing hair as you do. When I take this off, this is incredibly curly and frizzy. So, you know, I do with what I got. So that's that. But yeah, it is gonna be.
Oh, boy.
It is a very fun and interesting day for us because this is like what, second or third time we're gonna be casting together. So very much looking forward to that as well. And we're not even given a kind of breather at all in terms of the match. We're already dropped into the fires of the Lion's Den with a match between Naos and South Built Esports. This is going to be, I think, incredible. There is so much anticipation on seeing how these teams will be performing. Again, there was so many things that I think both teams have lacked, and have they answered those lacking things that they lost the term for it. I was gonna say discrepancy. There you go. Discrepancies they had.
Hey, man.
I need my dictionary. My
Look,
thesaurus, bro.
I know you're just really excited to see me on the casting desk again, even though we saw each other just a few days ago. It's been a really exciting week, and it's gonna be an even more exciting one with VCT really, you know, on the roll already. And as you mentioned, these were teams that were, well, one was a pleasant surprise in stage 1, that being Naos, who were absolute juggernauts in the group stage, and all the way through the playoffs, South Built had a bit of a different story. But just to refresh your memory, they did have a pretty brutal grand finals on the side of Naos. Again, we've talked about them being the young rock stars, the super, as you mentioned, isolated gunfights that they are very masterful at. And if they expand on that, then they're going to be a true force of nature. But South Built, one of the most disciplined teams, they do not crack at all. They do not shy away from any competition whatsoever.
Oh yeah, and this is a team that always wants to prove themselves even further, right? It's their motto. Now's the time. Or maybe hashtag. Now's the time. And this is the time for this team to show up once again. We have correct me if I'm wrong, we have a longer stage 2 now, so there is so much time for these teams to kind of revel in either the success or failure of some of these series that they're gonna undertake coming into this stage 2. That being said, the other hashtag for the other team that's gonna be competing, South Built Esports, the South that built different. I don't know. That's just how I call it. Composition on either side is very different. Papichulo really loves to go for that Cypher. I'm not sure if it's gonna really affect the blurred line here, because he is gonna be playing on that Neon, not the Raze anymore. So being able to clear out those Cypher traps, if Papichulo is sneaky enough, is gonna be incredibly crucial for Blurred not to get punished when he tries to, I'll call it forsaken into the sights.
Yeah, so I like this composition from Naos because it highlights what made them strong. In stage 1, it was their KO, but there's a little bit more flavor with that neon. Map 1 is going to be starting very, very soon. I feel like there's a lot of things that we can kind of argue that X could be Y on paper, because on the side of South Bilton, maybe playing on, you know, on the card that G10 loves to pull. South Built being old, being the Titos, being archaic. Again, I just want to put that out there. It was G10 who said this. It was not me. It was G10. I'm not putting him under the bus. I'm just making clarifications. But Split, this is a very vintage lineup. You know, the Cypher, which has been old reliable for Split. Omen, the resident I was first smoker versus the new age. Also, you did mention that this map pool was fairly different for Naos, because this used to be an auto ban for them. Now we finally see it getting fielded, and it does look like they have a lineup that is built to be a little more high octane than the so-called Titos of FPS.
Okay, moving away from that, I totally forgot that it's Split first. I was thinking about Fracture, while I was looking at this.
Too excited.
Like,
Too excited.
Too excited, exactly. But the comp right now, the SBE kind of is throwing out right now in game number 1. Doesn't this remind you of the composition that Team Secret used when they were on that reform game of theirs, right? When they just acquired Faye, they acquired Jeremy, and they really didn't know what they kind of wanted to do with themselves. They went back on this very, as you mentioned, basic or OG kind of comp, and it has worked quite well for them, because it does force or let the team focus more on just playing the game and not really over complicating things with a lot of utility. You just have these straightforward utils. If you need it, you use it. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did talk about that identity crisis. It does look like now they want to start swinging. Blurred has found himself behind Flippy, but Flippy is a little too sharp, a little too aware for a young gun. But Jeh, the ever so aggressive controller, takes the space, takes ropes, but Kakarot has found himself in hell. Ja is going to be on his lonesome trying to fend this off, but Pro is very, very quick on the backup. Ja gets 2. Pro finds the last in Kev's. And the SBE, they make a good case for a first round.
Yeah, blind relay ball's not really favoring Blurred at the moment. If he tries to actually get that, if his opponent's not really near enough for him to dash and punish, or slide and punish, excuse me, it's really not going to find any value whatsoever. And then the panic play there from now is just not really working in their favor. This is where SBE just really likes to play. I believe Split has been somewhat their baby in some of the matches that they played, because especially when on the defending side, this is the map where they can just do the very slow, methodical process that they wanted to play. Whether it's this kind of composition or the composition where Ja played the Reyna, it still, as you can see, kind of works. That being said, it is still also round number 1. I'm speculating too much on this, but it's a good start for SBE regardless.
Well, truth be told, that's all we can do. We can speculate. It is the first day. I think this could be a potential litmus test for South Build also, because we know them as one of the most disciplined teams, if not the most disciplined, and they love to flex their, well, mostly superior fundamentals on most of our teams here. I wouldn't say Naos is one of them that you can say that they're a clear cut above. But them playing this super defaulty style right now, I think they're poking and prodding on Naos. They're waiting for Naos to create some sort of overextension, maybe get a little too creative, and maybe potentially play into the hands of South Built.
The thing is, they don't really have to play into the hands of Naos, because they have Papichulo on that camera, right, with a Cypher. So if they can have that camera for him, it's going to be very easy for him to just get that information. They're just cutting off all of these sneaky little rotations. Aziz, beautiful shots, needs the help, but he actually bumps into Pro. They do get the refrag, so it's going to be good regardless. They do lose Flippy Aziz in the process. No picked up weapons on the side of Naos. Actually, never mind. Z actually picks up the Spectre here, but he's incredibly low on this one, Raph. He tries to go into Be Heaven, and they try to rush into the site. 14 seconds remaining. There would be absolutely no chance for them to actually plant this safely, especially when Ja is still holding on to the lurk. He has the paranoia. Oh, there it is. Gobbles him up with the darkness and gets up the nice little 2-piece. That's going to be SBE with a clean enough round on the second.
And they do look like they're going to try and build a commanding lead here. We are going to hit the bonus. So now they do have a very, very fair chance of taking this momentum before it actually builds itself up. South Build, they might want to play this a little closer in terms of range, because they are going to be stuck on vastly inferior weapons here. Did love the composure from Ja. Knew he was getting swarmed. The idea there was, now let's just do some eco damage. Let's just force an upgrade. But that was not meant to be. Now, does look like South Built not really changing anything on that defensive line. Now, on the other hand, it does look like they're going to go for a bit of a pick and pop playstyle here. They are going to go for that buddy trade system with a Lonesome Chamber alongside A.
I'm kind of curious if Blurred will play this this Neon the same way that I've seen other Neons play it, where Relay Ball is used more for punish play rather than it is to clear out certain angles. Well, maybe it's much better to use it for clearing angles on split, but I am curious how well he can use the Relay Ball for that kind of punish way, right? Because if you can do that, you can just sprint up, slide in, get the kill. It's a freebie, but again, they can't really overextend their margin here because Papichulo is on that Cypher still. As you can see, Naos playing the very slow, methodical process here, Raph, of just clearing out everything that Papichulo had around in the map. Gives him a lot of free space on mid, and now they have all of this freedom to just choose where they want to go. Paranoia to delay even further. 30 seconds. They can still decide to go for A, but now they really wanted to commit on this B side. So many flashes being thrown out as Pro blinds the rest of the squad. Coming into B heaven. Here comes the rest. Cabs and Jalicious coming through onto Garage, pinning down the 2. There's still the 1. Flippy still on the side. He can still make some damage here, which he does. 20 seconds, 2 versus 3. Attackers do have the numbers. They will not know the Papichulo is right there. Backs away, and they have to pick up the spike. This is so bad for now. Z's only one to remain. He has to go right now. Plan it on default, but Papichulo timing, and he will get it. Obviously, you know he's going to be able to pick that one up, and Papichulo saves the round for SBE. The bonus has given them another one.
And that is a bit of a heartbreaker for now. So it did look like they were kind of edging out that utility shuffle. They did get those opening picks. But once again, the discipline by South Built, I would want to go back to your point that they want to use that relay bolt to somewhat punish an overextension. But I feel like that's kind of playing the matchup wrong, knowing that South Built is a team that would just love to hang back. If they're given the chance to 5v5 retake, they'll take it. And so far, Naos have not really cracked that defense open as of the moment. Now they are on a hindered by once more on an eco. We know how cracked they can be. We know the damage they can do. But so far, South Built, they are a little too suffocating at the moment, and they've been absolutely perfect in these first 3 rounds.
I'll argue that the composition from Naos...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I picked Naos, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I picked Naos for my prediction, right? But right now, the comp that I'm feeling for them feels a bit too constricted in the way that on paper it seems like it's perfect. There's so much crowd control, there's so much things that they can use to flush out corners, but it's also kind of hindering Blurred to get closer into the fight because he has to be aware that he could get hit by his own teammate's fault line, get hit by his own teammate's flash, and basically hit by his own relay bolt. So there's literally a lot of Naos landmines that Blur has to be very aware of. Yeah, exactly, avoid. So it's making it, I think, difficult for him to manage things like that. So now they're just going to go for the straight line onto the side, but it's going to be difficult because they don't got no wall to stop them. Papichula and Flippy, the tandem splashing outside of B Garage, and only Kakarot to remain in this 1v5.
Absolutely, and once again, a very, very difficult situation. Kakarot, he has to power up, or he needs a miracle, but it does look like this is yet another round in the bag for SBE, and I like the way that you put the utility of Naos in the spotlight, or rather under a microscope, because we see the idea, right? We see a lot of CC, we see a lot of concusses, and a lot of space taking, but the question here is how will they execute it that Blurred can properly capitalize on it, because we know Blurred, he's an excellent duelist. He's honestly one of the most disciplined as well. We see him take the proper space, but he never really overextends. And I think South Built, they understand this. They will go for those forward positions that Naos have not really figured out yet. It is a very defender-sided map, so maybe halftime comes, we're going to see a different story, but it does look like this time around we're going to change up the tempo, we're going to speed through, but that Papichulo trap is going to find one with Flippy getting traded out. Blurred will find a kill, Kevs will find one as well. Papichulo, he holds strong. They still have this other side of the site, and now they can't seem to cross. They have to expend that Rolling Thunder to get some sort of semblance of control. But now in John Papichulo, they try to reunite. They try to go for a pincer. Kevs will get that plant. The paranoia will come out. The cage is still in the pocket of Papi. But no need, as the gunfights will go in the way of South Built.
Okay, props to Naos. That was, I think, much clearer than what we were anticipating. Because I was going to go back to the point that you mentioned with the map, right? Because this is split, I think it very much is amplified how you're going to get punished if you make a mistake on how you set up your utils. And that's what we kind of saw for the past couple of rounds. This B take, much, much better. But again, they still haven't yet answered the fact that they got to clear that Cypher Trap. They just got to clear it. That is an insta-kill for one of the players of SBE as Naos comes into the site. That's what we saw immediately there. And then, of course, with all the delay tactics that SBE has, Naos couldn't really find anything. And somehow, I got kind of curious. You mentioned how the Rolling Thunder was used very prematurely for Kevs. That was because he had to pick up the spike that was dropped somewhat outside or away from the default plant spot. So he had to expend it when he could have actually used it maybe for another fight. But because he was afraid of where the rest of SBE were kind of hiding at, he had to at least make sure that he got the chance to plant it up. But SBE still had some great utility to retake, especially that paranoia from Ja. And speaking of Ja, this is a player from SBE. We keep talking about how Naos can do this, Blur can do that. But on the side of Southfield Esports, Ja can play absolutely phenomenally on whichever agency he's picked on. Whether it's controller or a duelist, he just makes it work to a next level degree.
Yeah, it's very clinical the way that he approaches the game. He does have a very firm grasp of and a very fine understanding. But hey, I never said anything about that Rolling Thunder, coming in prematurely. I don't know, man. Seems like you might be But anyway, I'm not gonna throw that many things this early on in the cast. It does look like Blurred. He does find a little bit of space in that Astra smoke. We'll take... Oh my goodness, that is a considerable amount of damage! He is playing a little too close to the fire here, as Heaven may look like a perilous quest for Blurred. He has to back out. That bot might find him. He does empty his frenzy just a tiny bit to stay alive, but his team, it is just too far to support him. They are, however, pulling so much attention away from this mid position, but it seems that they can't really crawl up effectively. They're just too wary of the aggression and all these duels that Southfield have been winning.
I mean, even if they pull out the attention of Southfield towards that A site, look at who's defending on B, the double sentinels. Cypher Trap and Slow Orbs are aplenty. So if they find any heat from Naos in that part of the map, they can always just throw utility to delay, and then the rest of SBE just comes in for anything. Nice little cheeky angle. That'll give up the 2-piece for Aziz. He has so much utility to delay us even further. And the aftershock, let's see the punish. Beautiful from Cavs, but damage be done. He's lost teammates, no control on the A site, and the paranoia delays even further. The lurk from Delicious spotted out, and Cavs left on his lonesome on an island, and this island will immediately be taken down, boy.
Well, now we do have that magical round number 7 where typically it does take teams that amount of time to adjust accordingly on the offense. But Southfield, they've been mixing up the bag very, very well. They're making very minute adjustments, just player positioning, utility timing. That's been kind of throwing off Naos. We will finally see another gun round on the board, but we are going to hit a bit of an economy reset on Naos if they manage to, or at least have the misfortune of dropping this round. SBE, though, they go for yet another default. We see Pro throwing out that guiding light, but Blurred, undeterred, throws out that relay dart, and will get stopped temporarily by that Astra utility. Now he does have a firm, or at least he's planted his feet towards Heaven. No players on the side of SBE to be found. But do they know? Kevs is here! Kevs is the one that gets caught! And that is going to be an early pick on the south, rather on the side of Southfield.
Ooh. Yeah, they gave away all control of that B Heaven, but it's fine because now there is literally no pinch for Naos coming in to that garage. All they can really hope for right now is that maybe Heaven is going to give them a little bit more solace. Suppressed because of the null command is perfect here because now Aziz can't really do too much. So Kakarot, being the hero of this particular round, from that one ultimate of his, gives no options for Southfield to actually defend the site. If you knew, if Aziz just had any of his utilities, he could have delayed, he could have maybe punished. The Pain Chills was there, I think. The Showstopper was there, and this would have been something. But all that said, it's a 3 versus 4 on the retake. Flippy, Poppy, and Pro all colliding here, or conversing here on B Heaven. No one's going to be on the flank here right now. That's a big mistake.
A bit of a mistake indeed. as they do want to go for this retake. Flippy gets Jeb, but no, it's actually an even trade on both sides, and the execution on South Build finally gets adjusted too. Doesn't check his corner. Blurred will finally take down Papi Chulo. I think the idea there was to set up for the neural theft, but as I mentioned, Asarai, it is that magic round number 7 for the attacking team to adjust, and just like that, Naos gets their first round on the board.
That was perfect. I thought Naos was gonna, again, kind of botch this round, but they brought it all the way back. And I gotta say, again, I'm gonna go back to it. Kakarot definitely won them that round. That null command of his just absolutely demolished any form of retaliation that South Esports could have made to interject what Naos was trying to do. Now the relay ball on the close. I like how now Naos isn't really thinking about how to utilize Blur any more than just him running and dashing or sliding into the sites. He's using the relay ball just for a little bit of more map control, but other than that, he has just been used to kind of die as he entries, but it's been okay. Like the refrag game for Naos has been pretty spot on. A little bit of noise on the A site, but they start to back away. This could actually be bad for Flippy. The timing on where he is on the V-Box as members of... I will not...
Don't, yeah, you know what? Let's just leave it at that. You know, I love the way you point out that entry is basically being a glorified recon dart or being a glorified flashback, and sometimes that's just the way it is. But this time around, it's actually Flippy that is the first to fall. We're not going to see any of that Sage utility for the remainder of the round here. And it does look like South Built, they are going to reel just a tiny bit. They are going to play a little more passive here as Blurred and the rest of the boys on Naos. They will finally pop that Cosmic Divide, take as much space as they can. Finally enter B with absolutely no resistance, but this could potentially be a trap in the making. Jaha's already clawed his way towards Garage, and Blurred has no idea. Oh, that is truly unfortunate.
Yeah. I kind of wonder what's the dynamic for Naos when they get that, you know, the defending side. Still, it's too early to tell yet. Kakarot, if he throws out the blade, it will kind of show technically where he is. Delicious. Okay, good little fight. He gets moved up by his own teammate, but this does give maybe a little bit of fighting chance for them. Where is that spike planted down? It's all the way in the back of the corner of the site. 2 versus 2 now. Defenders still yet to actually claim any form of map control here. Aziz gets the fight. He can actually go sneak by in. Kev Simov does not have an aftershock.
No time.
But is the time for Papi? No, no time. Oh, okay. I thought Papi could have maybe snuck up onto the A side. I could not hear what the spike duration was anymore, but maybe he could have actually just gone straight in and have challenged for the defuse, but not going to happen. Now they're using Blurred as this distraction tool, and it's slowly working. They get that 6-2 in this round.
Truly, Kevs is the most uplifting teammate, both literally and figuratively, you know, but maybe that was a little too extra. Yeah, he's an absolute sweetheart. Now, they do look like they are mounting. They want to get this round lead away from South Built and try to control the snowball before it gets too crazy. Although the rounds that they've been winning, barring that first, have been a little too dicey. The retakes on South Built still look incredibly impressive, but now, so you know how they are. They can just explode for whatever reason. They still take a forward position. Papi will find the initial fight, and trades go left and right. Z has to win, but no, it's Pro. Experience trumps the cracked aim of our young gun here, and now it's a 2v2. Both Kevs and Kakarot, the Wonder Duo, they are forced to reposition, as once again, B has proven to be a very, very difficult task at hand.
Oh, that is perfect. I think Ja didn't hear the rotation coming into mid, and this splits him and Pro apart. But obviously Naos don't know where they are. But this is still perfect for Naos because this would mean that their fight is going to be a 2 versus 1. That being said, they're still going to have to peek all of these angles as they try to claim a site. But they do have the time to make it work. 40 seconds is plenty if they're going to try to catch off Ja here. Oh, he got spotted by the blade. Oh, no. All the thing that they need to do now is just peek him. They spot him come back into the corner,
timing.
But he doesn't get stunned by the fault line. And Ja still gets the 2K. Absolutely masterfully played by Ja there. What?
Ja has been the abyss of Naos. They look at him and they flinch. He is the all-consuming darkness. At the moment, so far, they have not solved that problem whatsoever. These trades have gone beautifully for both sides. And I honestly thought that Naos had the upper advantage here in the utility shuffle, but look at that. Ja with a beautiful movement, and of course, being completely unfazed. Now we have a bit of a lead once more being built up, and it does look like South Build, everybody is firing on full cylinders. Naos, not typically the form that we're used to.
Could be the composition as well, because usually you kind of want to see a raise on split, right? It's the same thing with Bind. She's kind of the queen of this particular map. You gotta say, shout out to all the queens out there.
That's right. I think everybody sees your Twitter. You just can't take that on broadcast, man. You just gotta relax, buddy. I'm just saying. I know you are a bad boy with the ink, with the muscles, and all of that. Now the mini bun. His brand
it's not
is really
correlated to that whatsoever.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely certain? As we go back into this round, it does look like Z had a chance to take away Ja, but Ja, ever so playful, will get tagged up, but nothing too much to deter him from holding onto this side. Blurred, however, has snuck or found a gap in the defense. Flippy will just make him know, hey man, this isn't free. You can't just walk in here. He has to burn that wall to somewhat create a mix-up for Flippy, but nope. Undeterred once more and unshaken is South Build as they hold on to this defense.
There's still utility from Aziz to delay even further, and he has the crossfire with Papichulo here. Pro has spotted the rest of them in 13 seconds. They're just gonna waterfall into basically a free fire for Southville Esports, and there it is. No time, not even a single kill picked up by Naos here. And South Built, yeah, the announcer said it already. A flawless round for them as they pick up all of these juicy ult charges coming into the final 2 rounds before we end the half.
I bet you would love a juicy orb or two. But anywho, on the side of the game,
it's again called an orange juice.
Hey man, I was talking about ult economy. I know it is a very sunny day. What did you have in mind? Again, well, let's not get into that, because once again, Asrai and I have had the chance to really connect these past few days. It's been a very holistic experience. Unfortunately, it's been incredibly holistic. It's been incredibly wholesome. But Naos right now, they still need that new page in their book, because the lead is still ever so commanding on South Build. However, this is not something that we're strangers to, especially on split. It's typically a pretty common round split. But once again, Naos, they just don't want to feel that sting of losing map 1.
Well, you know, back in the day when split wasn't reworked whatsoever, similar to I think what you had with the old school nuke, was it from CS, right? From CSGO? Having like maybe a 9-3, an 8-4 is already pretty ideal when you're going to be on that attacking side. You really just see the difficulties that Naos has with how they try to attack. But somehow, this is looking incredibly clean from them, Raph. All right, Blurred spotted out the first pick already on Ja. This opened things up, but immediately the back control on B Heaven was supposedly almost there, but Kevs picks up the 2K. Now, if Pro can get the kill here, he will have the Seekers. This will at least show up where the rest of the other squads are, but Blur somehow wins the fight. Papichulo does not. The double peek comes out from Naos, and okay, never mind. It's good. It's clean.
I think that was an interesting sequence there towards the Heaven. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was there, but it did seem like they were kind of popping in and out. I feel like they had a little bit more utility, or just a little bit more patience. They could have waited for another guiding light on the side of Pro, but he even had the cabbages ready. His cabbages! But it was not meant to be. We are getting ever so close to that half. We do see some sort of semblance of life from Naos. Those wings, they're yet to fully really spread out and really take them to the heavens. One more round would be a fantastic bonus for them, as 8-4 is much more doable. But then again, a lot of our players here are very superstitious. Let's give them the 9-3. The 9-3 curse is real. Come on, guys.
Have I ever shared to you what the Valorant voice is, or the Valorant accent?
No.
Okay, I'll share that to you later. Anyways, back into the match here. Last round into the half, there was a lot of picked up orbs here for Naos. And I gotta say, out of these 3 rounds, one of them was, again, picked up by Kakarot as he used that null command. So I think the play right now for Naos is to kind of clear utility, make sure they know specifically where Poppy's Cypher tools are, and they can go bully maybe that particular site if they do want to. It feels like it's just Naos kind of feeling things out first, trying to make sure that they have a certain picture coming into this one. And you are seeing something like that happen right now. Kakarot and Blurred, it's going to be a perfect mix, but Z's pickup onto Flippy is absolutely gorgeous because this would open up maybe the possibility of that B side. That being said, Ja will not be phased. He will still go for the push here. Blur has to go through with this one, but there is still so many defenders in 30 seconds. They've caught... I don't know. This is absolutely not going to work, isn't it? Because Poppy's still here. So...
a lot of questions.
6 seconds. Nah, it's absolutely not going to happen. Aziz is already there. If they actually stop him... they still do. Okay, never mind. The clutch pursues, and Cha is left into a 1 versus 3 with 9 HP. How did Naos still make this happen with Z hitting every single MVP shot of the round with his Sword of Force?
I'm glad we've finally seen Z. He was relatively quiet for most of the game, but once he shows up, he really makes a very, very big splash. His impact was definitely felt in that round with the Tour de Force. Absolutely. While basically rolling every single person that it came into contact with. And now they make this very, very possible now. We are going to see them on the defender side. I feel like they might have a bit more of an aggressive approach here because they have a very, very contact-oriented Sentinel in the form of Chamber. They have the flashes on the side of Breach. And they have a very aggressive space-taking duelist. Alongside the signature KO and the Astra. So that's going to be a lot of utility that they can throw out to maybe potentially stop South build even before they can set up.
But it does seem it's more of a punish comp, right? It should have been a punish comp on the attacking side, but because of how far back, laid back SBE's comp was, it gave not really a lot of chances for Naos to really showcase that part of their agent lineup here. And well, as we are looking into the beckoning eyes of this random turtle head on Split, is that a turtle or a tortoise?
How am I supposed to know that? Can we tell by the beak? Is it like, because you know it's typically if it's big it's a tortoise, if it's on dry land and the shell's bigger it's a tortoise, but you know turtles typically they're a little more amphibian. Why were we talking about turtles again, guys? Save the turtles. Don't use straws. Like
that's true.
Crabs,
And
peak evolution. So we have a bit
This
of a
is... Oh, I was just gonna say this is a. Have you played League of Legends before?
Why would you ask me such an... Look, man. Look, I love the jet spray. It's just the timing is just amazing.
No, legit. Okay, every League of Legends player would know who that is.
Is the Scuttle Boy.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Taunty. Scuttle Crab on the river in Summoner's Rift. Or if you play the mobile game, the Wild Rift, it's... I actually don't know if it's still there.
Is his name Robert on Wild Rift? Is he not the Scuttle anymore, or is he William? But anywho, we
Scuttle
are...
Crab, Taunty. Anyways, go.
As I mentioned, they are going to go for a bit more of an aggressive comp here. Aziz getting a little bit of a love tap on the shoulder by Blurred. Hey man, what's up? I'm in ramen. Let's grab something. I'll find the frag. They find a second on Flippy, and it seems the scramble has begun for South build. They look confused. They look dazed. As suddenly now they throw a haymaker of the ages. Poppy, Chulo, and Ja, they have to recover whatever they can. But with a force that is as healthy and as strong as Naos, this is looking quite dangerous for them.
Well, they can isolate some fights here because Blur is a... The smoke makes me second guess a little bit. Look at how many of Naos is already expecting that somebody's going to peek out of their own spawn here. I almost like swallowed something from that fast play from Blurred. Wasn't really expecting that it was going to be at the second pistol that the punish comp for Naos was going to just exude exude brilliance already. And now we're left to Ja, who's already spotted out in the open in their own spawn. Blur picks up the 4K. It's not going to be the ace, unfortunately, but you know what? They'll pick up what they can get, and it's an absolutely brilliant second half start for Naos here.
I'm not gonna point out what you said, but you have such an interesting vocabulary at such, early phase of the day. But we did talk about how aggressive this comp can potentially be. Really is up to the execution of Naos, which has been a bit of their trademark now. They've been dabbling with super high execution comps, such as this one, and it's worked out. I feel like this swing is definitely going their way, but now that they're taking the Bulldogs, it seems that they kind of want to play this gun advantage. It does look like they're going to default a little bit harder, play that range a little bit better, and South Built, they might be left with their hands on their head, just scratching. What are we going to do now?
Well, a slow play a day keeps the Valorant doctor away. Oh,
You
Jessica
just saw
spotted.
him play though. What's up, man? Pay attention.
Well, he is away now because it's the second series of the day. So
That is true. The slow play
What
is
up?
really
What up,
not-
son?
What up? And the slow play does keep the doctor away because we know Action PH is one of those super high octane teams. You know what? That's very clever, Aster. I put that together for you. I know you said it, but now I'm making sense of it. As Naos and SB, they still try to figure out this puzzle. The rifle is still very much intact, but the timer, it's slowly chipping away. And Naos, they're very, very comfortable just to lay back, just to let SB do whatever they can with whatever weapons they have. And the read that they don't have a force here, I think it's absolutely confident on the side of Naos.
30 seconds
You'd
left.
think that Naos don't have that slow kind of comp to utilize, but they actually have. With all of the gravity wells that Jalicious has. That being said, he got flushed out with the paint shell. Say goodnight, Jalicious. Giant Bro gets the 2K, but they can't actually bring the spike all the way to the site itself, so no play will be had. The smoke a little bit too late, and Pro is running for dear life. Bobby Jula comes in for the flag from behind, but do they spot out Z? Coming from the corner here,
Oh my.
gets spotted. One more second, gets the spike planted down. It's a 1 versus 1. Poppy's picked up the Bulldog. Ow! Oh, okay, never mind.
What was that?
It's a
PB
Bulldog,
howling
it's
on
old.
broadcast. I was just about to ask, do
Hi, Oz.
bulldogs actually howl? I don't think I've ever seen a bulldog howl in real life. I think they're just those super adorable,
Okay.
But
Okay, they just angrily rev their mouths or their jaws.
but they're so adorable, right? My question
Oh
is,
yeah, absolutely.
how did that become so expensive so quickly for Naos? I feel like South Built have achieved whatever they were trying to achieve with all that eco damage, nearly stealing that round away, but Naos, they still get that additional round on the board, and that lead is going to get cut into 2. But with that, they are suffering from a deficit in their armory.
I will say though, did that spot out Blur at all? No, Blurred! Oh, he didn't spot out Flip, it actually crossing to the left side. It is absolutely horrendous. Kakarot is about to be a carrot. Oh no. Is Carrot gonna get plucked from the ground? Nah, he's good, he's good. He's fine. He's gonna live for another season of Pickens. But
Yeah.
he is just 20 HP low. One stray bullet, Raph. Just one stray bullet.
It's almost as if Toriyama had puns in mind to name the rest of the cast of his, I don't know, maybe kind of famous show that Kakarot has been so endearingly named after. But like you mentioned, that is such a big loss on the side of Naos. They don't have that aggressive space taker, that super cracked duelist to really reinforce those lines. We still have Z though, but he is looking fairly light on the utility and fairly light on the contact, as the rest of the South Built boys, they might actually smell a little bit of trouble here with Kevs. He might get spotted out. He does. And Aziz, he looks, he checks. Nobody's pushed out. Z could have been the difference maker, the X Factor. But Flippy says no, denies
30 seconds left.
whatever chance he had to redeem. And now Naos, they are operating once again on very few weapons and very little HP on such a key piece in Kakarot.
They heard Kakarot actually move away. That's why they're working their magic towards the A site now. Kevs should have his fault line still up and running, and he just charges into the site. Oh
The
no!
time!
He brought out his flashpoint. He did not hear Jot TP onto the site. He just did not have the timing right straight up.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Aziz catches Jalicious coming through onto ropes. Got rung up on that one, and that was so perfect. So aside from the fact, Raph, that Naos got caught one by one. All of the members of Naos that actually had the rifles died without anybody fighting for refrags or picking up the fallen weapons. So this was a fight that Naos would just have a lower chance of winning the more that the round actually persisted.
That is
if you think about
definitely
it that way.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. I think that's a round that they have to inspect much closer, and when they're on the drawing board again, that is going to be a bit of a highlight for their support staff. And looking at that too, I think South Built were just a second late on that plant. Had Jeddah stayed alive, I think we could have stolen that round away, but again, the numbers and the micro adjustments, they're just too tiny sometimes to notice. But now we have Z on a very aggressive position here. Might get spotted out by the Trailblazer. Will not get spotted out by the FOV, but will get concussed with that bite. I think they might collapse on him. Z is very worried for this. He does have his rendezvous available to him if ever that's the case. He dodges the blind, but does not find anyone. Will manage to safely escape. And with a beautiful support from Kevs, he is going to be able to cross no man's land. And now we still have a bit of a game here with 45 seconds left in the round.
I forgot how long the fault line cooldown is. Maybe like 30 seconds?
It's usually an hour.
They're kind of
maybe ask Ray and Taylor.
Anyways, I was going to say that because they know that the fault line is actually out, even to the Aftershock, there is no slow factor here. If they can take down the chamber, so no trademark will be had, but Aziz, what a 2K transition for him. They open up the site, and you damn well be sure that Naos is just going to go to the bank, invest their weapons for another round, wait for that ROI, because this time, they're not going to reap the benefits of that one. They just lost it straight up here, Raf.
Man, what an adjustment there by Aziz, and once again, the utility shuffle on both teams have been looking far more impressive, especially considering their power levels in the previous stage. Again, guys, this is a rematch of our grand finals. It's not looking too good. Wait, I was about to say for our boys in blue, but they all have the blue in their jerseys and their colors. But now, so we know the heights they can reach. They have to soar high now, even though this is a bit of a save. But let's just go back to your point that the rifles were mostly unsupported when they did have them on a stifled buy. This is something that they can completely rectify and identify it now, moving forward with the next round, especially how SB is getting closer and closer to that map 1 victory.
It's only going to take them a couple more here. Oof. I don't know what's happening for Naos here, because they're kind of spread out with a composition that ideally should not be, right? I still go back to the thoughts that I had if this was Fracture, where Naos still needs to get that map control, because if you think about it, the only thing that they do get in terms of map control is the one sentinel that they have, which is on that chamber. Yeah, you could argue that with the initiators, why not just actually follow the word, the description of that agent, initiate even on the defensive end. Maybe they're afraid of the punish play for SBE here. There's a lot of factors, but if they play this slow game, you see how far Naos falls because of the punish play that SBE have actually shown in the past few rounds as well. So I think Naos needs to be a little bit more risky here, because right now their punish play really has very low impact.
So one thing that we have to take into account is that Z is absolutely monstrous with a tour de force. Fighting Aziz, reducing the numbers just by 1. But he is going to be enlisted back in action as Flippy is there to recover. But as I was mentioning, this composition on the side of Naos, it's a composition designed to funnel the fight in one singular lane. So far, we've seen Naos succeed doing that in the first round of this half. But have we seen them do it again? No, not really. And it's been hurting them because, like you said, they don't really have indirect utility that benefits them outside of a direct fight. We still have those flashes on both initiators. We still have that. Well, we have Blurred. He goes above and beyond, but Pro's there to quickly trade. But as I go back to my point, they have to fight. That's how they have to maximize this composition, because once again, such a contact-based Sentinel with a contact-based playstyle. Z finds yet another Aserai.
I'm sorry, I was freaking out here because he's not supposed to live through that second shot. Shouldn't have. He still gets it though. That's just gorgeous here for now. Still, with like 15 seconds, they were able to plant the spike. Flippy is a snake in hell as he is just waiting to bite off the heads of Naos as they come in bit by bit, little by little. He still hits the shot, and we're left onto Z. Now this guy, he's a crack shot. You saw him on the Reyna back then on his debut game with Naos in that one match on Breeze. But it's a whole different ball game here now, Raph. 3 versus 1, he has to back away. He's going to save this RGX Vandal. It would be amazing if he could save the Tour de Force, which is also
no, don't do it.
Feat of Strength.
If you could save ammo for Tour de Force, I would absolutely go crazy.
Exactly.
But as
I was just saying, Raph. Sorry, I was just saying, Tour de Force means Feat of Strength. And you know how I got this? I Googled it.
You Googled it. Amazing. Exactly. This man has divine control over technology. You move your mouse, click your tab, you Google it, you know. Something that a lot of people seem to, not be a master of, but Aserai here, he is the Googler. But okay, we get back into the game here. Unfortunately, we are gonna have, or not unfortunately, we still have a bit of an eco on the side of Naos that they can really get behind. But now they do take yet another aggressive posture, which I feel like they should be doing more. The utility combo is there, but Flippy finds one through the smoke. Yeah, that has to be a bit of a heartbreaker for him. That's going to be a little frustrating too, but now is not the time to, lose your mental fortitude, as this has been reduced to a 4v5.
Man, there was a comment that we heard from one of the inside people in SBE. I'll just name him. Never mind. Nevermind said to me. Yeah, I know, right? Nevermind said to me that he feels very confident with how SBE have been playing, and this starting game number 1, whether it's attacking or defense on split, and we've seen teams just absolutely get wrecked when the side switches on split. Right? Looks so much better for SBE. We'll see if Naos can still bring it back, but like I mentioned, they need to go for that fight. They tried to do it before, at least at the start of the round, but it wasn't as clean as they were expecting. So much utility just being thrown out into B main, but look at how SBE have already gone straight onto the A side. But Z, timing, and as a cold Viper, he strikes, drops the spike, 21 seconds, and SBE should still be able to go onto the site, plant the spike, but at least they lose Flippy, which puts it into that 4 versus 4.
That retake effort is definitely going to benefit, but everybody is chiming in now. SBE, they fall like pillars of sand. But once again, the foundations, Papi Chulo and Ja, they hold strong. Kakarot in a 1v1 now with Ja, who's been, once again, the abyss. He stares once more, and the darkness consumes him. 12 rounds on the board for South Belt. One more to take map 1.
Man, everywhere Ja looks, he just has like that timing locked and loaded. I don't know if this man has been working in a clock shop, but he just knows how to work those gears, my man. Look at the defense on this one. Just torn asunder, torn apart by South Built Esports. Kakarot also had the opportunity there, I think, to challenge Ja, or maybe I don't think, actually, no, I'll go back on that. I don't think he had actually the vision on Ja, even though it looked like he had. I think the POV just had gave the advantage onto the Omen of SBE rather than the KO of Naos. Now, final round, possibly here for SBE. And, okay, the null command used just dissuade SBE just slightly as they try to push onto the side, because ASUS did invest his showstopper to get things started.
I'm still thinking about this composition from Naos. It does look like they really are playing off the raw firepower, and for good reason. Once again, we've talked about how they have one of the best trading systems and one of the most, how do I put this, fine timings in the game, but as of the moment, it hasn't really been the most consistent thing, as this finds Kakarot. He caught him napping here. The Rolling Thunder will even be used to somewhat cage them in, but Kevs, they can't really capitalize. He throws a little bit more utility. Everything actually remaining only is 2 flashpoints. But Southbuild, they still seem unscathed. 30 seconds left though. They have to make a move somewhere, somehow. And it does look like this choice has already been locked in. But Blurred, he is going to stand unshaken. He finds one. He finds Pro. That relay bolt is going to delay them for as long as it will. And it does look like Naos they have the upper advantage here. Position-wise, at the very least, Cavs with the Guardian, he holds strong, but once again, it's John Bobby Chulo. They wreak havoc. They take the first map for South Build, and Naos they fall.
Man, I was so focused on Blurred, I thought they were going to be able to make it work, but Ja got the flank, and there was just so many players of SBE committing on that A main push that I don't think Blurred just had enough bullets to deal with all of them just rampaging into the A side. Let us in! We want to finish this game already. We want to get...
Let me in.
Here's Johnny! But yeah, anyways. SBE. Yeah, they get the nice little start on this best of 3 series. And again, Raph, 4 series have they lost to Naos. 4 times were they denied any form of satisfaction. But this is a good start here for South Build Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A good start for South Build Esports. Now that's something that we typically don't hear a lot because once again, if all you weebs out there get this reference, and it's kind of like the two Akashis, they're finally meeting, right? The Emperor Eye is finally complete, and it does seem like South Build are going in that trend, but we know now they don't give up. They're very, very tactically sound, and they have, honestly, all the tools available to succeed, but against the Juggernaut, I'm not entirely sure, man.
I mean, there's still a lot more that we can go about this. I do believe that Fracture is a kind of toss-up between these two teams, and Icebox even more so. So this split map might be that one-off. I know SBE has a very, very good win rate on this one, and to go back to the fact that that we saw Ja playing on that Reina of his and single-handedly carrying Southfield Esports, but this time it was Southfield Esports carrying Southfield Esports. No one piece of this 5-man roster felt like a cut above the rest. This was definitely the team that we were expecting when Southfield first formed, and this is what we are being given as of right now. Now, on the flip side, I'm not sure how Naos have utilized this composition as much. Maybe it worked on other teams, but against Southfield that plays such a methodical game and very much not overcommitting to certain angles. And one of those examples was that one play that we saw for Aziz there where he backed away and anticipated the rolling thunder. That was absolutely gorgeous coming in from him. Naos may need to just kind of figure a different style to go up against SBE when they're this good in controlled play.
Oh yeah, I love how you mentioned that. Naos is typically a team that's very good at non-committal plays. They're very good at that hit and run playstyle that we saw very much of early on in Stage 1, but it seems like the adjustments have been made for South Build. We've typically talked about South Build. They lose that first matchup and then they kind of gather their data. They really try to go back on the drawing board, but it seems like they're putting their foot down here, really emphasizing that, hey guys, we're really, really good. We came off the momentum from APAC, such and such. But again, to Naos's credit, they're playing such a high execution lineup. It really is so difficult to play a super contact heavy, once again, composition against a very, very disciplined team.
Oh, man. There's so many factors. I just cannot wait to see the second game. If this was just a one-off from SBE, because, you know, we've seen those one-off games from them where the one time they play incredibly methodical, perfect, pristine, if you want to use those words to kind of describe it, and then the other one, they just like, what just happened, right? So it's the question that we always ask these teams, but it's a question that I think really emphasizes the SBE philosophy. With all that being said, we still have this series undergoing, the last series of the day, mind you, as we...
Oh yeah,
we have 5 days of VCT for this first week.
5? That's like at least 3, if you can count. I mean,
yeah,
1,
anyways,
2, 3, 4, 5.
We're gonna go for a quick break, guys. When we come back, game number 2 is gonna go underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
The day is still as hot as ever, and the sun is as present as the heat of our team. Still not backing down is Naos. They have the rest of the series to really get themselves going against a very, very strong South Belt. Once again, my name is Raph, joined by the inked bad boy himself, Asarai.
People probably won't get
minibot.
that.
What do
Well,
you
probably
mean?
won't get that reference if they don't follow me on socials, my man.
Whoa, okay,
Whoa,
so you're
whoa,
saying
whoa.
they should follow you on your socials so you can show off your ink. Show the ink, now.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually does it, wow.
Wait, how do you do it? How do you do it again? There you go. Yeah. It's not
Unbelievable.
super noticeable on camera, though. It's fine, dude. I mean, okay, Reina has ink. Fade has ink, I think. That's all the ages I know that actually have
No,
tattoos.
having tattoos is totally, it's really cool. It's just, I didn't actually think you would raise your arm and fold your sleeve just to like, oh, hey guys.
Oh, yeah, it's
what's
fine.
up?
I'm totally cringe that way. Breaking the fourth wall. Anyways, unfortunately. Moving forward, or moving back into how the series has started. And I kind of just, wanted to ask you as well. When we came into that first game, did you think that SBE was going to win this one, or was it going to be Naos, considering, all of what we talked about with me and the other panelists back on the desk?
I happily disagreed with the panel, because I've always been a South-built man ever since the beginning of time. You know this, everybody knows this, and I have much, much love for Naos, and I'm so excited to see them continue to evolve, to continue to grow into an even bigger monster. But we've seen how the test of time has really flipped the script over. It was Naos really getting the the upper hand on South-built in their first 4 encounters or so. But looking back in the grand finals and looking just a little more nascent history in our first map, it does seem like it's going in the way of our boys from the south.
And the way that they just played, man, I just taken aback. Just so clean. I think when we had like our little group discussion about what we think SBE specifically per player kind of exudes, with just how they play and everything. Aziz is that person that just does not have an S key. He does not go back, always charges forward. But this time,
also.
Yeah, it's like this time he actually went back. He controlled himself. He didn't want to overcommit to the fight because he was thinking about what could happen next. Like, he does one thing. He does one action, and then his brain just kind of separates, branches out into what could happen right after that. I feel like that's what's going on in the brain of Aziz. It's like, oh no, Kevs might have a Rolling Thunder, maybe have a fault line that could punish me if they overcommit onto a ramps because I'm alone here. And he perfectly baits out the ultimate. He perfectly gives his team a ultimate of the opponent that does not punish them, which makes their push into the site a much easier and smoother transition. I don't know if that's really what happened, but it looked like it was.
And Asterai is trying to explain to you, lovely ladies, gentlemen, and our esteemed guests of the broadcast, how the flowchart for a pro player goes. One action will eventually lead to a million, but sometimes when you're really cracked, like Aziz or Kakarot or Z, just kind of go back to, but what if I just shoot him in the head? It works a lot. And I kind of want to highlight that too, because both Aziz and Kakarot were superstar aimers even at the beginning of their career, and it looks like it's translated absolutely beautifully even into our very, very lovely Valorant. And I have to say, a little off topic, but I am loving this AR set. It's matching my shirt, the blood moon is really cool, and the music is really my vibe, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
I'm definitely getting the vibes as well. I don't know if maybe there's a leak in the set or something, that's why there's like water dribbling in.
There's water.
Yeah, but I like it as well. I thought we were gonna have maybe the same one as stage 1. Not saying that was a bad thing. It was pretty badass, but you know what? This is a nice change of pace.
It's really cool. I want to point that out. Like, why are we always in a dark alley? Is Prod trying to tell you guys something? You will find our casters hanging out, our talent in general, hanging out in really dark alleys with a lot of water.
Yeah,
you could be right, you could be wrong. Depends on the day.
We're kind of just hunched up on our backs and then have notes just talking about VCT in dark alleys with the drinking our water.
I mean, again, guys, this is just a PSA. Don't walk into dark alleys, guys. Nothing ever good comes out of that. Trust me.
Yeah. Or your public service Aserai has messaged.
The PSA. Okay, Mr. Cringe.
Hey, we're stalling for time because we're still setting things up. So.
Yeah, we're playing the post plan is what it is. This is
we got 40 seconds.
Speaking of, I kind of want to highlight too the adjustments that's beautiful timing. We're finally jumping into the most frozen map, the most barren map, Icebox, which has grown into a bit of a darling of our PH community. And I have to say, it's one of those maps where I feel like it's a true toss-up between these teams. We've seen them both play this to an outstanding level.
They have. Sorry, I was just thinking like maybe the water is coming from like the melted ice in Icebox. All right, that aside.
I see.
Yeah. That aside, please, please. Looking at the compositions real quick. Ooh, SBE, no jets, no problem. I love it. All right, this is very EU of SBE. A little bit of a difference towards what Naos has, where Naos do not have the chamber, while SBE do. The problem now lies that as typical basic Filipino Valorant players, like myself, and maybe you, right? We always think that we need that jet to get into the site. I'm just describing what you and me think when we play, right? You always got to get that jet for Icebox because
I'm a jet player.
That's sad.
I'm kidding.
Let me finish my point here. That you do need the jet specifically because of the high ground that she gets, whether you're on 410, on pipes, and when you're pushing on the B site on top of yellow. But I am very curious here as to how this composition will work, because it's a composition that allows you to scrub the sites with the utility that you have with initiators, and as well as to plug up certain angles that attackers can't really go through with the Sage and the Viper. And then you also have that anti-flank with the Chamber here. So there really is still a lot of opportunities for SBE to cleanly take the sites, but probably not the things that we are very much used to if you think about it from their perspective of, oh well, they don't have a jet, right?
I'm gonna take a page from Bill's book. Oh man, yeah. Your but
English
anyway,
viewers won't understand that. Dude.
Yeah, basically the translations. Yeah, dude. You know, totally.
Or you know, the one that Dak says. That's right.
That's right. That's absolutely right. But another thing is that I feel like this composition really plays into the style of South Built. We talked about how specifically on Icebox they start off super hot on the first 4 rounds. And then they kind of stall out because they once again they love that CIS playstyle. They love being super methodical, super slow, maybe too disciplined to a fault. As we see Blurred try to go for a cheeky push here, try to poke a little bit of aggression and retaliation on the side of South Built, but they do go for that signature South Built style. Well, where they go brick by brick, patience is the absolute utmost of utmost importance. Right now, Naos, their defense is a little still stable as well. No over rotations as of the moment. The wall is going up and down. We have a minute, and they're gonna definitely wait for this Viper wall to come up. But now it does look like a gunfight is gonna ensue with 2 new players on the field, that being Bloss and Micro.
Oh, yeah. I am very much looking forward to seeing how Blast comes into this one. As well as Micro, as he pointed it out. But Blurred, what a shot on that Sheriff of his. 30 seconds. And SBE all but abandoned the A site, running straight on to B. But this is where Blast is king. He still has the Nanoswarm. He still has his turret there. And look at where his Nanoswarm is actually placed. Straight up so they cannot cross for that yellow. Pro's HP just dwindles down. And they're going to have to force the plant here. But look at how well defended this is. Blast is taking all the shots. Unfortunately, you can't see his perspective just yet. Spike will get planted, but the rest of the defenders just clean up the rest of the site, and nothing SBE can do as Naos gobble him up for the first round.
Once again, interesting word choice and wordplay here by Aserai. Not really pointing out anything specific, but it does look like Naos, they are going for a much more rejuvenated look. They look very much invigorated. As Blast, knowing how aggressive he can be, and actually just this entire lineup. Beautiful shot by Blurred, by the way. And everything, and I mean everything, just seems to fall in the hands of our boys over at Naos.
All these utilities, man, just for that delay tactic. And I was kind of curious how this was going to work in the pistol for South Built because, especially on the attacking side, they do need all of that utility and firepower to make things work, right? And speaking of firepower, great shots from Ja there. He's going to get the heal because he's got a teammate that can just bring him back up. He's got that pocket Sage, Stun all. Anyways.
Come on, man. Come on, man. We are on broad.
English viewers will not probably understand what that means, but yeah, it's good. Good start for SBE here. Blast still has all the delay tactics that he would want, but SBE do have the option to psycho their opponents as there is still 1 minute into the clock. That is a huge wall just to corrupt or stop the defender from stopping the plant. Blast still hits the shot though as Jalicious doubles up with him, almost misses the beat with the Spectre. And now Blast and Jalicious will wait for Kakarot and Blurred to come in as it's a 2 versus 4 endeavor here. Defenders not really having anything good in their arsenal, and we're just left onto the 1 already as Ace is being hounded down by Blurred. And with the Bulldog bites him off cleanly, Blast picks up the 4K, and they do take the retake.
That they do, but South Built, they built up a little bit of an economy for themselves and had some success finding those duels. They are going to have a very healthy bank coming into this one. So we are going to see a pretty partial buy on the side of Naos. They do have an extra rifle, albeit a Bulldog still going to do the job. But 5 Vandals on the side of South Built. Blast has been an absolute wall. He's been stopping everything. And it does look like he's truly earning his keep as one of our most iconic killjoys, at least for the day.
Now, this is the real test. You can always say that when it's the gun round, but more so on this one because, again, I was going to mention that without proper utility and weaponry, this comp would really have a difficult time finding opportunities to be good because they really don't have that explosiveness that a duelist brings to the table. So gun rounds for SBE are a matter of life and death because they can always win on... I don't think they're going to have a huge chance to win on thrifties, right? Especially on the attacking side. So if they can make the most out of these gun rounds, the more that they should be able to make it happen, or should try to make it happen.
It does look like Micro has a bit of a flank here, going into the loving arms of Kevs. But Kevs just does not want to reciprocate. He's like, you know what, bud? You can stay there. You can stay at arm's length. As the rest of the boys at South Built, they creep up on yellow. They creep up towards B. It does look like this is going to be a super similar situation where they are going to get that plant down. But this retake is going to be completely different. I think Joss spots out the head of Kakarot and he'll even spray it down. But not anything considerable as this will actually fall. Micro will avenge his teammate, but he is temporarily blinded. As Rat tries to swing into Snowman, trying to stop that retake.
Oh my God.
But the feet planted by Naos is just a little too firm. They are pushed back just a tiny bit. But we do finally see another round on the board for South Built Esports.
A little bit too advanced there on our observer, but
yes,
gotta say, I just love that wall from Flippy. I know we don't usually, we do usually see that now from a couple of teams because it does allow you safer access to start pushing into Snowman. If there's no one, or even if there is one playing on Snowman already, if you can flush them out, that gives you so much control at the back of the site that you can see everything from Snowman to up until yellow. It just gives you a nice little crossfire angle that you can use with the rest of your team there. And it also makes the defenders a little bit wary because they thought that it's going to be an angle that they can well utilize. So good wall just used and everything. Jalicious' lurk, not really more of a lurk, more of a punished endeavor there. Blurred, my goodness, this man, even with the Bulldog, is so ferocious. Still gets the kill, the trade, it's beautiful, but if SBE can regain control of B-Long, he can revive his teammate. Blur still holding the angle with the dash, but it's not going to work. Kakarot just trying to delay even further. Might try to peek kiss right now as he throws out the Molly just to force back the rest of the attackers. They still are playing this heavy contact play rap, and it is working. They've dwindled down the numbers into the 4 versus 3. The util's being used just to clear up onto mid. Now with 50 seconds, they're eyeing what is on that A site.
That they do. They do set their sights and their priorities towards the A site. Blast is going to be there, though. He's always been so reliable on being such a great sentinel to delay and be as impactful as he can be. But Pro might actually tagging up just a tiny bit. But instead, they choose to dart up second floor and a little bit behind box. They go for default plant. Blast looks to try and be clever here. Does not get spotted out. Instead, it's the rest of the boys on South Built that get punished for this. They will find Flippy. This is going to be infinitely more difficult as the rest of South Built have already posted themselves in the post plant, and they are making a mad scramble for the spike. It is not meant to be, as Naos, they have firm control over the situation. And no matter what side, A or B, it's proven to be such a difficult endeavor for South Built.
And this is why you want Blast on one of these sites, because they have to push in at ground level. So Nano Swarms, if they can't see it line of sight and destroyed, right? And you can just place it around the corner. It's going to have that AoE. It's going to reach where Felipe was trying to plant. It's a perfect example of how very easily Blast can actually stop the attackers, because again, they don't have that speed to get in on these sites right now, and you really see the difficulties for SBE to make this work. So ideally, maybe they're going to be looking for the defending half coming into the next half, but right now they are very much struggling to make these contact plays work, because even if they can get all the contact plays in the world, if they can't really take the site where Blast is and plant the spike that gives them the post plant, which we haven't really seen in these 4 rounds, SBE kind of dropping the ball in this one, Raf.
Oh yeah, and on a stifled buy, whatever they can do may be a little more challenging now. They finally set the Viper wall, but Yellow still looks to be as precarious as Blurred. The Resident Jet is going to have a bit of a shooting range. He finds one, can't really find another, but that's more than enough. Contemplates if he should aggress, but Jet will fall. But he will finally get a second for himself. The rest of Naos, they do fight the classic. That is a free gun, by the way, as Aserai would love to say. Does its damage, does its worth. It is still a 2v3, but with a gun advantage massively favoring Naos. This is such a difficult round and almost assured to be in the hands of Naos. Kakarot, I don't know, man. Did I jinx it? I'm not sure, but Micro has to ace here. There's only 14 seconds. His heart must be beating super hard, but we know, well, we know a little too early what happens there.
No sound, no indication that Blast was already coming from that lurk, and Micro very focused on what was in front of him that he could not see what was behind. I think nothing profound, you know, just really what
nothing
it
profound, just behind.
Yeah, exactly.
It's behind you.
Yeah.
But once again, right, I want to highlight that Blurred is the type of duelist to really, or the type of player to just never really overextend. He was thinking about peeking again, but he was waiting for his teammate to play, or rather a teammate he can play contact off. Now it does look like Kevs is going to be a little more advanced here. One thing that Naos have to take care of is that Jeh has been dying very early. We've seen his super memorable 4K towards green, towards B main, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams, if not all the teams we have here, have gotten a bit of a hint of how he wants to play his angles.
I don't know how he does it or how his brain works, but I love how you pointed it out. That's one of the reasons why he's probably one of my favorite duelists from when I saw him when he was still with GBP Esports, a Cebuana-based team. Shout out to GBP anyways. Hopefully we can see them maybe on the next VCT. Anyways, John! Holy guacamole! He actually just runs into the side if he gets a second shot. I'm going to eat something spicy later on, but no, he just backs away. He's going to get the heal first, you know. Hunter's Fury just to clear out Kevs, making it a little bit honest as the rest of Naos now try to retake the site here. Blurred has an operator. So, yeah, maybe good luck going into a Viper Spit with that one. But if he makes it work, then I'll eat another thing that is spicy. We'll see, we'll see.
What are you talking about? I think somebody's really hungry here. Somebody send this man some food because it does look like Naos. They want to feast. They want to take the site. And oh my goodness, did I just see Jeh walk into that? So, you know what? I'm not scared of you. But South Build, they're giving them all the reasons to be. But the trades, it's so chaotic. It's reduced to 2v1. The numbers, they eventually fall and suffocate Naos as SB. They take their second round.
Very expensive. Do they have money? Yes, they do. To be able to buy back up again. Oh, did you just see Micro just zoom past Kevs? And he was like, oh no, what happened? But oh, this first pick from Ja, just chef's kiss. So beautiful. Definitely a tour de force moment there. A feat of strength from Ja's chamber. There was no secrets on this one.
Indeed,
well,
no secrets.
From the chamber.
Nothing profound, more food-related things. Blurred tries his hand at this, but he doesn't have a dash, doesn't have a life to play with anymore, as this denies him of a forward position. The guns, they are already a bit of an ROI already on South Build. They still take this slowly. They still want to take this as patiently as they can. They don't want to fall into the trap of being overconfident against these eco rounds.
But with Blur going down, it's definitely a much more digestible pace here, or a digestible situation. I'll just go with situation, yeah. For Southfield Esports, Ja's going to be playing on pipes. I was going to wonder how they're going to reach on pipes. Todoy Aserai, there's still the zip line. There's still the way to go up on pipes without being a jet with the updraft. It's still perfectly fine. Hunter's Fury just to delay the inevitable. That was... I'm gonna say it already here, man. Kind of a big commitments for Naos. Jalicious trying to play zipline, man. It's not gonna work. Molly forces back Blast, and now Kevs and Blast 2 versus 5. These guys against the world with just pistols in hand and a dream to maybe make it to Thrifty. Probably not. If they leave Blast to buy his lonesome, he will not have money. Yeah.
That was very, very interesting, honestly, to see. I love the bravado of Jet to try and take that away from Micro, but I mean, what else did he have to lose, right? He only had a classic. But the classics, they can be deceptively powerful. Now that round lead is slowly within reach of South Build. We have yet another reset point, another swing point for both these teams, whether it be good or bad. Now they finally have guns on the board, and I think they have a healthy batch of utility. Not much in terms of ultimates, but they're very, very close. If they can manage to take away a little bit of orb control, this could be very, very good in their favor. But it does look like they're going to go for that aggressive mid-take again with Kevs. That is something that Southbuild haven't really done or really warranted. They haven't really taken too much kitchen control or pressured tube. So maybe they're trying to bait out Kevs to rotate away from that. It's one of those long-term plays.
I will probably add the fact that with the composition that they have, it might not be as ideal to use that. Yes, you could probably use Sage Wall to cross in, but if the defenders are there, they can always just throw their own molly or break the wall, catch you on the trend. And I think refrags might not be as efficient for SBE because they're looking for a much more safer path. And there is an incredible amount of risk when you try to go for mid. I'm just going to keep going back into this. I sound like a broken record already without having the speed of a duelist, right? So
Speed.
Yeah, I am Speed. Ka-chow.
I love Toy Story. Get baited. But anyway. Anyway. Yeah, you're absolutely correct with your assessment of how they don't have that immediate space control that duelists really take. At least the physical space, right? But Kevs, I think he probably positions himself perfectly here, but the question is, can he line him up? He finds one, he transfers it two, a third potentially, but no, Flippy, he even gets the res. The numbers are back in their favor, at least equal, but Kakarot, he takes one. Flippy's warpath is still continuing, but where did Micro come from? Reduced to 1v1, and Flippy is the hero of South Built. And Naos, they get decimated. A very, very smart play on their end. But the mechanical bailout by Flippy was just a little too powerful. Now we are evened up.
I'm going to eat my words a little bit. That mid play was somewhat successful. It did take them quite a bit, but I don't expect Naos to actually have thought that all of them would just be okay pushing through the Viper smoke and somehow still get all of this juicy little treats as they start pushing right in. Man, I am just not on point with what I'm saying here. But it was very close, though. You saw how much difficult it was for SBE to just finish off that particular round. Still, as you mentioned, perfectly executed by Flippy. And I'm not hungry. I'm good. I'm just hungry for some good Valorant. That's what I'm hungry for.
I'm pretty sure you're hungry for food, you know. I mean, Valorant, it's absolutely filling. Don't skip meals, guys. If you want to have the best gaming experience, just don't skip meals. It's not good for you. It's not good for your body. Getting shot in the head is also something suboptimal, as Ja confidently walks into yellow with absolutely no response, or at least no resistance on the side of Naos. They do have these sheriffs that they've proven to be absolutely lethal with. But South Build, they try to continue their march. Kakarot is here. He does throw that 0 point, will spot out one, and will somewhat silence the noise that Ja has been making, but it is not meant to be, as Ja tries to get that engine going, but Ja has thrown a wrench right into that plan, and somehow, some way, nobody has flushed him out yet.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is perfect, because Ja has given them basically everything, up until the point that he got spotted by Kakarot, but still, I mean, the rest of his teammates will be there. Just take the site. No way. No way he picks up the weapon on that one and still holds the lurk. But that does eat up a bunch of time for Blur to get back onto the side. And still a 3 versus 2 in the end. He's going to have to dash prematurely. This is going to hurt his chances. But the timing to peek on Micro is absolutely disgusting here from Blurred. A 2 versus 2. He just jiggles straight up. And hopefully he was thinking that maybe Kevs could have helped him. Max range or over the max range, only hits for 145 for that headshot, so Flippy still survives that encounter, and it could have been something beautiful, but I think the timing was just maybe a fraction, a hairline off for a beautiful simultaneous kill there from Naos, supposedly.
That's right, hairlines can definitely contribute to your beauty, and that was something that Kevs just really couldn't capitalize on. Sometimes the Sheriff is a cruel cruel mistress. Again, it has the potential of a main rival, but sometimes, just blankly off the mark. Naos, though, they narrowly take that away from South Build. I think they're building just a little bit more momentum for themselves, and they're kind of getting back onto that pace that they prefer. Kevs will take that initial duel against Aziz and will come out on top. He does have a full bag of utility here, but this was something that we anticipated from South Build. Finally an effort to take Kitchen, but that drone is going to spot them out. Or is it going to be timing? They do find Flippy. They even get a glance of Ja. Fortunately for them, not a lot of utility to capitalize on all that info, but Kevs is going to make sure they're going to be locked down, and I can't believe that did no damage. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's cray-cray, my bro. Oh my god, where did that come from? Through the smoke. There was no window or wall, but it was through the smoke that got him. And watch him fall. 3 versus 5. Blur still has an operator, but he's all the way through back of B. But they shouldn't really fear A site too much, because this is where Blast reigns supreme. Waiting patiently for them to just charge right up. The delay tactics. Oh my goodness. They try to cross on through the smoke and get absolutely demolished. We do have one more. Ooh. That's going to be Pro. Spotted and gutted. Kevs picks up the 4K. He will be giving this charge to Delicious, as 3 of the members of Naos now have their ultimates, but a really solid round there from Naos. This mid play was successful for a couple of rounds for SBE, but Naos, as I mentioned, it's going to be a very difficult endeavor to actually make it work, because again, it's not as free-flowing as A main or B main.
And the machine-like proficiency of Naos is starting to rear its head, but Blas does look like he wants to, or at least he has an idea of taking mid aggressively once more. Kev's also going for that massive 4K. If I remember in stage 1, he had this massive streak of just going absolutely ballistic. That was an unreal stretch of games, and it does look like he wants to get back into that form. He does have all the tools in his bag to do that. He has Hunter's Fury, if ever that Killjoy ult is gonna assist him in taking control. But right now, it does look like things are gonna slow down yet again. That Shock Dart is gonna tickle Ja just a tiny bit, but him losing that armor is just gonna make those Phantoms that much more lethal.
Recon Dart for a bit of that information. Kev's not spotted. Blast not spotted. Ja, I think, sniffed out by Blast here. He's slowly peeking the corner, and Ja just did not know where to peek initially first, and Blast takes him down. Flippy holding the angle here. Here's the Recon drone. Can't really challenge it because it does not want to get tagged. Recon Dart gonna make it even more difficult for him. Never mind. Still hits a shot. Just reads Kev like an open book. Oh, the recipe is a recipe for Kev's disaster. That was a little bit unfortunate. And now in a 4 versus 4, SBE set their sights onto the A citation here. But the thing is, Blast is still here again. Oh, okay, never mind. Null Command will basically make him null and void. If they can spot his utility, break it down as they try to get the spike planted down. This is going to be absolutely perfect for them.
Timing.
And Delicious just running through on A main. Heard perfectly by Micro. Blast uses his ultimate for the retake, but the thing is, they're all the way back onto A main here on Belt. So attackers can just take their sweet, sweet time,
Ooh.
but Flippy will not, as he gets spotted, gutted, and just thwarted.
Oh, who got... Oh, what? I thought it was Pro that got detained. Apparently not. Works out in the favor of South Build, but now they still have very much the advantage here. Kakarot and Blurred, they absolutely annihilate the competition as Aziz will have to try and hold this down. Nearly gets the click, but nope, it is Blurred to be the hero, getting a massive 3K to retain and take that lead away once more. Now they look to streak this. I think they have the last 2 rounds before the side swap, and they want to continue this momentum moving forward with the match.
That was already brilliant from Blurred. How did they drop that one? Nobody was on the spike, by the way, and they just double challenged it. They could have waited. Maybe a miscommunication of something. They just lacked to say, dude, that guy's not on the spike. We don't really have to go for this. It's technically a 2 versus 2 because Kakarot is still coming up onto Belt. Maybe going up onto A main. That was just very, very mistimed here. Or rather, not the Kakarot, excuse me, SBE. That was just mistimed from Aziz. Now, Hunter's Fury is used somewhere. Kevs, does he actually get the proper guess on where the counterpart is? Nobody got tagged for the most part. Ja actually loses his life. Some snazzy movement from Kevs here. Loving the use on that shock dart, plus his just strafe jump back into safety. There is Aziz and Pro working their magic onto mid. Aziz gets spotted already. Kevs looking to challenge. And Aziz, does he have the timing? Absolutely not here, Raph. Blast does get knocked off, which gives Micro the chance to get the A site. But the plant, actually to follow right afterwards. This is absolutely amazing. 2 versus 3. The thing is,
so difficult.
It is a 2 versus 3, yeah.
Indeed, this is going to be so difficult for both sides, honestly. They still have so many ultimates and so much utility on hand. But right now it is a game of patience, and who is going to crumble first? They're waiting, or rather Naos is waiting to position themselves as best they can. But Blurred, he doesn't see him in time, it doesn't matter. The last 2 have been executed. And Naos, they take a 2-round lead just before we go into the half. Been
sorry, I was just gonna say,
Switching sides.
Viper's Pit isn't really the scariest of utilities in a 2 versus 3 when you're the Viper and just a teammate remaining, because even though you can go for those trades, some teams are just very used to going through that utility already, and you see how just very experienced Naos are. Oh man, I just gotta give it to like that pickup from Kevs. Just moved and defended Boilers so majestically, made it easier for his team to just rotate back onto the A side and play that 3 versus 2. But yeah, very difficult to kind of play inside the Viper's Pit if you're kind of outman and you don't really have position to be cheeky, as it were.
I'm not entirely sure if South Build had the opportunity to burn that res on Flippy, but either way, with Naos positioning themselves to have a successful flank, they just made things infinitely worse on the side of South Build. But once again, we're going to have a bit of a reset here. It does look like we're going to just have a little bit of a chit-chat here with our halftime pause, give our players a little bit of a break, because my goodness, that was a very, very grueling first half. That was one of the most, if not the most back and forth map we've seen so far. Or rather, half we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's such a treat to actually watch it. And where are we actually looking at?
Where what?
Yeah, this one. This I can see.
It's an icebox.
I can see KO's behind. Obviously, it's icebox. Where an icebox? I think it's the attacker spawn.
It's an icebox.
Completely forgot what I was gonna say to answer, or to kind of answer back to what you were saying. Dang it, Raph.
You mean it's an icebox? Anywho.
Yeah, where my heart used to be, you know. It's so cold. It's so cold.
Of course, that would have to come out. It was just a matter of time before we were trying to reference so many movies and now songs. It's really going to be an unending train. And it's only the first day, too. But I hope you folks at home are, once again, esteemed guests of the broadcast. Hope you guys are enjoying the matches. And hopefully me and Asarai and the rest of the boys with Dax and Black and Blue, and of course everybody on the panel has been, you know, entertaining you.
Yeah.
Don't make
better
it
entertain me, boy.
I just said don't make it. This tandem is too powerful. But we do see early orb control on Flippy. They really want to get that res on site as quickly as they can, and I feel like one of the philosophies they're going with this comp is that maybe we don't need that immediate space taking with the duelist. Maybe we want to play as a death ball. We want to play as compact as we can, so maybe we can maximize the value of our flashes, of our general utility from our Sova. It does look like Naos, they are still picking and prodding. The wall is already set on B, but it does look like they're much more interested in A, sending about 4 people there now with a minute left in the round. Asarai,
it's gonna be all up to Flippy. Well, Joss at the back of the site, but I think Flippy's wall is gonna be just very crucial up until this point. Joss so close that he just love taps Blurred's brains and splatters it all across the icebox A site. Look at how the defenders of SB here perfectly just segregate the remaining of Naos. Kakarot and Kevs just cannot push through. That Viper wall made it absolutely clear. We have marked our territory. This is ours.
30 seconds
and you will have to go the other opposite direction. But to the betterment here of Naos, there is no big utility that will scare them. Maybe if there's a snake bite that came through and stopped Kakarot from planting.
Don't jinx it, please, for the love of everything holy. I swear, one more second of talking, a shock dart from Bind was gonna hit him for absolutely no reason. We were gonna see a stray name in that kill feed, but Kakarot uses his utility defensively, flushes out any perpetrator on yellow potentially. Cavs does not get the recon dart in time, and now they've been discovered. This clandestine operation has been revealed, and Pro and the rest of the boys over at South Built are still absolutely surgical, following in the footsteps of early round ASUS.
Well, technically I wasn't wrong. There was a snake bite that actually forced Kakarot.
It's one of those moments, right? Like, please, please do not let a breeze touch me, please.
Oh, that's just a nasty shot, and you get TP on out. That's perfect. Shock Dart's not really gonna be something you have to fear anymore when you still have a good chunk of HP, because guys, if you haven't read the patch notes, it's been nerfed. So yeah,
I was just about to say it makes no sense. But
for the
you know
Shock
what? I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little spoiled with the shock dart damage, but it could be for the betterment of the game. Yeah.
I will say though, it's kind of the same with the satchel charges. You remember when it was 75 damage per satchel?
Oh yeah. Well, that was kind of crazy, honestly. That had no reason. Doing that much damage is Jalicious, once again, is the member to fall the earliest on the side of Naos, and they desperately need that sightline coverage. They cannot try, or rather, it is such a dangerous task for them to swing out on these open sight lines that South Built have really locked down, and missing that controller is just going to make this situation infinitely worse.
And they're on pistols, so...
That is true, that is true.
Yeah. Oh, I like Flippy's angle here. He's not going to get peeked out. Ooh, if he dies to this one... Never mind. He still gets a 2k. Perfect. Boost himself off from the wall? Nah, he just uses the crossover. Pro will use it though. Zip lines to victory. He gets stabbed in the back. There it is. I was waiting for it. Kakarot. Oh, he's already won the game. He's already won our hearts. Kakarot.
The first knife, and it is in the hands of Naos. 7-7 is the scoreline. That is going to be a little bit of a psychological damage on the side of South Built, but once again, they are a team that is very hard to shake. Naos though, they are still getting that momentum that they want, or at least they're doing their best to build that, once again, that forward presence that they would love to play off. Kakarot, very cheeky, very cheeky.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna, like, do anything other than that, but he definitely won the hearts of the people. What is this?
This is called Valorant, sir.
Oh, wow. I thought it was Radiant.
Okay,
let's
calm down.
Jaw's gonna peek this one. And there's like 3 people looking at him. No, never mind. He has an off angle, maybe? Oh, he does! No way, he actually crouches Blurred's headshot angle there! Oh my god, am I gonna lose my mind right now? Oh, what? How did he predict that? That was nasty.
That was a big risk.
Okay.
And if it's not you who lost his mind, it's actually Blurred. That is going to be a Vandal still not being given to the side of South Built. They had to get that space, or at least just get a pick off here. Ja, he's still lurking towards yellow. Kevs might actually find the timing here. And it does look like it's a bit of a tease on both sides. That 0 point is going to catch him out. The swing is there. He finds Jay again. But Kevs is so quick on that trade. The wall is up. Kakarot still has a flash and that 0 point available to him. The numbers advantage still on the side of South Built despite having a bit of a thinner armory here. It does look like this lurk is anticipated, but Pro needs to land this shot or at least delay him for as long as he can. The turret is going to come out. That Phantom 6th man, it is going to cover. But Pro has resigned to holding on towards Snowman instead. 17 seconds. Naos have to move. Naos have to get something. But they do get 2 in return. Micro, he swings out super wildly. ASUS, he still has so much utility, Asterai. It's down to both the bots. And ASUS proves to be the superior machine, at least in that very moment.
Oh, man. I really like what Blast tried to do there. He waited for such a long time to push out onto Kitchen, it was actually a good idea because he had so much pinch play that if he actually got maybe a kill off of that particular angle, he would have broken through the defense of SBE. But check this out. Micro went for an even more delay rotate to come out of Hut towards onto Kitchen. And Blast was not really expecting that one. Gets caught, and the rest of this round was history already. Oh my goodness. What is this SBE that we're seeing? I mean, it's still neck and neck. And I gotta say, Naos is doing phenomenally here, but there is some really in-depth stuff that I'm seeing from SBE that I did not see before, especially, again, when they played during the group stage.
Absolutely. A lot of the discipline has really been paying off for South Build here. Orb control is going to be given up very, very early, but instead they choose to play with the ranges of the Vandal. We already saw a bit of a heartbreaker with Kevs landing the shot but could not find the fatal last hit. Micro does have 2 snake bites to his name, so he is going to deny default just a tiny bit. Still wary of that flank, but does he know that Je is hiding right around the corner? He spots one. Doesn't really get any damage. Instead, he will be the oppressor here. Despite getting tagged up, despite getting hit by the 0 point, the retake is already in play. But I feel like with this plant going down, this is already the primary objective for Naos. Micro finds a frag. Blurred is so low. Flippy even chimes in to find Blast.
And here's the thing, without a Sage Wall, they can get pushed back as far as this B site. Snappy little transition there from Micro. Whoa! What a headshot! Okay, it's nothing spectacular, but the pre-fire was kind of snazzy. Anyways, Kevs, you know how good he can be on that Sheriff, but this time, it's a snake bite that takes him off the board. It's the Viper that just makes him go to sleep. 7-9, SBE. They're ramping up the round advantage here, Raph. Now, as they still have some time to stop the bleeding, stop the swelling of this game, because SBE is starting to get out of control.
I feel like a lot of people would love to be tucked in by Viper. You know what I mean? Have a good night's rest, but it doesn't seem like Viper's that type of person. I don't know, I could be assuming things. But now, once again, the round lead, it is on the side of SBE. I think this is their biggest one on this map, if I'm not mistaken. The operator is finally going to come out on the side of Ja, and we see a little bit of early aggression here, a little bit of anticipation from the 0 point. It is going to get snuffed out. The dart is also going to be removed by Blurred, but they are going to be spotted out. Mid presence is absolutely a non-factor here for both teams, so this might be just a straight-up brawl. Don't really have any ultimates on both sides, but Kevs, we know the amount of fragging power he has. One hit to the head, he could have that Hunter's Fear for that post plan, but look at that. That is a chunky shock dart.
This keeps at least the members of Naos honest. Oh, they didn't know the Bro actually dropped down, but the flash makes him just jitter a little bit on his aim. He's going to get dropped by Blur here, and this is the perfect time for Naos to strike fast and hard. The thing is, again, they're going to be planting onto the corner. Nobody will be able to peek out because that Viper wall makes it safe. No, Kakarot. He's about to get... thought he was going to get maybe flanked from the back. But not going to work. Micro spots out the head, but it's flipping. It catches him off guard. They're coming in through orange here, but they're going to get peeled by Delicious with the 3K coming in through Jungle Gym. Or the Jungle Bars. And... oh my goodness, SBE just did not know where to look in that fight.
That's right, he might have been slipping, he might have fell off those bars, but he is still the king of the playground, trying to cut this lead down. One more swing, one more big swing could easily be the reason why Naos is going to take this map. But once again, Southfield, they're not going to let that happen. They're not going to let this go as easily, but oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful lineup and beautiful composure by Jay there to just really focus on the head. We do see a little bit of a armor reduction here on Flippy. Has to settle down for 25. He still does have that res. They do have null command in their pockets as well, but Southfield, they have to keep themselves composed here. Otherwise, Naos, they could just go full force, hit another haymaker.
It has worked previously before. Wait, huh? Where did Micro find that? Never mind. Regardless, if they try to plant this right now, Aziz still has his molly. The timing is just beautiful. It will delay them even further. The defenders coming in on mid. I like how we still do see Ja and Flippy just kind of checking what's on the back. Because there's so many molly abilities for SBE, even through the Viper spit, Naos just cannot plant the spike, and somehow they get the kill through the Viper ultimate. And now, Blurred and Blast are the ones to remain, but maybe it's good because these guys, the double Bs, they're just blasting through and blurring the lines. We'll see if they can clutch this one because it's still 3 versus 2. The cross hold by Zhao with the operator. He catches through. Not going to happen. 30 seconds. Going to have to plant the spike. But look at this. That Cloudburst is about to dissipate. And Blur's life is going to be not forfeit. They still are able to fight, but Blast gets spotted through a yellow. And now it's Blurred against the world. Did he activate the blades? Not enough time. No chances given. And SBE retake the round for at least the first 10th in this Icebox map.
That's right, Blurred lives, initiating the Dance of Death, but it's Southbuilt hitting those double digits. As, well, the first ones to do it. Beautiful, beautiful retake, but a masterclass of mechanics all around the board. We still have 2, maybe 3 more gun rounds left for Naos here, at least economy-wise. Beautiful, beautiful shots, like I said, being landed. But the timing on SBE and this newfound discipline for ASUS has been really, really helping the Icebox effort. The operator is still in the hands of Ja. Still a very much deadly, deadly weapon, but still a relatively quiet game aside from that wild tour de force entry. We don't have a Viper's Pit anymore on the side of Jalicious, so that post-plant shenanigans might not be as potent. And we do see Micro use his to just gatekeep a site.
This is a site where, as a Viper, it's very easy for you to just defend it. TBH, right? You can just throw your snake bites. If they're somehow middle of your Viper ultimate already, they're probably half HP. They die very quickly, or they take very substantial damage that if you come to punish them, you're probably just going to need like 1 bullet to take 1 player down. But that last round, you really do see the difficulties when you don't have a Sage, right? There will be a different approach that you have to do, especially on this B side. People will say, has their Icebox been changed so that doesn't happen? But no, you still need the wall so that nobody peeks you around that corner, so that nobody can throw mollies without it bouncing or just going straight to the default plant spike, ruining your time and just basically just ruining everything, right? But anyways, this 2-pronged attack working phenomenally here for Naos as Jalicious and Kakarot blast through onto the site itself. And they make SBE have a run for their money. Somehow, some way, SBE have botched this mid control. And Zhao with the operator, well, he's going to have to just give it up. Micro thinking that maybe somebody's just going to be lurking through the A site. Not really. They're just going to go here and make camp for this round because they have absolutely nowhere else to go. Ja is... okay, just going to reposition. You're fine. You're good. Next round. GG go next.
Yes, they definitely have to concede this round with all things considered. And now, once again, Naos, that brilliance that we've seen time and time again has reared its head. They can be absolutely robot-like with their efficiency. And again, that's not a pun because KO is probably one of their most successful agents. They have to keep that consistent, though, because Southbuilt, they've been adjusting on the fly so quickly. Naos, they've been trading punches, but we just don't have enough rounds. If they can't cut the lead down, then it could be very, very precarious. But it does look like that check mark on that box could be completed very, very soon. As I mentioned, if this momentum continues. Yet another buy round on the side of Southbuilt, but heavily hampered in terms of ultimates in comparison to Naos.
Well, if Ja still has that operator of his, can always make it work. Blurred, loving this play from him. Does get a lot of mid control already, which again, they did utilize on that last round. The thing is, he's already used his dash. So what this can maybe just hope to do is allow his teammates to cross. But you can see Ja, not Jed, Ja, on the SBE side. He's waiting for Blur to get cheeky, maybe peek up onto B main or B site and see if he can get a catch off. The timing will have to be perfect here because that B main control is... or excuse me, that mid control is very non-existent. Jalicious will not be able to go on to kitchen without being spotted by that trademark. So there really isn't a lot of options for Naos here. And SBE are playing this super far back. Ooh, that is very close.
And beautiful, beautiful awareness to sniff out the utility on both sides here. The dart was denied. The trademark was denied. Delicious, he pulls back. He pulls the rest of his team to a more defensive stance. But wow, a blind ult coming from Pro. Doesn't really tag up anyone just yet. But narrowly tickles Naos here. 30 seconds. They finally expend that lockdown to take control of A side. And now SBE, they're gonna have to settle for a retake. But what is this aggression? Kakarot finds the head of Aziz through the smoke. And they cover Kakarot as he is going to be their front man for now. All that utility is going to be such a big deterrent. And now with Aziz gone, that 0 point could have been so helpful. But now they have to operate in a 4v5 situation. Micros has both snake bites, and that gas is slowly building up for his Viper utility. But Kakarot continuing on his rampage. But SBE, they will not fall. Kakarot finds a third. Maybe on pace for the ace? Could be a question. He finally finds the fourth, but Pro denies him. Je will have to be the hero, but suddenly Pro, a second win. Once again, a Sova versus Sova situation. Cavs, he swings, he peeks, he finds him. And now it's tied up. 10 apiece for both teams.
Definitely no time for him to have fought Kevs there and gotten the defuse in time. There's someone kind of sus in that replay. I think that was the flank coming in from... I like to say Delicious. I think he came in through the back and just started peeking through against them. Oh no, never mind. It was just I thought it was, but never mind. Pro almost got the clutch there, but it was just not enough time. Initially, Kakarot just being Kakarot, man, getting those initiate kills, this beautifully executed blurred. He can always hit these pixel shots. That's why he's just re-peeking the angle. He has no fear whatsoever. And right now, again, because of that, they just get this control again onto the A side. Nobody's on this A side whatsoever here, Raph. The only ones who do have the rifles, Micro and Ja, are actually separated from the two. Kevs is the first angle, and Ja wasn't even expecting that. Good double peek from Naos.
Beautiful read on the side of Naos, and Blurred hits the fadeaway on Aziz. It is up to Micro to try and save this Vandal, but not even that tiny corner can save him from the wrath of Naos, as once again they wrestle for control of this lead. Leading 11-10. This game is really getting closer and closer to a bit of a nail-biter. If not, it already is. And like I said, this was an absolutely perfect read on Naos. They had two anti-flank. Seems like the habits of South Build are getting snuffed out now. And Naos, they take the wheel. No, don't do it. I can hear you giggling. Don't do it. Stop.
I'm sorry. All right. We're
just
good.
Go
we're
ahead,
good.
man.
Delicious, take the wheel.
He had to let it out. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, we're good. We're good.
We're good. Wheels.
Well, it's fine. This is the perfect time to do that because we do have a timeout from South Built Esports here.
Maybe this should have came sooner. I feel like they had once again they had a 2-round lead and it started dwindling, but I guess that was the most apparent round, right? When the read was just absolutely on the nose.
I was gonna mention in terms of the overall kills, right? Ja is actually underperforming right now on the chamber. He's been put on a position where he has to always fight or die, right? Because if he gets the rendezvous to get out, then perfect. But if he gets tagged by Kakarot's KO blade, he just has to fight the angle. But there's so many opponents that just peek him simultaneously that he can't really find any form of leeway through that. Nice little KO blade lineup there from Kakarot. That clears up a lot of the yellow, if not all of yellow. So this gives Naos so many options to kind of figure out if they want to go for this B site. That being said, Micro is here. He's placed his wall just to stop the cross coming in to B here. The flash coming through. He actually gets fully flashed. He's being chased down here by Blurred. Oh my goodness, this is so close. And Pro about to swing. If he dies, that's going to be a huge, huge no-no. He does get it. Beautifully executed. Kakarot's head not spotted by Micro. And the spike is planted, but the retake numbers in the advantage of SBE. Is there going to be someone to actually hold for the flank or try to go for the flank on Naos' end? Not going to happen because They have a world of lineups. Delicious, Blast, and Kevs all have ultimates to use, or all have lineup abilities to use to just delay the fuse on the spike.
And if they can be a bit more patient, that 0 point is going to completely eliminate this tour de force. But Kakarot, he walks in, he dodges the flash, but assist is too quick. Kevs, he tries to hold on, but Micro finishes him off. And now Southbuilt quickly regain consciousness. They now finally tie it up, 11-11. And this could be it, folks. This could be the deciding round, whether we go into overtime or whether we go into a big swing. So far, it's only been a matter of 2 rounds. So this is still really in there. I feel like this would be a smart time for Naos to kind of get all those nerves out of the way. Maybe that was a little bit of an overheat with what they were trying to do. We saw them push smokes. They went overly aggressive with the flashes. Once again, in the heat of battle, it really is hard to decide what was the good play or not.
How did that even happen? They had so much delay tactics, right? And did we see this before from SBE where they actually got those simultaneous kills again on Icebox? It's either SBE or Oasis that got that. Can't remember. I think it might have been Oasis, but well, SBE taking a page out of that book. Wall to stop the push on Maze, so they're not gonna get lost in the maze. I guess you have to go through the regular path, but Aziz is already waiting for that inevitable aggression if ever it does happen. Pro timely uses the excuse me, Sova drone to pick up on mid, and that should give enough info here for SBE, especially with the blade, that now the A site is where the action will happen.
That's right, and they do try to fight for that maze, playing like the Sayas, slaying the bull. That is going to be the SBE defense, and it does look like it's still pretty even here. A lot of the members are falling on the side of Naos, though. As SBE, they remain healthy. 35 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a decision now. Otherwise, they'll be running into a wall of players. Still, the trades, they go in the favor of Kakarot. They find Flippy. That was the key to the lengthening of the lives. Southbuilt here, we do see a pretty low HP Aziz here, but he does finally find his kill. He finds another one. Yet another 1v1 situation. Micro, he knows he has to play time. Kakarot, he does throw that 0 point, but he's not going to find anything.
10 seconds.
He tries to creep up. Once again, the maze. It's going to be in the maze. And he's forced to stick the plant. He even goes for the fake. Super ballsy. But Micro, he's so disciplined. He doesn't overextend. And yet another round. And even a consolation prize finding Kakarot. 12-11. SBE, they're at the cusp of sweeping Naos.
Oh my goodness, that was... Okay, here's the thing. In that very specific instance, I think Kakarot made a mistake. He tried to pre-fire an angle when there was still a second left onto the clock. And if you think about it that way, that was a second that might have made Micro guess. Because I don't think Micro heard that Kakarot was off on the plant on the spike. He wasn't like running around or anything. I think he was just still shift walking. So with that being said, Kakarot might have used at least every ounce of that second that he was using to maybe bait Micro to just prematurely peek him as he was trying to actively look for Micro. So I don't know if that was, I don't know if that was the grave mistake that Kakarot made or what, but it really was down to the seconds there, Raf.
Indeed it was. It is truly a game of inches as Kakarot is going to get tagged down again. That spiderweb that is set around Kakarot is slowly crumbling as Pro has been the exterminator. Nearly finds a third, but it's Jot to back him up. And now Micro refuses to lose a duel. He finds one. He is so low, but he gets the second. And Southbuilt convincingly take the last round of this series. And my, what an exchange between these two juggernauts.
Wow. What a game. Oh my, I was at the edge of my monoblock seat, my man. That's
Please don't break it, sir. And he's not lying. I have been planted on such a firm throne. But once again, congratulations to Southbuilt taking their first series. You know, a lot of the people, a lot of the analysts, a lot of peeps on the desk, they were talking about how Southbuilt are incredibly slow starters. And that's been proven in the past. Their group stage performances have truly been something in question. But for them to sweep now, again, one of the tournament favorites, one of the absolute monsters of her previous stage, that is a statement.
I was just taken aback to how clean both teams really are. Again, we talk about how Naos still have a lot more to go in terms of how they go for the strategies and those micro engagements, but definitely it's there. I think they just got one up by how much SBE just had to offer in terms of what they got, because usually when we see SBE on Icebox, they don't go no duelists, right? It's always like Ja or Aziz that maybe plays the Jet, maybe even the Reyna. Yeah. Exactly. But this time, absolutely no duelists. All pure utility agents, and it worked about as well as you can think. There were some times where the speed that they needed to get into the sites hampered them a little bit, but they just needed to adjust it just a slight bit more. Just put a bit more thought into what they wanted to do, and it worked phenomenally well. That being said, this was not a wash of a game. Naos was so close. Absolutely minuscule difference to pushing this into overtime and maybe even a game 3. Look at the stats here, Raph. They were just very much neck and neck.
Absolutely. Again, Naos has shown so many signs of brilliance, and to have such a young core, have such a mature playstyle, this team can really go super far, even farther than as much as they've achieved. Again, man, it's just so hard to compare against SB, who's been doing this for forever. Micro, although I wouldn't say that was a quiet game, but it's kind of like a Tim Duncan game, you know what I mean? He has a 2.4 KD, but not necessarily the flashiest. He did his job. He didn't do a little too much extra, but in the end, he's still a shining star of SBE.
Yeah, and the Spurs, well, at this point, Southwood Esports will be...
Actually,
you said it. I didn't
Spurs
say
aren't that
anything.
old anymore, okay?
Okay, yeah. But the one with Tim Duncan, all right?
Yeah,
I haven't watched like the newer iteration of like NBA with the players. I just know like Giannis, Trae Young, but yeah. Anyways.
But Giannis is on the Bucks, bro.
Yeah, I know, bro. I'm just saying like new players on NBA, bro. Sorry,
bro.
Sorry, I don't know if they're new players or anything now.
But speaking of new players, again, I want to go back to the point that I made about Naos. They're so incredibly young, generally young, right? But the way they play, the way they handle the game, it's super disciplined. We have Blurred, who's been an absolute star, especially with the discipline he shows, even on agents that are designed to succeed in super flashy plays. We have their very meticulous trading system that is in place, and hopefully can even be polished even more. It's just, like you mentioned, it's that strat book that needs to really expand.
I do have to add as well, this could be a foreshadowing of what could happen for Valorant, quote-unquote meta, in a way. Because of Fade's release, we could be seeing 2, maybe 3 initiator comps, and that's going to be actually what you just need to rush in onto a site. I'm just very much looking forward to seeing that happen, if ever, because we could see Naos as well may need to adjust that kind of play here, because again, duelists are great and all, but sometimes they're not the be-all end-all. Maybe if you're just the most insane Jet player ever, but there you at least see that comps like this that South Build bring to the table can actually work, even if it's going to be a close even if it's going to be a close game.
I think that these are two contrasting teams in that, at least at the very first map, right? We saw Naos put all their eggs in the contact play basket, and on the other end, we saw South Build go for that full utility, win the gunfight even before it starts, that type of approach. And definitely both have their merits. They both are incredibly hard to execute if you're not a well-practiced team. But again, guys, it's just a reminder, even though SBE won, Naos is still a very well-oiled machine that can absolutely demolish so many people. It's just South Build, man. That momentum they've been carrying over and that drive that they seem to have. It's crazy.
All right, and with that, we finish the last series of the day. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's the interview and the panel that will break it down even further. Don't go anywhere. VCT Stage 2.
Victory over Naos Esports with a 2-0. Azurai, I know you just came from that series. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a breather and start off with G10. You know, you said there was no doubt that South-Built Esports would be one of the most dominant teams, and there you go. Here they are. Totally understand that. You know, it is very, very close indeed between South-Built Esports and Naos. And Azurai, having just come from that series, having been on the edge of your monoblock chair, I mean, you know, how... Of course! Of course! I hear everything! Oh, we shouldn't go there. But yes, having been on the edge of your monoblock chair, I mean, like, what do you think about how much, you know, these teams have improved, you know, in just a short span of time? You know, of course, it's very, very early indeed, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, what you've seen today, there are some mild changes from what you've seen from stage 1.
Yeah, again, there was already that tweet that mentioned how SBE just kind of went around the fact that Duelist is just a mindset, and that Icebox map was a perfect example of that. There was so much, I think, preparation put into motion by SBE that we just saw put into play at the very start of the group stage. This was, by all intents and purposes, a statement from them that this is a team that not only will perform in the group stage, but can perform differently from what we saw from last time. Because again, last time, it felt like South-Built Esports relied on certain players to make things happen. But this time, everybody definitely put pieces in together to make everything work out. That being said, on the Naos end, I think Naos is kind of doing the same thing that was expected them to do, which was to kind of experiment a little bit, figure out things in terms of different compositions. They have a lot of players that are very flexible. And we did see a really good chunk of that come into play, whether it was Split or Icebox. It didn't work as well, I think, on Split. You did see some glimmers of what could have been, but not enough. And then Icebox, I think it just got a little bit bamboozled to how much utility was left for SBE to always utilize throughout the entirety of the rounds. And it was a very close endeavor, but at least this time it's SBE that won that series.
At what point do you think on Icebox was there any particular round that you think Naos could have turned it in their favor, especially since it came very, very close within the last 2 rounds?
Ooh, was that for me? Okay.
Yeah. I think G10 is still meditating and absorbing everything for now. Yeah. We can hear you, but of course we have some magic going on. So yeah,
That's
yeah.
the thing, though.
There's
Yeah.
We are. This is actually telepathy happening, but we just have to make sure because, of course, that can't transcend to our audience, our little panel desk telepathy over here.
Yeah.
So, but
Absolutely.
I think that's we still need to work through that. So, just curious, Azurai, going back to that question about Naos, especially in those last 2 rounds, especially when everything was just all tied up. Was there anything you think they could have done differently under that amount of pressure?
I think the question was different initially, where I think the question was, what was, if there was any chance that I thought that maybe there was a play that Naos could have done or was doing that might have actually given them the leg up against SBE. And I think that's a perfect question to kind of ask, because I don't think there was at some point. There was some really good rounds that we saw from Blast where he was defending a site. We saw, I think, some rounds from Kakarot where he was just entry-fragging out of his whole mind. But we didn't really see that kind of just mesh together perfectly. It was more of, again, now it's just going back to them just relying on certain individual players to make things happen. And then when that doesn't work, they kind of just botch the round. So I don't know if that's something that they can remedy moving forward, but at least in that series, it really was kind of one of the reasons why I felt like they fell just a little bit short from SBE.
Yeah. G10, I think you're finally back. I think you're
good.
finally back. So I'm pretty sure you have a lot of thoughts to add to that while you were meditating and taking everything in.
Yeah, I mean, that second map was a doozy. I was watching it and I had no idea if SB was we're going to be able to pull ahead. It was so close, 10-10 until SB took the lead. Naos tried to take it back, but just they weren't able to clutch the match point. They could have brought it. There was a point, I think, where they could have brought it to to overtime. We could have had overtime in game number 2. I think that point in in the last round, right before everything went wrong for Naos, I think there were a couple of decisions there that I think would have been better. But still, all of that being said, SBE just played out of their minds the entire series. And as Asarai said, it did look like there were star players definitely activating with Naos Esports, but SBE, they were just so consistent and consistently great that just kind of outshone all of the star power.
Jumping into our series highlights, I think that's a good point to note because of the consistency, and that's what we usually see with more experienced teams, with teams that have had that discipline, have all of those years to to build on that. Because with younger teams, of course, we can see a little bit of that, urge that isn't quite there yet. And G10, we were talking about how South Milk Esports are, part of the old guard in a compliment. That's a compliment, by the way, in a good way. They're part of that old guard. So these guys, they've seen everything pretty much at this point.
Yeah, they've seen everything, they've done everything, and they know how to practice, they know how to mesh with each other as a team. They're not, they don't have a lot of ego because they've been in the scene for so long. All that's pretty much stripped away, and they really try their best to improve and practice as a team. And that's something that a lot of teams do find a little bit difficult, especially when you're changing members all the time. But SB, they just have it, they have their formula down pat. And it pays off in what they've shown today. Naos definitely had, I think, a lot of creative and good ideas during Icebox, but SB, their bread and butter, just kind of shone through there. Absolute just teamwork from them.
Yeah, and Asarai, I believe our MVP for this, as we'll see a little later on after our highlights, will be Micro. And there was a very particular moment, exciting standoff, so to say. I think it was between Micro and Kakarot, was it?
Yeah, I think that was for the final. Yeah, that was the final round, I believe, or one of the defining rounds for SBE there. And we'll see it later because I want to get in depth on that. And I don't know if you caught what I mentioned to Raph, but it felt like Kakarot just kind of blew his very small chance of faking Micro to get outpeaked by him. Just that 1 second, and Micro played it absolutely phenomenally. So we're going to see that, as you mentioned, best player in Micro But yeah, I just like how he played. Very, very condensed, not overly committing to fights. Basically, the whole SBE was so what's the word here? Tactical or thoughtful with how they wanted to go about these particular rounds that they played.
Yeah, and I think that, with regards to Micro, you could just see how he didn't need to exactly pop off, although he did. He didn't need to do that because his presence was just felt all around. And, I really felt that on Icebox as well as, on Split, of course. I just feel like for SBE, this is just them also just warming up. I didn't feel like they were overstepping or really needing to I'm gonna prove myself or something. I felt like this was them actually being a little bit chill. So with that, I'm actually wondering, as we ramp things up, as we head on closer to the playoffs and everything, the SBE that arises from this group stage is gonna be even scarier. And speaking of, the SBE, we do have them joining us on the panel. So excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me as I bring up Papi Chulo from SBE to join me for a quick little interview. Hello, Papi Chulo. I hope you didn't wait too long. I know you've been waiting there for a while. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. And congratulations, of course, to South Built Esports. First question. This was a really intense battle between you and Naos. So let's give a little bit of love to your opponents. What was the most challenging thing going up against them today?
I think yung laban namin sa Icebox. Kasi yung sa Split, masyadong malayo yung gap eh. So sa tingin ko mas challenging yung Icebox kasi dikit na dikit yung laban.
So you think they have a good Icebox play?
Yeah. Medyo nahirapan din yung mga teammates ko.
Awesome. And of course, you guys qualified last stage to the SEA playoffs. What did you guys take from that experience and bring into stage 2?
Tingin ko yung experience namin kasi first time lang namin mag-compete sa VCT kalaban yung APAC. So siguro next time mas lalalim kami. Goal namin is makuha namin and makalipad kami.
Oh, there you go. Hoping for that as well. And just like our previous victors from earlier this morning, which team do you think or which opening to face off against the most for stage 2?
Sa tingin ko yung Secret, which is laban namin bukas. So tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari bukas.
Oh, exciting. So wish fulfilled. Wish fulfilled kaagad. Tomorrow, you get to have your dream match for stage 2. Last but not least, do you have any shout-outs or maybe any messages you'd like to give all of the supporters of South Built Esports?
Shoutout sa SBE kay Boss Prince, Sir Lee, sa analyst namin si Nix, Black and Blue. Shoutout sa family namin, sa friends at sa girlfriend ko si Joanna Santa Maria.
Aw, short and sweet. Thank you so much, Papi Chulo. And congratulations to you and the rest of South Built Esports. Can't wait for that much-awaited, hearts all around. Can't wait for that match against Team Secret tomorrow.
Thank you.
What's going on there? People reaching and flying at the side.
Not gonna lie, because it was sideways, it looked like this. You can't see the heart.
You can't see the heart. It's there though. We felt it. Yeah. We felt it for sure.
We can make one like us, right?
Are you gonna try? Okay, they're gonna try. It's the other way.
The other one.
That's why I get confused with left and right over here. It's a.
Yeah, same.
How do you do this?
We're gonna work on it.
All right.
We're gonna work on it.
Okay, all right. This is the next time.
We'll keep at it for the next panel, but
it's not happening.
We're not coordinated enough. We only have hand-eye coordination for games, not for mirror.
For Love Life,
on broadcast. Yeah, for Love Life. I have
this is not happening. I'm just gonna say really quickly. I have tried that heart so many times on all sorts of broadcasts. It just doesn't happen. It's just not meant to be. You have to get creative if we're gonna make a heart in another way.
Yeah, that's right. True enough.
We'll do something towards the end of the end of the season.
We'll think about it. But there's nothing to think about, of course, with today's results because it was just easy. 2-0s all around. Obviously, this is just the first day, but Azurai, it seems like, of course, let's not forget our teams only face each other once. So there is that, there's a question of Oasis Gaming. If they broken their curse, is it all uphill from here? Or, is it also uphill for Southbelt Esports? Will they continue their dominance?
That's the thing. It's so fickle. Because, again, I can always just reference stage 1, where week 1, it looked like this team would do no wrong. Like, that was a great example for Naos. I think that was also a great example for Action PH. And then lo and behold, when week 2 came, all of what they were doing just kind of fell to the wayside, right? And all these other teams just bounced back. So that's like the beauty, I think, right now for Valorant, and at least for us specifically in the local scene, Valorant PH, is that you really can't tell if a team can get that consistency, or if another team that's not doing so well last time can outperform themselves the next time. So I really can't tell this one for this one, at least me.
Yeah, and G10, I do find the single round robin so interesting because it's like every day, every team has to have a different playbook. And as we can see with tomorrow's schedule, these teams, again, this is the only time that you're going to see these teams facing off against each other.
Exactly. So that means that every match is going to be unique here. It is a great barometer for just being able to detect how good your team is versus other teams, just being able to play each of them once, and that really kind of separates the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Although it would be a little bit more consistent in a double round robin, but that is such a very, very long format. But after that, the playoffs is where it does happen. But tomorrow's schedule, RRQ versus Bren. Now that's something I'm really interested to see. RRQ newly coming onto the scene, gonna match up against what is kind of the future of Valorant as well in Bren Esports.
Azurai, any spicy matches you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Ooh. Actually, Game 2 and Game 3 definitely are out for my eyes here. It's particularly because Team Secret have so much to kind of answer for the past few stages that they've played, right? They've been plagued by a lot of issues in and out of game. So this is definitely going to be a match to see if this is the same Team Secret that we all were just fanboying about when they came out of Champions. And then game number 3, Alpha Esports. The last time we saw them was way back in stage 2 challenge, I think stage 3 last year. And that was when they still had a Batman. Now it's Gian Sanity and Jin, the new Splash Brothers of Alpha Esports. And this is the perfect matchup to start for them because relatively Alpha Esports and Action PH are teams that have incredibly, if not same style of play. So we'll definitely see a match where these two teams will just show who has the better aim.
And I think Papi Chulo got me hyped for that Team Secret and SPE match because it is going to be, a matchup of the veterans, I guess, of the Philippine FPS scene. And as for RRQ and Bren Esports as well, that is going to be spicy too. So again, it's just banger match after banger here at VCT Stage 2 and G10. Just to wrap things up, you mentioned about how RRQ, they are relatively new, but the players, of course, very familiar names, as well as our community gets closer and closer and even more tight knit. And as for Bren Esports, they are the future. I mean, what do you think about these big names coming onto the scene and just basically giving these other players that banner that they can fly under, like as RRQ are doing?
Well, RRQ, they are kind of new. They're not actually a team that originated in the Philippines. So just the brand, but the team itself, the players, they are Filipino. So nothing wrong there. They do have a couple of really good players that in a combo make everything happen for their team. That's Draxi and Nexi. They're kind of they're kind of, as Asarai said, kind of the what's it called, the dynamic duo here that we do love to see, and seeing them go up against Bren, which has kind of players that have just kind of started in Valorant now. we've been talking
the
about they're
endemic
kind
players.
of the future. They're Valorant endemic players. But they're still very talented, very, very young. Their reflexes are incredibly sharp. I want to see how they stack up against each other. Definitely going to be an interesting one. But I will say that RRQ, they're going to be a little bit more momentum based than Bren, at least for that matchup, in my opinion.
Oh, I hope you're on the panel then tomorrow when that match does happen. I'm actually not sure if you're gonna be on the panel, but we'll check that. But yeah, that's it for us today. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, we have a really exciting day for you guys. So thank you, of course, to PPGL for making this all happen. The largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant champions who are here in the Philippines. We also want to thank all of our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Only 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. I was gonna say it's G5, it's G10 over here. You know, Globe
That's
at Home
right.
works well with your name. I just thought I'd say that while he was here
Right,
on the
right,
panel.
Globe, please. Please, Globe.
Just giving a little subtle shout out over
Globe
there.
10, hello.
We also would like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players. With a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches, every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. Once again, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. Good job today, gentlemen. It was a bit of a light and easy day with our 2-0s. I don't think that's gonna happen tomorrow because, as we mentioned, it's gonna get even spicier and even more difficult, I think, for our teams. But for now, thank you guys for watching, everybody. It is an explosive start to VCT Stage 2. We have got more to come. This is Mika Fabs with G10 and Asarai on the panel, and on behalf of everybody, the panelists, the casters, the production, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you tomorrow for day 2.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah.